Good morning, everybody, and it's quite literally a warm welcome to Whilton Mill. It's the NKC all-plate meeting here, and the intensity is already racking up. We're just coming to the end of one of our practice sessions, and we're going to get straight into it with the first of our heats. My name is Joe Bradley. We are with you not just all day, but all day today and all day tomorrow, bringing you this 2-day extravaganza, this festival of kart racing at perhaps one of the premier tracks in the UK, Whilton Mill. It's been around since about 1991. We've been racing here at pretty high levels of British karting, and once again we continue that trend. Alongside me will be, for the moment, Nick Damon. We're going to be joined by a couple of other characters.
Are you firing me?
Well, I'm not firing. I'm just laying you off.
Right.
It's a bit of a trend this week. I know.
Yes.
I'm just laying you off, Nick. But hey, here we are, back at Whilton Mill.
At Whilton Mill. It's been a long 3 weeks.
It's been a long 3 weeks.
Well, I've been on holiday to Rhodes for a week.
That's very nice.
Major career changes, whole thing's going on. Marvellous.
Fighting the forest fires. You went just after that,
No,
didn't you?
I was kind of fighting, how strong the pina coladas, but my wife found that they were a bit stronger than she was expecting, which is quite amusing.
Yeah, well, that's very nice to see that you've been sunning yourself. We were here, of course, last month for round 4 of the Junction 6 NKC Championship, but this one's a bit different, isn't it, Nick? It's about just the win, isn't it?
Yes.
As we'll see
so basically, we're not having a high-speed game of chess.
We
are
are
having momentum, but we're going to have it's all about the win. But the win is tomorrow. Yes, it's different. It's fun. It's not. We've got a couple of special guest teams events. We've got the Super 100 just for today. We're reliving the days of yore. And we've also got a full lunchtime interview which you did within the paddock show, all around the paddock, all around the 100 Supers, and of course we have the KZs, gearbox karts here all weekend as well, with our traditional Rotax Senior, Rotax Junior, Rotax Heavy, Minimax and TKM grids you expect from the NKC. But it's during the course of today and tomorrow they'll be scoring points, but they're going to score points in slightly different ways, Joe.
Well, yeah, it's a little bit of a different format. Normally we would just run, everyone would have 3 heats and then go into the finals. However, we're mixing it up a little bit with this 2-day event. We've got time attack sessions, which are basically for each class. They will go out on track, and it will be a timed session where, from first place down, points will be awarded. We then go into the heat section, and then we go into a double points time attack. Now, the heat section, mixed grids, our normal format. The time attack, a little bit different. It's a time session where points will be awarded from first, i.e. fastest lap, down to the final runner, and all the points accruing, what we accrue, is basically to form the grid for the finals.
And it's all about the winner. But of course, remember the time attacks. Whilst there'll be Group A and Group B, it'll be the times will be aggregated between the two. So in a heat, if you win the heat, you get the 50 points. But if you're the fastest person in time attack A, you don't get the maximum points if someone's faster than...
Don't do that.
Time attack B.
Don't do that. You remind me of someone else doing that.
That's the message from something important.
All right, okay. That is important. Yes, it is. And that's because we've got so many entrants in all of our classes. We are having to split them into groups as normal. We've got karts out on track. And here we are, and I'm delighted to welcome the 100 Super Class. The 100 Super Class is basically a historic form of karting. It's historic racing. The karts are from the early mid-90s up to the early 2000s. They are absolute belters to watch and listen to. They are 100cc, air-cooled 2-stroke karts. You can tell that by the amount of smoke they're pouring out. They are the engines will rev to something like 20,000 revs per minute. Yes, 20,000 revs. Now then, and I know the maths on 18,000 revs. At 18,000 revs, these engines, these 2-stroke engines, are sparking at 300 times a second. Now that's just you can't even get your head around that, can you? You cannot get your head around that. So we're going to go into a couple of warming up laps for the 100 Supers. They're out on track at the moment. Let's have a look at the grid for these karts that are going to be with us all today. We head into we've got 3 heats for this class, and then go into a final later on, the first of our finals of the weekend, going into that, and that's how we'll end today's show. On the pole position then, Alexander Hayward on the pole. Liam Rabjohn's a name familiar with the NKC. He's alongside. James Rees and Joseph Reeves Smith are on row 2, with row 3, Martin O'Hara and Ryan Cole. Chris Sears and Gareth Hunter on row 4. Row 5 is Joe McKernan and Neil McKernan. Row 6, Daniel Street and Richard Puddle. And then we've got Duncan McLeod and Billy Thomas on row 7. James Murray and Bill Powell are on row 8. Ben Yeomans and Jack Barber are on row 9. James Verity and Matt Devlin are on row 10. And Joe Scorey and Chris Trott are on row 11. Now then, the two carts at the very back of this 100 Super Grid are carrying the numbers 2 for Joe Scorey and the number 1 for Chris Trott. They're seeded numbers, so that means it was Chris Trott that basically took this event last season. And so we expect to see those two protagonists, Joe Scorey, who you'll see a nice interview with both of those guys in our paddock show. We're going to get this first race of the weekend underway. The red lights go out, we go to green, and we are already through Oblivion and into Crooks. Onto the uphill back straight towards Christmas Corner, and into Christmas Corner we seem to have no incident. We had a few people struggling to pick away, but it looks like we've got a full quarter of carts already down the hill into Ashby. That very tricky downhill right-hander, using all of the curb and more on the exit there, and then into the infield section here at Whilton Mill, which we call Parker, the left-hander there, and then into Chapman with that slight right-hand kink onto the back straight towards the final section of the track here at Whilton Mill. This is the section we call the boot. And then Pitts Bend, one of the most daunting bends to take and trying to get through in karting, the final bend here at Whilton Mill. And with this 18 kart field already through and completing one lap, it's James Rees, Joseph Reeves Smith in second, Ryan Cole, and then from the back of the grid, Joe Scorey absolutely clawing his way through on the number 2, already in 4th place and looking to take more scalps. Where's Chris Trott? Well, he's down in 12th. Scorey absolutely leaving him behind, and a very determined number 2 is what we can see there, challenging the two carts ahead and already pulling alongside into Chapman, and Scorey making his way, easing his way to the front now. He has got the cart of Joseph Reeves Smith ahead of him. Already off and into the lead is James Rees, and James Rees it will be there just ahead, crossing the line on the number 18. Ryan Cole is the cart ahead of him, not James Rees. James Rees was the cart that Scorey's got now, right glued to his bumper. So we'll see how this transpires. Up ahead, cart number, that does say cart number 18, which does not correspond to who I've got on my timing screen. Ryan Cole is down as number 25. So that's a bit of a confusing one, but that is number 2, Joe Scorey, and then behind him, number 25, is Ryan Cole. Now then, I think we have got a bit of a glitch occurring with our timing. And that number 18, Alexander Hayward, is a back marker. So the number 18 you see there, leading this field round, either has an issue with his transponder or is indeed a back marker. We'll find that out. However, things have settled down now as the number 2, Joseph Scorey, giving him his Sunday name, even though it's Saturday. Joe Scorey is how he likes to be referred to on the number 2. Through has gone the 25 of Ryan Cole now, and has gone ahead of the number 18, Alexander Hayward. And can Ryan Cole now chase down Joe Scorey? Where is the number 1? Chris Trott already up to 8th place, making his way through the order. Just give you a quick rundown of the top 10 as Scorey takes that cart. You'll see them flicking the cart sideways. That's because they only have one brake, a brake disc on the rear axle on these carts, pretty much very similar in design as what we'll see in the Rotax Max classes. But one brake disc on the rear is why you see the rear axles locking up and the cart slewing to one side. Ryan Cole's not letting Scorey away, is he? In fact, he's closing the gap there slightly, so Scorey will complete 5 laps this time by. We're getting towards half distance. 8 minutes and 1 lap are our heats. 8 minutes and 1 lap for Joe Scory, the number 2. Ryan Cole in second. Joseph Reeves-Smith, the number 90, in third. James Rees in fourth. Gareth Hunt on the 37, fifth. Jack Barber in sixth. James Verity now fifth. Jack Barber sixth. Chris Trott moving up 1 to 7th. And then we've got Gareth Hunt, Joe McKernan and Ben Yeomans rounding off that top 10. Got a challenge for the lead though. Plenty of time still on the clock. 3.5 minutes about to go. And Scory will know that he's got that bright white helmet of Ryan Cole in his periphery. Comes out of the boot. Just what you see there, the driver's hands going down to the engine. They're just tweaking the mixture, would you believe, on the carburettor. They're turning the mixture screw to give them a little bit less fuel to air mixture or a little bit more fuel to air mixture, and that leans the engine off and creates more power. So they'll want that for the straight, and you'll see puffs of blue smoke as they go through the infield, with Ryan Cole now getting the better of Scory. Oh, and has he not? No, challenged, but Scory slammed the door in his face there. Not coming through, says Mr. Scory. Onto the back straight towards the boot then. It'll be 7 laps completed this time by. Just looking across the infield to where these carts are, and you can see the panoramic views we have here at Whilton Mill, looking across to the whole course. Already towards Christmas Corner. Ryan Cole taking a bit of a breather. 2.5 minutes remaining. Joseph Reeves-Smith still in third. Fourth, James Rees, James Verity, Chris Trott still making progress and up to 6th place. Remember, the number 2 and the number 1. Remember, these were the drivers that took the top honours in this event last year. It's a one-off outing as a guest class for the NKC O-Plate here at Whilton Mill. And the situation with these very highly strung pieces of equipment, 20,000 rev engines, they're very highly strung, and that brings in the element of attrition and reliability, as Ryan Cole absolutely glued to the rear bumper of that number 2. These drivers, by the way, are fully aware how much time is on the clock, because they can see the overhead gantry showing them the time as they come underneath, as a challenge for the lead that comes off. Ryan Cole down the inside at Parker. He hangs on to this lead through Chapman and already punching out a bit of a gap. So that's Ryan Cole now into the lead ahead of Scory, but Scory will not be happy with that. But has he got anything in the toolkit to get him back on terms? Into oblivion then. We're getting towards the time on the board that will bring out the last lap and the 1 lap to go board. But Ryan Cole, he bided his time. He kind of was checking the textbook, Nick, as he was following Joe Scory round, and he was looking where Scory was perhaps weak, and it was at this point here that he made the dive down the inside, coming out of the hairpin at Ashby and then diving down the inside, and now he's making it sting.
Yeah. Well, having now Wonderboy and come back, it's the thing about these cars, it's, as I say, it's the smell of the noise, but also they've just got such a small physical footprint, haven't they? They're so much smaller than modern Rotax, and the people, so it gives you more space to race, more space to make an attack, and obviously, they had that incredible smell. It's all about the smell.
It's all about the smell and the noise. In fact, I'm going to use the term music. Because these engines screaming at 20,000 plus is absolute music, certainly to my ears. This was an era of karting that I was very much involved in competing. Scory there lifting both wheels there, so maybe he's got a little bit too much grip dialed into that kart, number 2. The leader though, Ryan Cole, just coming upon back markers now. There's Ryan Cole there on the 25, and it'll be 1 lap to go aboard this time by, so we are very close to the first checkered flag of the weekend. I want to say hello to Matt Hunter, who's...
Oh, hello, Matt. Is he watching?
He is watching.
Is it green enough for him?
Colour is spot on.
Oh,
looks
there
really
we
good.
go.
There you go, Matt.
There you go. All
you've
the
got
work.
your wish.
All the work.
All sorted for the Autumn Cup in November.
Oh, can't wait to go there.
Yeah, live streaming that. More of that later. But Matt is sunning himself in Sardinia at the moment. Yes.
Okay, fair enough then.
Yes, I'm the only one who hasn't had a holiday this year. I'm going to have mine late, I think.
You took that, now you're going great. I would never have a holiday.
No, I'm
not. No,
no. I'm not going to say that because I'm too busy. Ryan Cole, before we go to that, Nick, Ryan Cole is about to take the first checkered flag of the day. And there he is, the first heat for the 100 Supers. Now, Ryan Cole, the way that he went there, looks like he's going to be very, very tricky to beat. Because Joe Scorey, Chris Trott, moving through from the back as well, the number one there, just crossing the line. He moved up all the way to 5th from the back of the grid. But it was Ryan Cole first, Joe Scorey second, Alexander Hayward finally sorted out that transponder issue that had him at the back of the grid. He's in 3rd. Not confusing at all for me, that one. Joseph Reeve-Smith was 4th, Chris Trott up from the back in 5th. 6th is James Verity, James Rees 7th. 8th is Ben Yeomans, Jack Barber is in 9th. 10th is Joe McKernan, and 11th Daniel Street, Gareth Hunt, Martin O'Hara, Liam Rabjones, Chris Sears, Bill Powell just crossing the line in 16th, and then we had James Murray. We lost Richard Puddle on lap 2 there on the number 9, another seeded driver from last year. Who
are we talking to during the lunchtime show? I forgot one very important thing that happened since we were last here 3 weeks ago.
Oh, you don't need to mention that.
You got married.
You don't need to mention
Joe
that.
got married. Everyone said congratulations to Joe and the new Mrs. The new Mrs. Bradley. They commiserations really, but Sam, it's lovely.
The current Mrs. Bradley.
I went up there. It's a lovely wedding. Normally, you kind of think, oh, yeah, I'll just go to the wedding. I really wish I'd been filming just for the best man speech.
He was a comedy genius,
unbelievable. Wasn't he? Well, no. Then yes.
It was a very intelligent.
Then no again,
comedy.
And then what the blooming hell's going? Amazing! It was a 32-minute long speech. It was basically what happened is, how I sum it to people, it's hard to explain, but if you imagine someone bought a book about the 10 best man speeches and then chose all 10 of them, and in 7 different styles with no link and 3 toasts, it was honestly it was like, you've ever seen those comedy sketches where people go to church and they don't know when to stand up or sit down. It was like that. It's over, let's carry on. It's over, let's carry on. Anyway, so congratulations to my erstwhile fellow commentator Joe Bradley on becoming Mr. Bradley, and commiserations to Sam becoming Mrs. Bradley.
Yes, she's a very lucky woman, Nick. That's all I can say.
Well, you know.
Right, Nick, you're gonna scarp her because we've got a debutante in the booth with us. He's been a big asset to the NKC and certainly to our production.
It's all right now.
Now, where is he?
Let me just give a bit of an intro because we're about to have Time Attack.
Yes.
Now, things I want to tell you about Time Attack. First of all, Time Attack, you won't see the times, their fastest times, until the end of the race. But you do see their fastest times. But Joe will keep you informed of what the fastest times are. But Time Attack is a chance for us to, have a look at carts we don't normally see, people don't normally see. So this is the thing. If you want somebody to be featured in the Time Attacks, we'll go follow them around for a lap and to see how they're doing. Then all you have to do is post in the chat Barry Smith, and the class he's in and the number. And if we see it in time, remember you're on a 45-second delay from us. If we see it in time, we will cover that person. Is that fair?
It's a great idea.
Now, obviously, I am technical troubleshooter and all-round sex god. But thank you for that laugh. However, the man behind me, I'm about to hand over, is Gaz Burley. And Gaz is not only a man who knows how to rap. No, he's not from Southside Chicago. That's rap with a W. He also knows the great and the good of the NKC paddock. So what we'll do is we'll have Gaz talking us through with Joe the Time Attack. Me and Paul will play Spot the Cart we're going to cover. The cameraman will look upset. But camera people, can you hear me, camera people? Can you wave if you hear me, camera people? Wave, Ash. Thank you. I want to see really arty shots because we're just going to be looking at one. So I'm going to have an arty competition. Who can be the most arty? I realise you're a bit further away, Harry, so it's harder because you've got different close-up ability. But
Matt Hunter lying on his sunbed poolside.
Who's got the artiest shot?
Matt Hunter lying on his sunbed now poolside.
Yeah.
He's going to love this art.
Yes,
he's always talking to me about.
I want arty shots, Ash. Can you? And obviously, Ash, you're dealing with things slightly bigger than you saw last time, and they're not going into anything else, so that's fine. It's just, clear around. The only lubrication is inside the engines.
Right, give you a set of Gaz.
Okay. Gaz, take over.
Right, now Gaz is a big part of the NKC because he's our media man as well. So he's everything you read on the NKC Facebook page is all being created and done by Gaz Bury. Gaz, welcome, mate. I know you're always behind the scenes, but it's great to have you front of house, as they say. Welcome.
Thank you, Jim. It's a different view, isn't it, I think?
Yeah. It's a complete. Yeah. This is where the talent hang out, mate. Don't let them tell you any other. So a different format to what we're used to now. We've got a time attack session, which effectively is a time session where we're going to award points for fastest down to slowest. So, I mean, we've got, by the way, which class is it? It's the 177s. So we've got a few newcomers to this class as well this weekend, which we'll get into when the carts are released. I'm not sure what the delay is. I think we've got there's the delay, yes. So what do you know about time attack, guys?
Well, quickest man will get the points. That's about
yes.
all I know.
Or woman, I'm not sure we've got any women in this class. So out they go. And as Nick said, we're going to see the carts released. It's a 6-minute session, all against the clock, for points awarded. Now then, I know the usual saying is points make prizes, but for here, points are going to form the heat for the final, aren't they?
Eventually, yeah. We've got the double time attack tomorrow. Double point time attack tomorrow, haven't we? Which could be a big part.
Yeah, what's the approach going to be then? You've done a bit of karting there. How do you get the best? What do you know about these Maxxis tyres and when they come on? Remember, everybody on fresh tyres here, aren't they?
Yes, they are. So everybody should be on brand new rubber now. Want to make the most of the advantage with them. The question will be what the pressures will be. Are people going to run a little bit harder, a little bit softer? Where do you want the tyre to come on within the session brackets? All going to be a bit up in the air this morning.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a choice, isn't it? Of do you want the tyre to come on really quickly? But when you do that, you do work them hard. And remember, these tyres have got to get you all the way through to tomorrow's final.
Yeah, they are.
And have them in good shape for the final.
And don't forget as well, it rained last night. We got a green circuit, less rubber on the road. How will that affect everybody this morning?
Yeah, so pretty much everybody will be out on their front. Well, they'll have scrubbed them in the practice session, what we saw earlier. The number 72 there, Harrison Crook, is the first driver to post a time, and that first time posted by Harrison Crook is a 51.2. So that's the target time for everyone else. Paul Giles is a 52.7. Not going to read too much into that, guys, because that's their first time lap.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they'll be looking at getting the tyres up to temperature and getting settled on the circuit. They have not been out for nearly an hour now.
And there you go, 46.7.
There we go. That's a bit more competitive.
Yeah, 46.7 for Harrison Crook there.
I'll keep my eye on Riley Taylor-Truman in the 65. He's been pretty handy around here, especially last time out, actually, when we were here for round 4.
So that it's a busy track as well, and that's gonna be a tricky thing to perhaps manage. Is finding yourself a bit of a gap necessarily, but then balance that with the need for maybe a bit of a tour down that long back straight here at Whilton.
Yeah, I think it was 2 years ago we did the qualifying format, and traffic and space here was a nightmare. And the tow was very important up to Christmas on the last corner out the boot.
So that's the number 9, which is Ollie Smith. He's in 9th at the moment with a 47.8. And he's got the number 3 behind him, Ben Hitch, who's actually faster than him behind. So that tow is working for the number 3.
Certainly will. Gearing will play a huge part up here. Will you run slightly longer to get the slingshot onto the critters? Do you run slightly smaller to get good drive through the middle section of the circuit? Huge differences here.
Yeah, that's what I like about Whilton Mill. It's a
great track, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It really is one of the best.
Kyle Dunford's just jumped up into second in the 76. He's pretty handy. It's changing quicker than I can read it.
Yeah, I know. I think that's what we're going to find. So the fastest time, Edward Matthews on the 79. He's put the 45.357.
He's straight on the pace there. That's what I think target times we're going to be looking at today. Not bad for 177s either. That's really quick.
Oh, and there's the 37. Who's that? The number 37. A little bit further down the order, Adrian Smith hasn't really featured, but he's right on the bumper of the number 3, Ben Hitch, who's 7th at the moment on a 46.0.
Yeah.
And the 37, Adrian Smith, 47.5. I mean, that's how tight it is. And I'm wondering if the 37...
Is he in traffic? Is he grabbing a tow from somebody?
Well, I'm thinking he's going to get the tow. Right, let's find out what so we've got the number 9, the number 3, and the 37. Lovely pictures there.
Oh, he is there. Sorry, I completely
Here we go. Or is that the 137? No, that's Elliot Thomas.
Elliot
that
Thomas,
explains that one.
Right.
So Elliot Thomas is actually fourth,
Oh, yeah.
and they're about to be. They seem quite happy running together.
Yeah, I think they've got the idea of how time attack works. Don't get in each other's way and get your foot down.
And we've seen this, haven't we, in pretty much every class. When you get drivers working together and running nose to tail, they tend to go quicker.
Generally, yeah.
It's when they start tripping over one another they slow each other down.
Well, that's it, isn't it?
So we've got somebody else joining in with this three-cart party.
29, Joe Piffner. Joe Piffner? Piffner.
I've said Piffner, yeah.
I said Piffner. Yeah.
Now, where is Joe?
8th currently.
He's 8th, yeah. Yeah.
Did he get on the back of the group there? Oh, he's not too far away. Ryan Taylor-Truman's going to start taking the fastest time so far on the 65.
So it's clear to me the 29 is actually as quick, if not quicker, than the cart in front of him. So
oh yeah, he's catching, he's gaining a lot. Especially in the run up to Christmas, he's taking lumps out of the train ahead of him. It's on the back of them now through the inserts.
It's now going to be a case of him being stifled somewhat.
He's
backed off, yeah.
He's seen that.
Yeah.
65, that's Ryan Taylor-Truman, who was fastest. He's on the back of them now as well. I wonder if he'll... how long's left? 28 seconds? Yeah.
Yeah, getting towards the close. The points about to be awarded. We'll get the points accrued in this time attack session, and tomorrow's double points time attack session is just purely to form the grid for the final. The points are all pooled from the heats, from the time attacks, and then we'll be forming the grid from that. So it's important to maximise and optimise your runs here in these time attack sessions.
Yeah. Being stuck in traffic's not going to help anybody, and especially if they start squabbling, that's not going to help them get a clear lap and get a good time for later on in the day and possibly tomorrow.
And 8 minutes just ticks away, just ebbs away seemingly very quickly.
8 or 6 go.
6, sorry, yes, 6 minutes. Even less than, even quicker, ebbs away. Yeah, it's the heats that are 8 minutes.
Yeah. There we go.
So that's checkered flag, is it?
Yeah, checkered flag's fallen, and it's Edward Matthews as it stands. 44.9, that is very quick for a 177.
That is very, very quick indeed.
These tyres have certainly come on song very quick.
That's the 79 of Edward Matthews then. That will maximise that points haul with a 44.948. We've then got a 45.268 for Ryan Taylor-Truman in second. Carl Dunford, a 45.362. Joshua Gollin in fourth on the 27. That's him there. Joshua Gollin is fourth quickest on a 45.367. I mean, that's so quick, isn't it? Carl Dunford, 45.362. Joshua Gollin, 45.367. 45.373 is fifth. That's Harrison Krupp on the 72. Scott Smith sixth on the 38. He is a 45.489. Elliot Thomas on the 137. We followed him a little bit. 45.538. And then we've got Ben Hitch, Oliver Smith, Joe Piffner, Jake Lewis 11th, Jack Taylor, Alex Capadia, a name if you are a follower of sports car racing and endurance sports car racing with us. You will be familiar with Alex. Ollie Hancock, another familiar name from car racing. And then we've got Alistair Cunningham, Paul Giles, Jack Goodyear, Tom Elridge in 18th, 19th was Nicholas Walker, Stuart Dixon, Tom Thompson 21st, Adrian Smith 22nd, Simon Pugh, and then Mark Gilley. Mark Gilley's time there, 47.692, just to compare with the quickest time of a 44.948. That gives you the spread there across the grid. Next group out for their time attack, it's Group 2. Again, we stay in Rotax 177 land, so it's the heavier Rotax classes, and they're already out there.
And one bit I'm very interested in watching and keep an eye on is Louis Large making his return this weekend.
Good point, guys, good point. Louis Large, who, if you were watching a viewer of the NKC Championship in 2022, it'll be a name familiar with you. It came down to a broken chain for Louis to not be able to take the championship to the final round, where Phil Howarth just clinched the championship from him, but those two guys really did create a bit of a drama, didn't they, all year long last year?
They really did. It was great for media, I have to say. I think everybody was heartbroken for Louis that day.
Yeah.
Honestly.
I was heartbroken because it meant no sort of grandstand finish to the final round.
Great season last year, though.
Yes,
Brilliant
it was.
by the two of them.
So Louis Large, who you will see an interview with tomorrow, who has got 2 hats on this weekend. He's already started with his LRG Sport, LRG Motorsport outfit, but this weekend he's got his driver's hat and his team principal's hat. So let's pick up some of the drivers as they come through the boot there to cross the line to start their first flying lap. Just looking down the straight. That's Louis' gold helmet there, just going through. Up towards Christmas Corner.
Where are we following that? Oh, the 68. That was Alex Rowley. Started off, first out of the pit lane, I think he was. Another name in this, Jamie Zyra. Put my teeth back in troops.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on him today.
Actually,
in the number 95, isn't he? Somewhere in the Lando, if you can pick him up, Ash.
After 2 laps, Louis Large 46.597, Jamie Zyra 46.941.
Are they
Alex,
together?
Alex Rowley, I'm not sure. Is that so? There's the 60, Alex Rowley. He's currently 3rd. Let's see if he can improve. Crosses the line. He does indeed. 46.019.
But Louis only a few cut lengths behind him as well. So
Louis about to cross the line.
There he comes now, coming up the hill. Yeah, he is. Is he tag along with Jamie Zyra? Is that it? That's the 66.
66. No, Zyra's gone quickest.
Dan Burgess in the 66.
Zyra has gone quickest, 45.610. We know Jimmy Zyra knows his way around here. He works for Dan Holland, who are based here, and last month in the 4th round of the Junction 6 NKC Championship, he absolutely blitzed this 177 class.
Quite the story, wasn't it?
Yeah. There's the number 2, Louis Large, carrying the number 2 because he's currently the vice champion. Let's see if... yes, it does, carrying that number 2. Right, he crosses the line.
Where's he dropping?
Where's he
Did
gone?
He improve?
No, he didn't.
Improve.
No,
He's still 6th.
Yeah. He didn't improve by literally a couple of hundredths. 46.065, his quickest time 46.059. He's currently 8th.
Scott Cleese just top the tables on the 116. I think he's 3rd overall at the moment in the 177 Championship as well. Very quick driver. Spoke to his dad, didn't we? Back at Rower. Or you did anyway. Had a nice conversation about Iron Maiden, I believe.
Yes, we did. Who we used to be with. Daniel Burgess is the number 66 there, that we can see. Just rounding the boot now. Now Daniel is down in, where is, I've just lost him, 12th place. Let's see if he improves. So Daniel has to improve on a 46.
Ooh,
he does.
Top of the table.
Actually, where's he gone? I've lost him. Because this screen is, there he goes. Up to 6th. He was 4th. He's just dropped to 6th. Daniel Burgess, 45.7 there for the 66.
Look at those top 3 though. There are some names up there.
Oh, Louis gone quickest, Gaz. Yeah, 45.343 for the number 2, who's just the next cart ahead of the 66. That's the red and white cart there of Louis Large, who we're just about to pick up there as they come through the... That's the 75.
Alfie Lawrence. Come through the boot, finish the lap.
So let's have a...
And he's dropped up to... climbed to 7th, not dropped to 7th.
So Louis pulled it out. That's the number 2 there. Louis Large, 45.1. Jamie Zyra, 45.3. Alex Rowley, 45.37. Callum Porter, 45.3. Scott Clay, 45.4. 45.4 for Nick Skelton. And then 7th, Joshua Pickford, 45.4 again. That's how close it is. In fact, Pickford, 45.242, goes up to 2nd, just behind that cart there of Louis Large. Louis into the boot. Let's see if he can pull it off and go even quicker, crossing the line.
Not this time.
No, just we're just waiting for that timing screen to update, actually. And it's, there it is.
Oh, there we go. There we go, Scott Clee, 44.9.
You know what?
Unbelievable.
Louis Large went quicker, guys, 45.138.
Oh,
However, at the same time, Scott Clay crossed the line with a 44.9. First of these runners in the 44s.
That bodes well for later on, doesn't it, when they mix it all up again?
Yeah.
And they're all against each other?
Well, as ever, it will be a very, very close series of racing in the 177s. The checkered flag flies.
Can Louis get anything?
Yeah, this is Louis' last chance, really. Let's see what he does.
Head down. He means this one.
And he doesn't. Look at that.
138.
He had a 45.138 to beat. He went through on a 45.178. So
Well, he's
literally,
consistently quick, isn't he?
that's good for race.
Oh,
All right.
100%.
He doesn't maximise his points all there. That's Scott Clee who does that. The 116. Scott Clee.
Yeah.
44.965. Louis Lodge 45.138. Joshua Pickford, very, very fast lap from him in third, 45.242. And then Jimmy Zyra fourth with a 45.345. Next session already being released.
Junior Rotax.
Junior Rotax Group 1.
Certainly is.
So these juniors are exactly the same karts, pretty much, from what we've just seen.
Yeah.
However, because they're juniors, they have a bit more restriction on the air intake on the motors to make them less powerful, aren't they?
Essentially, yeah, but it doesn't look like it when
No,
they're out there, does it?
No, it doesn't
really
like it. It does not look like it. These youngsters really know how to pedal these karts.
Scarily fast.
Yeah, very much so.
When you consider in a straight line, they can still do up to kind of 70 miles an hour. That's 5 mil off the floor. That's hair raising.
70 miles an hour up to Christmas Corner as well. Oh. So it's Daniel Whitfield there on the number 41 who will kick off this session with the first flying lap across the line there. Daniel in that bright red livery. We'll just watch him through, Gaz.
Yeah, quite the gap he's got himself as well. Is that going to be an advantage? What do we reckon? Might be.
You know what? We've kind of seen a bit of both, haven't we? We've seen karts that are circulating together that sort of end up going faster than single karts out there lapping. He's into the left-hander of Parker. Then he goes into the left-hander of Chapman.
Entices you to go later in that corner because it falls away from you. It's quite a apex to.
And you can't go too wide because there's a right-hand kink, isn't there?
Quite, yeah.
So here's the first lap time of any real consequence here. And it's Daniel Whitfield on the 41, 46.5. There's two karts lapping together. That's the 42 of Jack Dimbleby. Who have we got now? Is that the 89 or 99? Looks like Ellis Warlock on the 99.
Yes.
There, Ellis currently in, just picking up, in 10th place after one fast lap. 48 point, where's he gone? Ellis Warlock down to 12. 48.2. That, you know what, these time sessions, they develop and evolve very, very quickly.
Yeah.
Literally before our very eyes.
You can't keep up on what is a relatively short lap. We're not at Spa, are we? We haven't got all day to think about it.
No, that's right. It's not a 3-minute lap. It's a 40 plus 46-second lap.
Good benchmark though.
So that was Ellis Warlock there, who does improve ever so slightly. Goes to a 47.6. The number 12,
Finlay Edwards, just pulled himself up into third and then immediately dropped to fourth. Honestly.
Yeah, that's what we're going to get now. He's in a gaggle of three karts here, isn't he?
So in behind Ellis. Who's he got tucked in behind him? Kasper Tomowski. if I said that right. Apologies if I
Kasper
haven't.
Tomilewski
Tomilewski.
is how I say that.
Okay.
Now then, I think we've had these runs stifled a little bit. Tomilewski just dropping back, it looks like. It comes through. There's the number 200. That's Tomilewski there on the number 200, the 3-digit card. Now, he's backed off. He's definitely backed off through Oblivion there. That's when you need to be pretty flat out there.
Jack
There's
Dimbleby tucked in behind him.
That's Jack Dimbleby there.
Just on screen now.
Yeah.
There he is. I say tucked in behind him, he's not.
You know what? Tomilewski, who backed off into Oblivion, is now picked up pace and has gone back ahead of Jack.
Nice little move there. I wonder if he made a mistake or just lifted out of it and didn't realise he had cart behind him.
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, it's tight through there.
Getting very crowded, isn't it?
The juniors at the finest.
The 42, though. The 42 of Jack Dimbleby down in 12th place at the moment. He will come through. Let's see what his time will be. Jack just crossing the line now.
Freddie Moore tucked in behind him, looking for the toe up to Christmas. Where was he on time?
Currently 12th
12th as well.
at the moment.
Oh, there we go. There's a big
Yeah.
change.
Yeah, 13th actually. Didn't go as quick as he has been. And that's because he had traffic to contend with. Topping the times is Marcel Poppercool with a 45.2. Who have we got on our screens at the moment? Not quite sure.
Still trailing Ellis.
Yeah, there's. I think they're not doing themselves any favours there, getting right in amongst it. They're
No, squabbling.
having to overtake people is not really how you want to do this.
Alfie Bosch will catch up on the 26th. There he is.
Alfie Bushell in the bright yellow livery cart and helmet.
You really can't miss him, can you? Great idea.
Probably see him from space, actually. There's the 34. Now, the 34 is Marcel Poppercool.
Yeah,
He's our currently fastest driver.
46.7. That's 46.7?
45.2.
Sorry, 45.2. I'm reading the wrong side.
Yeah, 45.2. He's got a bit of traffic ahead of him, guys, so that might be as fast as he will go.
That's close as well. Dan Whitfield's only 0.008 off the pole time.
Brilliant.
Off the quickest time, sorry. It's not pole, is it?
No.
It's qualifying. I get
Quickest
confused too
time,
easily.
yeah. Not qualifying, time attack.
That's the one.
Yeah.
I'll learn that by the end of the day.
He'll have it sorted by Monday, don't worry, we all do. Yeah. Poppercool is now going to be very, very much stifled as Kasper Tomilewski on the 200. He goes quickest with a 44.9.
And that's interesting because he was in that bunch of cuts we were
He
following,
was,
wasn't
yeah.
he? Following Ellis and
Alfie
Dan
Bushell
Whitfield.
again.
Quite happily saunting around by himself. Where is he on the
20, he's down the order actually, 13th.
Oh, he is, isn't he?
Yeah, 46.010 is
Second off
Alfie's
at the
quickest
moment.
time.
Yeah.
We've got the checkered flag flying, so the session coming to an end as we'll just watch Alfie on his way round to that checkered flag.
Through the boot. Fantastic complex of corners that.
That second apex is just an acceleration zone, isn't it?
Yeah, it might as well not be there. You kind of aim somewhere near it and hope for the best, really.
So checkered flag flies on the session, and it's Kasper Tomilewski who will be quickest with a 44.971. We've then got Marcel Poppercool with a 45.208. Daniel Whitfield third on a 45.216. Joshua Withcombe is fourth on the number 27. Finley Underwood came in fifth. Sixth fastest Freddie Moore. Alex Fraser, our current Minimax champion, moving up into the juniors. Alex seventh fastest there. Alfie Bushell, who we looked at a little bit there, is in eighth. Then we've got Jay Leverton, who's running with Paul Lozanne. Jay ninth. 10th fastest Owen Keenan. Louis Rees was 11th. Joshua Delicata was 12th. Byron Scott Simmons was 13th. Jack Dimbleby 14th. 15th was Ellis Warlock. And rounding off the session is Caius Zigmanta, who's racing with the NKC for the first time.
Yeah.
It's his first trip out to NKC. Bit of a research mission looking towards the rest of the championship.
Yeah, and understandable. Why not? He's racing with Rolf, isn't he, I think?
Rolf, yeah. Rolf Racing. We've got more juniors coming up next. It's Group 2, so a little bit more of the same. Paul, our producer, firing in the pictures to us. They are very dynamic, these sessions. I know the clock looks like it's started ticking, but that reel will reset as we get the next batch out for their first time attack. This is points gathering towards forming the grid for the finals. The finals for this class not until tomorrow afternoon, so this great opportunity to have a 2-day festival of karting at Whilton Mill.
What a place to do it too. What a great track.
It is, yeah.
And the weather seems to be a nice one at the moment too, which is always good, isn't it?
It's one of those tracks that, like I think you mentioned it, it's a bit of a compromise, isn't it? Compromise on gearing, compromise on whether or not you want to be as fast as you possibly can through Oblivion and Crooks up the hill, or do you want to have a balanced fast kart in the twisty bits in the middle in the infield section.
Yeah, it's a huge compromise to kind of figure out, and it's such a demanding track as well, on the kart, on the body as well. You never really get a break unless you're picking and run from Christmas. There's a lot to do here.
Yeah, and even that run up the hill to Christmas is very, very short. Truth Hurts tells us go Nick Ellis, and that is Nick Ellis at the top of the screens on the 227 there. Nicholas Ellis, as he is here at Whilton Mill.
Giving us a benchmark first lap.
He has. What is it? 50.5. That's not going to be his quickest. That's the first flying lap. This one's going to be quicker, so we're going to stay with Nick Ellis.
Somewhere in the 46. This would be good. I'll get him in a almost got a run for the rest of the session. Is he out front by himself? He is, isn't he?
He is. Yeah. He's all alone.
Seems to be working so far.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see what his time is, guys.
What we got?
Crossing the line.
When Alpha catches up.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah,
46.6.
46.6.
Benchmark time that.
So
behind him, we've got
the 110 there. Presley Walker.
Yeah.
He's currently second quickest on a 47.1.
Who's he tucked in behind?
Who's he?
25. Jaden Hewitt is chasing down. All over him too.
So Jaden currently fifth after 2 flying laps.
And this is the tricky part now, isn't it? With half the session nearly gone by already. Do you try and go for a move? Do you drop back? Do you risk being caught in traffic again? What do you do? It's going to follow, isn't it? Yeah, interesting 2 different lines through there as well.
There's a mix of opinion on lines through the boot, I've got to say.
There really is. It seems to differ from class to class as well, I've noticed. Not something I've picked up before.
Right, they're spacing themselves out there.
Yeah.
That's the 155 of Mitchell Mulvey. Yep. Third. So third quickest for Mitchell, whose dad was in the Dad and Mechanics race last night. I'm sure he had me off.
Yeah, there's a conversation to be had later.
Yeah. So Mitchell currently drops down to 5th as more time's coming in. There is the number 31. That's Maxim Smith. He's up to 4th.
Yeah. Oh, he looks all out of sorts there, didn't he? All over the curve.
Oh, he's lost time there, having to get around that traffic.
All over it. All over the curbs, out of the seat there and everything. That would have hurt.
Yeah, he was kind of put off, wasn't he, by the traffic around him. So the 21 there into Christmas. The car squirming around.
Crocker.
Who's that, Gaz?
Lewis Crocker. Crocker. Apologise if that's wrong. What are you saying?
Can't even find him.
20th.
Oh, there he is, Lewis Crocker.
Yeah, Crocker. We'll go with Crocker.
Yeah.
Okay.
Currently in 20th on a 53.1.
Just finding his feet. He'll get there.
He was, and you could tell that under braking at Christmas there. Lewis just finding the limits of the kart, just on the, just getting to grips with these junior Rotax karts. Into Pitts Bend.
What's he going to do across the stripe?
And he does, well, he improves, but he doesn't improve on position. 49.8 is a massive improvement for him. As we pick up the number 30, which is the, I can't find the number 30. Where's number 30?
Is it 30 or 36? Could be deceiving.
Oh, yeah, a little bit crowded out there, like we said. Yeah. It is the 36. It's
where is he? Vladimir.
Vlad Tomanchuk.
There we go.
Yeah, just a little bit of a misunderstanding with Lewis Crocker.
Yeah.
As they came through the Ashby hairpin.
I'm not sure Lewis knew he would have been there, to be fair. He gained him very quickly.
Yeah, he did. Would you believe we're coming up to 1 minute remaining in this time attack?
A shot by that, hasn't it?
Yeah, it absolutely flies by. And when you're out there and you've had an incident like that, that could even damage the alignment and the tracking on that front axle. That, you know, might render your handling to be a little bit less balanced than you would prefer.
This is it, isn't it? With 6 minutes, you cannot afford to not to be on the circuit right now either, can you? You need the points in the bags to be further up the grid tomorrow.
And especially on these fairly new tyres, they've only just been scrubbed in by a couple of 2 or 3 laps in practice. So you really have an optimised setup there with the new tyre. So you want to maximise that. The number 60,
Josh Priest.
Josh Priest,
14th. I think I'm reading that right, Joe.
Yeah, Joshua Priest on the 66.
46-1. That's not a bad time. Very close though, isn't it? Between what a good 12 drivers there. A couple of tenths, isn't it?
So 2 groups of junior Rotax, 2 groups of our senior Rotax classes. The times will be put together into one group. So groups 1 and 2 will come together, and the fastest of both of these sessions will gain the maximum points of 50, and then on down, fastest to slowest, with the 2 groups joined up. That's how we're awarding the points going forward towards the. Going forward towards the finals tomorrow.
You keep saying going forward. I think we're going to fall out, Joe.
I'm going to try not to be honest. So checkered flag flying. Another time attack session comes to a halt.
Switch Billy Boot across the line. Where does he go? He stays 12th.
It's Freddie Ingram on the number 69 who is the fastest in time attack, 44.919.
Put that out the bag, didn't they?
And yeah, absolutely. And then we've got Nick Ellis. So Nick Ellis, Truth Hurts, will be happy with that. Second fastest in that session, 45.009. Then we've got Harry Hanman, 45.090. We'll have a word with him later. Yeah. 4th place, Mitchell Mulvey on the 155, 45.202. 207. Jaden Hewitt in 5th, Billy Hedgecombe 6th, Presley Walker 7th, 8th is Maxim Smith with a 45.5. 45.6 was Finley Patterson's time in 9th. Lewis Llewellyn was 10th with a 45.658. 45.7, look how close they are.
So close.
Joel Bullen in 11th. Billy Vogt in 12th. Freddie Theobald 13th. Frank Ward 14th. Joshua Priest on the 66 came 15th. Vlad Tomanchuk 16th. Harvey Williams 17th. Curtis Latimer on a 46.9 was 18th. 19th was Abdurrahman Sheikh with Lewis Crocker rounding off what was a 20 kart field.
First of our senior road tax groups, Matty Lambert in the 95 leading everybody out.
Hello to Zach Bolton, who's tuned in from Team Sport Hull. Come on, Team LRG. What are you doing in Hull, Zach? Thought you were at the Newcastle one. You get about a bit.
He's gone there on purpose, has he? Unbelievable.
I believe so. He's gone to Hull.
Let us know, Zach. Have you gone there on purpose?
Everybody goes to Hull on purpose.
How do they?
Yeah. So, the 95 is Matthew Lambert. He's the first out the stocks.
Yeah, super fast at Mansfield Raceway as well. A couple of months ago. Had a great battle with Phil Howarth, actually.
Phil on the 101, not in this group. He'll be out next. Jensen Watts is a driver that we've watched as well. Quite dominant run. Was it here at the last round?
Here and Mansell, actually, I think it was, wasn't it?
The last 2 rounds, yeah. So who have we got there? The 76 is Evie Poulin. Evie on the pink, blue and yellow helmet. Easy to pick out, easy to spot Evie. Let's see what time she can produce on her second flying lap, which is probably going to be quicker. Tyres just beginning to come in there. She's just through the boot now. Just turning in there. See a line of sight there through that. Evie just letting the kart breathe a little on the exit of that one. So Evie goes to 3rd place with that 46.4. So she's got a bit of a gap to the karts behind.
Yeah, she's probably doing her a favour though. Braden Hill switching places. Can't quite make out who he overtook.
But
Brainerd's been pretty handy around here recently. He's really found some form this year since moving up from juniors last year. Where he battled with Sam Wyatt, actually, for the title. Missed it by, I think it was a handful of points, wasn't it, at fullback?
Yeah.
Great racing between them.
That was another great battle, wasn't it? Really great dynamic between Braden Hill and Sam Wyatt for the junior championship.
Yeah, brilliant.
Staying with Evie here to produce another lap time. Let's see if she goes quicker. She's been dropped down to 5th by the time she gets back round. She does go quicker, 45.6. So each lap for Evie is proving to be quicker. This one now, let's have a look and see who we've got here on the 39. Or is that 38?
I have to have a look at Jensen Watts. Apparently he's 5 seconds faster and a 40.2.
Wow, that's impressive. A 40.2.
I think he's missed maybe...
I think he's missed
2 or
half
3
the track.
corners
Yeah.
somewhere.
Yeah, he's missed the infield, hasn't he?
Yeah, might have a
Not
transponder
sure.
issue
Yeah,
in that one. But,
yeah, I think so. We'll park that for a little bit.
Yeah.
38.
Reese Pope from TKR.
Where is Reese? Down in 12th at the moment. Looking to improve and has gone faster every lap through. Continues in that vein, doesn't he? 13th.
He's
Yep, up to 10th, 45.6.
he's a steady driver, is Reese. He normally keeps out of trouble, finds his pace towards the end and just steadily builds throughout the day.
34 on your screens at the moment. 34 is the car driven by Dan Andrews, down in 13th. Just coming through the left-hander at Chapman. Not too wide there on the curb at the kink. Looks over his shoulder. He's got nobody with him. And let's see if the number 34, Dan Andrews, can improve his quickest time of 45.690. Let's see if he crosses the line now and see where Dan improves to. He does indeed, improves to 13 at a 45.468.
And immediately goes to 14.
And immediately drops as more times come through. So Dan is going to be in the midfield, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
So still having a great...
Oh, there we go. Jensen Watts, more respectable 44.5.
Yes, they've sorted that one out.
Yeah.
Yes, missed the infield.
Kieran Gifford's jumped to 3rd, championship leader, or was championship leader in 162, so last round.
So 44.758. Not that much time to find to perhaps get on terms.
Nope.
33.
Archie Lyons, 17th at the moment. What's he going to do across the stripe for us? Head down, he means that one, doesn't he?
Yeah, he kind of wanted to. He sort of
yeah.
pushed himself
All the advantage.
across the line. Archie Lyons currently 16th.
Made one spot. Did he improve? I think he did, didn't he?
He did.
Must have. He made a place, didn't he?
45.492. Yeah. Up to 16th now. Remaining on the infield. I think that, have we got the 59 there?
Does that say? Yeah, it is 59, isn't it?
Yeah, 59 is the Jamie Rogers in 8th place.
Oh, yeah, of course it is. I missed that entirely.
It's easy to spot. It's tricky to spot them quickly. So Jamie Rogers on that distinctive orangey red helmet, using all of the curb and more. That's not a smooth curb, is it?
No,
I found that out to my my disgrace
probably.
last night.
That is an awful curb. It goes through your back.
Right, now that's the 166, and that is one of the Collinsons.
Shane Collinson.
That's Shane.
Through the infield, that kink. Always hopping through Inkerman as you come down towards the infield hairpin at Ashby. Horrendous corner. Trying to get the car set up is very difficult.
He's with LRG Motorsport this weekend, a familiar face at the likes of Teesside and Warden Law. He's here racing in the NKC for the first time with Louis. Yeah.
Hopefully he'll come back then if he enjoys his weekend this week.
It may be. Let's see what his time is.
He's up. This is final lap as well. That's the checkered flag, Joe.
Ah, right. We're finished already, are we?
Nice.
So he didn't improve. That lap there was not an improvement. He finished 6th.
3/4, 1/3 of a second.
Guess who's fastest?
Well, I wonder. Something to do with a particular Kieran Gifford,
He's absolutely been dominant in this class, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Kieran Gifford, championship leader, is fastest in this session, the senior Rotax session, the first of the senior Rotax groups, 44.5. Let's keep a note on that one. That is going to be the
44.5, and Jensen Watts is literally 0.2 behind. Or
Yeah.
0.02
that's
behind,
incredible.
sorry.
That's how close they are.
So
Right.
fast.
So Kieran Gifford quickest 44.501.
Yep.
Jensen Watts second 44.521. Braden Hill 44.618. Alex McGee fourth place 44.629. Then a 44.7 for Evie Poulin in fifth. Shane Collinson a very creditable 44.8. Matthew He is. Now then, we have got another of our heats, the second heat, coming to you next. We'll say goodbye to Gaz. Thank you for that, Gaz. Hope you enjoyed your time this side of the mic.
I have to make an apology to the stream. They've not heard you for the last 25 minutes. There's been a mystery failure in the sound. I do apologise.
So you mean Gaz's debut?
No, half of Gaz's debut worked. The other half of Gaz's debut wasn't there. So Gaz, you were half great. Exactly. And we'll see you for our test at lunchtime. Yeah, sorry about everybody. If it does, I would have. I think it's very nice. They all carried on watching because they were getting the sound of the engines. Obviously, they didn't miss you that much.
Oh, they got the sound of the engines.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that was deliberate then.
Yeah, we did that. It's entirely up to us.
I've got a little helper here, Nick.
I'm out again. Blimey neck,
Yes.
you got in 2 seconds ago.
Yes.
Come on then. Sit down.
Sit down there, Eddie.
All right. So
Right.
I should pass the baton, literally.
Right.
There you go. Hold a second.
Right, Eddie, you can hear me in your ears, can you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Right, you're a current Minimax driver. These 100 Supers is what I'm more familiar with. So I'm going to tell you all about these, and then when we've got our next heats, Rotax 177s, you're going to be able to tell me all about that. Firstly, what happened in the time attack?
We were quite slow because we had a minor off in the Minimax practice session due to new tyres and taking too much curb. So massive thanks to all the Momentum team to get my car ready for the time attack, but it wasn't fully ready, so we were a little bit off pace.
So you weren't happy with that one, were you?
Yeah, it wasn't my perfect session.
Just be glad it wasn't a heat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's true.
just a time attack. You just lost a few points for a grid in tomorrow's final.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. So, Eddie, you're going to join us for this 100 Super heat. Is this your commentary debut as well?
Yeah.
Excellent stuff. 2 debutantes. Right, mate. This is how it goes. Right, we're going to get this race underway. Right, we know who the field are. There they are. There's your timing screen. Right, we're going to talk about that as well. Don't worry about it. It's just going to be a chat. But we're going to call what's on the screen, and you're going to tell me all about what it's like being a driver out there. Here we go then. Right. So we've got the number 1 and 2. That's Chris Trott and Joe Scory. That doesn't coincide with my grid sheet here, but we are going to go racing. That pall of blue smoke is from these 100cc 2-stroke engines, and it's all about the lubrication in the oil fuel mix. So Joe Scory there, first lap always hectic, isn't it, Eddie?
Yeah, it's very hectic. You've got to be careful. Keep your nose clean.
It always looks really busy like that, but it's not. I suppose when you're driving, you've only got the guy in front of you and the guy behind you to worry about, isn't it? So is it less hectic than sitting here and watching it?
Yeah, the start's hectic into turn 1, but when you get to like turn 2, it starts to become a bit calmer.
Yeah. And you're known as the comeback kid, aren't you, lately? So you settle into a race, don't you? And then you've had a couple of tricky heats in the past couple of rounds. So 1 lap completed for the 100 Supers here. Joe Scory leading Chris Trott. They're carrying the 2 and the 1 because these are the 2 drivers that took top honours at this event last year. Now, we talked to Joe Scory, and you'll hear our interview with Joe and our interview with Chris Trott. Both of these men are very, very determined to be number 1 this weekend. So it's all about the win, this one, isn't it, Eddie? It's all about the O plate. What's the mindset coming into this weekend?
Just keep it clean. It's not a championship round, so don't destroy your karts. And it's just an additional number, which will be cool for the championship.
Yeah, so it's all about just doing your maximum, isn't it?
Do your best, that's all it is.
So 2 laps completed now. And the question is, as Scory is pulled a bit of a gap there, and now we've got Chris Trott. What do you think Chris Trott's doing now then? Do you think he's pushing us up? Oh, Scory coming off there. He's pulled off. He's got a problem with that kart. The 100 Supers, all right, these are 1990s, mid-90s, early 2000s karts. The engines are from that period. They're that old. They're getting towards 30 years old, some of these kits. And from that, we see the attrition becoming a factor, the reliability. It's something we don't see in modern karts, is it? You expect the car to go and go and go. I mean, 30 hours on a motor, these things, 2 hours, and you've got to be renewing pistons and stuff.
Yeah.
Completely different, isn't it?
So different to the two different generations of karts, but it's so nice to see them racing around the modern circuit.
You can really tell as well with these 100 Supers the way that they punch off the corners. Just looking at the number one now, Chris Trott, as he punches off that Ashby hairpin. Just take us around the track here, Eddie. Will you? All right, we're at Chapman here, the left-hander. Just talk us around the track, will you?
So you've got to try and get a good run down the straight, otherwise it compromises your next corner. But through here, you want to be easy coming through here, don't get too many curbs. You just get on the throttle before the apex and carry the speed around till Christmas, which is a very difficult corner. This straight's a very long straight, but you've got to get your turning in right through here, and you've just got to be careful coming through these corners, don't get too much curb through here. When I was here last time, did loads of dive bombs through there.
Yeah. That corner just wants you to overtake there, doesn't it? Downhill, into a hairpin.
Yeah.
Whilton Mill's quite challenging, isn't it, from that respect? It's there's not really any really slow corners.
No, it's a very fit circuit. By the end of the day, you're normally hanging with your rating.
You're young and fit, you can't be hanging. People like me will be absolutely dead.
Like yesterday, the mechanics race.
Yeah, exactly. I was quite happy to finish it after the first heat, to be honest.
Yeah.
So the sixth lap is what we're on now, and there's a battle beginning to develop with three karts there. Chris Trott is kind of checked out. He's got a gap of 1.6 seconds to the rest of the field, but behind him, James Rees second, Ryan Cole third, Ben Yeomans fourth, Alexander Hayward fifth. Then we've got James Verity in sixth, seventh, Neil McKernan. Joe McKernan is in eighth, Gareth Hunt is in ninth, and rounding off the top 10 is Liam Rabjohns. But this is where the battle is at, with that number 71 of James Rees, Ryan Cole on the 25, and the number 5 of Ben Yeomans. And who is that? That's the number 71. Oh, and that's the number 71 of James Rees. Another problem. Look at that, Eddie.
He doesn't look very happy.
You know how that feels, don't you?
Yeah.
Anyone who's been around racing knows how that man feels.
Yeah.
Head in his hands, pulled off into the pits, cannot believe it. That's left a two-card battle then for second and third. Ryan Cole, Ben Yeomans. This is where it's at, Eddie. What do you think of this then? What's the number 5 going to do about this? Ben Yeomans carrying the number 5, fifth here last year. So what's in each toolbox?
He'll get a good run, try and get a slower corner through here, but then get a good turning for the next corner, and then he'll get a better run down the straight, and he might try and send it into Christmas.
That's going to be interesting, isn't it? He's got a good run as well, hasn't he?
He'll get a little toe down the straight. Not enough speed down there.
No, not close enough. Quite a try on the brakes as well.
Might try through Ashby.
No, still not. So once out of Ashby and through these two left-handers, they're not really passing places, are they?
No.
You've got to rely on somebody making a mistake through that section.
Yeah.
But what do you do about the boot, though? The boot is where you make up the time to get yourself onto the bumper of the cart in front, isn't it?
Yeah, the boot. You've got to get the line spot on through there, and then get a perfect run through that final corner, and you might have not enough chance to try and get a good run down the straight here.
Now, he's not sitting behind him, and he's not taking advantage of the toe. Do you think he might be just waiting for that clock to tick by and maybe have a go on the last lap?
Yeah, he could be. These drivers, they know what they're doing. They're quite relaxed. So
some of them are old enough to have been racing these karts back in the 90s. So that's how old they are.
Yeah.
So yes, they do know what they're doing. It looks like Ryan Cole has pulled out a bit of a cushion though, as Chris Trott continues to lead. He's extended the lead to 1.7 seconds. So Chris Trott carrying the number 1. There he is, going through across the line now. Ryan Cole settling for second. Ben Yeomans is the chasing driver Eddie and I have been talking about. That number 5, the black with the, I would say that was gold coloured overalls. And it looks, Eddie, as though Ben Yeomans is kind of having to settle for that third, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't look like he can send it from, or he's trying to catch up from there. The number 25 might have an accident or might have an issue. We've seen it twice this race already, so it's not entirely impossible.
So through the all-important final turn, there's about 20 seconds on the clock, so clock ticking down the order as we get towards that last lap board. Chris Trott leads, Ryan Cole second, Ben Yeomans third, Alexander Hayward fourth, James Verity fifth, Joe McKernan sixth, seventh is Joseph Reeves Smith, Gareth Hunt eighth, ninth is Liam Rabjohns, Daniel Street 10th, Joe Scory we lost on lap 2, Martin O'Hara we lost on lap 2, James Murray we lost on lap 1, Richard Puddle went out on lap 8, and I think that was Neil McKernan who pulled off on lap 8 as well. So 10 laps completed. This will be the 11th lap, and the last lap board will be shown to Chris Trott. Last lap board, Eddie, in one of these heats. Is that, when you see that last lap board, do you think, thank goodness for that?
Yeah, I think how long have I got? How long do I have until the end of the race is finished? And when you see that last lap board, depending on how far behind you are from the car in front and how far ahead you are of the car behind, it's defence or attack. It's a very, very interesting last lap.
And how do you keep your cool? So Chris Trott, he's, I think, pacing himself to the finish there. He's probably not over-revving his engine any, and he's pacing himself to the flag because Ryan Cole is catching him. Is that something that you do in your head?
Yeah, it is, but he's going through the boot now. By now he would have realised there's not very many overtaking points, so he's got it under his belt there.
And he does indeed take the checkered flag first.
There's a cart at the back. There's a cart down there.
Another retirement. We'll see who that is when our timing screens pan out. So Chris Trott takes the win. Ryan Cole second. Ben Yeomans third. Alexander Hayward is in fourth. We've got James Verity through in fifth. Joe McKernan is in sixth. Joseph Reeves Smith seventh. Gareth Hunt eighth. Daniel Street was in ninth place, or he will be when he takes the checkered flag. And we just wait for the remaining runners. That's the number 72 of Bill Powell there in 11th. So I think that was Chris Sears who you spotted in the background on the number 11, the last of our retirements. We lost Chris Sears there right at the very end. Neil McKernan went out on lap 8, Richard Puddle on lap 8, James Rees on lap 5, Joe Scory, after leading the race, went out from the lead on lap 2, Martin O'Hara on lap 2 and James Murray on lap 1. Have you got time to stay around for another one? Yeah, you okay?
Yeah, I've got time.
Because we've got the Rotax 177 class out next.
Juniors.
No, got Rotax 177s. Yeah, that's what my programme says. You're putting us off now. So you, what's the matter, Nick? Yes, we don't need you, mate. Do the technicals. Eddie's having fun. And I want a bit of insight here because, you know what? You're on a Minimax, right?
Yeah.
We've got 177, so you're on a class just below junior Rotax. It's exactly the same cart, though, isn't it, as what the juniors run? The engine has a restriction, and is that on the air intake to give you less power?
Yeah, it's not loads less power, but it's for
not
the
loads
age.
less power. You had to get that bit in, didn't you?
Yeah.
We're not that much slower than the juniors, are you, Eddie? Eh?
Not loads.
So when will you be moving up to juniors then?
Next year.
Right, and is that the plan?
That's the plan, yeah.
Right, NKC?
Not sure yet.
All right.
Not sure yet.
Because you run in Super 1 as well, don't you?
Yeah. Do some Super 1 stuff.
Yeah. So fundamentally, though, the carts are, you can take a Minimax cart into juniors, into seniors, and then if you put on weight, you can go into 177s with fundamentally what is the same cart.
Yeah.
And all you do is unrestrict the engine.
Yeah, a mini kart won't be as good as a junior kart, and a junior kart won't be as good as a mini kart, but they'll run still, and they won't be miles off the pace.
Right, I see. So is there a slight difference with the chassis?
The chassis are identical, but it's in the engine, and they can't. It's
Same tyres, though, aren't they?
Yeah, everything's the exact same, but not necessarily. The mini will be as quick as a junior if you change it.
Now, everybody here this weekend, you included, are on brand new tyres.
Yeah.
Is there much time in brand new tyres on these maxis?
Easily 3/10.
3 and when does that start knocking off? Does that sort of plateau?
This whole race weekend, it should be 3/10.
Quicker than where you were last
Quicker
month?
than where we were last month.
Right,
yeah.
that's interesting. Right, okay. And what do you do? So you've got this set of tyres that are lasting. All right, not so much today because the Maxxis tyre only has to last you this weekend, 2 days of running. But in the NKC Championship, you've got to make those tyres, you've got to manage those tyres. Is that when you're driving around there, when you're racing there in the heat of battle, are you thinking about that? Do you have to think about whether or not you're overworking the tyres?
It's no, not really.
Does that just go out the window?
Like just when you're in a racing, you don't. But when you're off circuit, you've got to sort of think, when are we going to change tyres? Is this the right race to change? It's all that.
And you're with Momentum Motorsport, aren't you? Are they managing that part of the job?
Yes, they are.
So you're relying upon the team?
Yeah.
It's exactly like proper real Formula One motorsport, isn't it? The drivers rely upon the team and their engineers.
Yeah, except we don't have to change tyres every 3 or 4 laps.
That is a good point. Yes. I bet you wish you could, do you?
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yes, having fresh tyres. So we've got the 177s in the collecting area, and they are getting ready for what will be their first heat of the day. In fact, first heat of the weekend. And you were right, Eddie. This my grid sheets were not in the right order. So talk amongst yourselves. Tell me a story of your season so far. A bit of a mixed season for you, hasn't it? You had a bit of bad luck. You ended up dropping down the order, coming through. That's why I called you the comeback kid.
Yeah.
You became the comeback kid, didn't you? Because you gave yourself, I mean, as if the job's not hard enough at the first place. You really, but your drive through the field, I've got to say, was very, very impressive on pole. How many times did you have to do that? Was it twice last time?
Yeah, it was twice.
Yeah, I mean, again, just does that kind of throw out the window any kind of thinking about tight? You know what you've got to do, right? Okay, I've spun off. It's a bit like me last night, wasn't it? In the wet, spun off. I thought, all right, job's done. Just get on with it.
Yeah, you gotta focus on your own race, not anybody else's, and do as best as you can do. And just you've got to benefit of other people's mistakes.
Yeah, and that's what you did, isn't it?
That's what I did. And I managed to come back up to, was it second?
Right, Eddie, we've got the 177s out for their first heat of the weekend, and we've got a grid in front of us. We've got 30 carts in this group, having to break up again. Fantastic entry for the NKC All Plate here at Whilton Mill, with a huge amount of entries, having to split all of our Rotax classes into 2 groups. So on the pole position, Steve Stewart with Jake Lewis alongside. We then got Brian McCready and Ayrton Henderson on row 2. Row 3 is Matt Ogden and Billy Clark. And then Finley Cross and Ben Hitch are on row 4. We've got Tom Thompson, Cameron Marston on row 5. Row 6, Mark Gilly and Jack Taylor. Alistair Cunningham and our good friend Alex Capadia are on row 7, with Callum Porter and Edward Matthews on row 8. Row 9 is Harrison Crook and Joshua Gollin. And they've got Stuart Dixon, Joshua Pickford, Oliver Smith and Scott Clay, Joe Piffner, Jamie Taylor, Carl Dunford, Nicholas Walker, Jack Goodyear, Alex Rowley, Adrian Smith and Daniel Burgess. And my timing, as ever, is spot on, because we've got them round now with you. What are they doing here, Eddie? They're slowing the cart down, but I've seen people nip fuel pipes and stuff. Do you guys do that in Minimax?
Yeah, some people do nip them just to try and get the engine to pick up easier across the line. But
yeah.
You've got to be careful if they're not twisting the carburetor as well to try and get some more speed out of it. But it's mainly pinching. Oh.
Yeah, we've gotten off there. It was a very, very slow across the line, which was perfect by our poleman Steve Stewart. However, that did cause a bit of bunching. And as we go through Christmas Corner, just looking across the infield as that kart regains its composure and maybe continues, got our leader, who I'll confirm when I see the number on the infield towards Parker. It's the 47 of Jake Lewis, who's found himself in the lead. Behind him was a very, very crowded racetrack. Again, chaos. It looks like chaos out there.
in the bigger grids, it's always a bit carnage. But when you're in the lead, you're always concerned. I mean, how far is that car behind you? Is he going to send it to you on the first lap? Is he going to wait? It's tactical.
The other thing, Eddie, with mixed grids, and just to remind everybody watching, mixed grids is when each competitor will get a heat starting near the front, starting in the middle, and we've got a spinner.
There's
a spinner there in the form, I think that was Anderson. We've got carts off at the final turn. Drivers out and walking. We've got a red flag. Good spot, Eddie. Red flag. So we've got carts off towards the final turn. We had a spinner in the form of, I think, the 67. I may be wrong on that. Just caught the number. We're bringing the carts to a halt out on the infield. We'll be sorting out the incident. Gives us a chance to chat a little bit more to Eddie Stewart about this. So, all right, Eddie, here's a one for you. You've geared yourself up. You know when your heat is. You're in the collecting area. You get the race underway, and then we've had a few red flags in Minimax, haven't we? What's going through your head now? What's going through those drivers' heads now? Because it's the burst of energy that you have at the start of a race, and then all of it just goes flat there. Because we're now going to have to do that all again.
Yeah. If they're starting back into their starting order, the drivers that have gained spaces and gained places, they're going to be wondering, is it going to end here? Is it going to continue? And you're going to want it to end. But if there's 5 minutes left, it'll probably continue. But the drivers that have had an accident at turn 1, example, the ones that had a spin at turn 1, they'll be back up to their original positions, which will be good for some of them.
Right.
But
so if you've gone off and continued and you're at the back, you're going to gain. But if you've gone off and like those carts there, they can't now rejoin, can they?
No, they can't rejoin.
Right. So if you had a spin at the back of the field, you're going to regain that because we're going to restart this because we only had one lap.
Yeah,
and it goes back to the previous laps.
Yeah.
So how do you get your head back in the game then? Where you've had this kind of break here, and then how do you keep the concentration?
What I do is I'll stay in the car and just keep calm. I mean, there's some drivers that are out of their carts and trying to see what's going on, which is normal. But I just stay in my car and just try and keep my cool, keep my calm.
Yeah.
Don't let anything get to me and just
No distractions.
No distractions. Always a good distraction for the rest of the race.
Yeah, I think I'm a bit the same as that, Eddie. So while we are sorting out this incident, it looks like we are getting close to that. So it's going to be I'm just hearing over my shoulder there, it's a full restart from the grid in original grid order. So you called that one right, Eddie, which was spot on. Red flag. We go back to the previous lap, which was, of course, the start. So that's a bit of a job for Sarah out there on the grid, forming up. Just to give everybody an idea of what's happening next, we've got our final heat of the morning coming up after this one. That's the first of our junior Rotax heats. We'll then go to a 30-minute lunch break, or not, unless we get this underway. We'll see how timings go. We'll keep you informed on that. And then this afternoon, we go into our remaining heats. And we round off the day with the first final of the weekend and the first O plate awarded to. It's not an O plate awarded to the 100 Supers. It's better than that. It's bigger than that. And I'm just going to get its full title because it is quite a title that we are here for in 100 Supers. It's the 100 Super race is all about the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. Do you hear that, Nick? The London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. It's an actual belt, like a boxing belt. And the winner of the 100 Super final this afternoon will get that belt awarded to them.
Is he driving or is he over the fence?
That's a good point, actually. He's out there up at Ashby, isn't he?
Yeah, he's behind the fence.
So his cart is over there. Is that what Paul's trying to say to me? His cart is over there, but he's gone across the fence to have a chat. Now he's got Gilly on his back, so that must be the number 118, Mark Gilly. I'm presuming, I'm only assuming, he's getting something.
13th.
He's got something, fresh set of gloves, snack, packet of chewing gum,
I
something
don't
like
blame
that.
him. I don't blame him. We don't know how long this red flag is going to be.
Yeah, all good entertainment from Mr. Gilly. He might be in trouble for leaving his cart. We'll allow our officials to deal with that one as we move on. He's back at his cart. Earplugs?
So we're doing a full restart but with less time? Is that how it works?
So we'll see how much time we've got on the clock when we get this race restarted. We have got what looks like a clear track, so we're just down to forming the grid up again to get this restart in order. And it's quite a job, really, isn't it? Shuffling all those carts and literally physically lifting the carts around and putting them where they should be from the very start. The grid was Steve Stewart and Jake Lewis at the front of the field. If they are still in, Brian McCready, Ayrton Anderson. I'm pretty sure I saw the number 67 spinning off, so we'll wait and see what happens there. So then we've got Matt Ogden and Billy Clark on row 3, Finley Cross and Ben Hitch on row 4, and then running off the top 10, Tom Thompson, Cameron Marston. So remember, this is all part of accruing a points system that forms the grid for the all-important all-played finals. Points given out for the time attack session that we had earlier on, and then we gather points from the 3 heats, and then tomorrow we kick things off with the second time attack session, where there'll be double points again, all going towards forming the grid for the final. And then of course it's all about the win here at the All Plate. All about the win, Nick. All about the win. Second and third doesn't count, does it, Eddie?
No, it doesn't. No.
No. The thing is, though, we all know there's only going to be one winner. So it depends how you. It depends how. Yeah, we're not going to have participation medals, I'm afraid. It's all about who's going to carry that All Plate. But I suppose the mindset is on a grid of mini maxes. Even if you've had a bad day, which you've had so far, hopefully all your bad luck's out the way.
Hopefully.
There's always a chance of getting up there, and the way that we've had the drama and incident in Minimax, you've got to be going into, it doesn't matter where you are on that Minimax grid, there's an opportunity that's going to arise. I think you mentioned it there, you just wait for things happening in front of you.
Yeah. My starting grids, I've got a pole in this next heat 1. I've got a last in, I think, the next one. So
Right.
It's so random, but you've just got to keep it cool and be there.
So
Just gotta be in it.
do you approach the heat where you're on pole? Does that give you a bit of pressure, because there's only one way to go when you're on pole, isn't it? And that's backwards.
Yeah.
So does that add a bit of pressure to you?
Yeah, and also controlling that formation lap. You get pressure for it. It's not an easy thing to do.
No, and when you say controlling that lap, you're also managing that engine, aren't you?
Yeah,
Because it can easily oil up.
it can, yeah.
So what do you do about that? How do you manage that on that rolling lap, like we've just seen from those 177s?
Pinching the fuel pipe helps it out quite a lot. I've done, but also just yeah.
Are you saying you
don't-
don't want to give me any secrets? Have you? So Momentum Motorsport have explained exactly what you should do, and you're not really going to be spreading that knowledge. Is that what you're saying here? Just nod, you don't have to just say, yeah, you're right, I'm not telling you now.
You don't want to be on the brake too much, because if you're on the brake too much, you're going to double pedal, and it oils up all the engine.
Right,
So
okay.
and you'll get a bad start off the line.
Right, so that'll stop
Sure.
the engine pull off the line.
Yeah.
So, right, he's not giving anything away here, is he? Eh? Jesus, talk about taking it seriously. It's not Formula One, Ed. Mind you, everybody's listening, so it's best not to give away any secrets. It looks to me as though we've got a grid formed out there on the infield. We're between the corners of Parker and Chapman is where the field have formed up. We're going to once we get them underway, we're going to give them... How quickly does your tyres go off temperature, Eddie? I mean, are those karts now going to be on cold tyres?
They will be on really cold tyres, and the fact that you can't weave will affect these drivers.
So what do you do? Now, you can't weave. How do you get heat into the tyres on these rolling laps?
You've got to lock it up into the corners, and just try and get some heat into them by not weaving, and just take it easy on the first 2 or 3 laps.
And you feel the tyres
You'll feel
give you
them come
more
on.
grip.
Yeah.
So we are going to let them go around and past the pits. They're just coming past the pits there through Oblivion and Crooks and onto the back straight up towards Christmas. I love that saying, towards Christmas, because we're all plummeting towards Christmas at the moment, aren't we, the way the calendar's going? It'll soon be... It's only August. It's only August. I love Christmas. Do you like Christmas, Eddie?
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody likes. Something wrong with you if you don't like Christmas. Right then.
Ask what his mum's there. You can ask for anything, Eddie. Your mum's behind you. She just got to give it to you.
Yeah, and you're live on telly as well. So Laura's gonna give you whatever you want, Ed. Yeah. So Jake Lewis's job is to control the grid again. He did a cracking job on that first start of really, really slowing the field up perfectly, if you ask me. Cracking job from the number 47 of Jake Lewis, and Steve Stewart also at the front of this field. They're doing another cracking job with everybody with a chance of forming up in great grid formation through the final turn. And we usually see a burst away probably about this point, but we're not, and we didn't the last time. Here we go, lovely formed grid. The lights will go from red to green. In fact, they just go out, and we get this thing underway again. We've got 6 minutes of running, so just slightly shortened race. Got a couple of karts, like cool tyres.
Yeah.
Cold tyres. That black kart there just slid four-wheel drift on the cold tyres into Christmas corner. And it's the number 47 of Jake Lewis who has it all to do again. Everybody into Ashby and out towards Parker, the left-hander. These two breaking away now. It's Ayrton Anderson on the 67, is that? So it's Lewis and Anderson now at the front of this 177 field. Now, if you're in that second place kart, are you going to challenge for the lead as quickly as possible, or are you going to just build that gap towards the pack that's chasing you down?
Build that gap. Don't let those karts get close to you, and then you can battle towards the end. If he's starting to pull away, you might, if you think you're quicker, then you can try and pass it. But
and there we saw him having a look. Now this is where, if these two karts start battling amongst one another, the rest of the chasing pack will catch them, won't they?
yeah, that's going to let Steve Stewart to catch up to the back of Ayrton Anderson.
Yeah, Jake Lewis, Ayrton Anderson are the drivers we're talking about there, leading this pack round. Steve Stewart, who started on the front row, a bit of disadvantage on that outside row, finds himself in third. Billy Clark fourth. It's going to be 2 laps completed this time. Across the line they go. We'll have a quick look at the top 10 when they do. It's Jake Lewis leading, Ayrton Anderson second, Billy Clark, Steve Stewart, Matt Ogden fifth, Ben Hitch, Edward Matthews, Finley Cross, Jack Taylor, and the top 10 rounded off by Joshua Gollin.
Was that a nudge there?
It certainly looked it, didn't it? A little bit. That's about momentum, though, isn't it? It's like sometimes you just not really. It's not a deliberate nudge, is it?
No, it's not deliberate, but you've got more speed.
We've got an off in the infield. Not quite sure what has gone on there, but a car just pulling off to the side. We'll stay with the leaders as it is. Just going into the boot now, just looking across from the infield. And now we've got Ayrton Anderson on that white and blue purple livery kart, the blue overalls with the yellow shoulders, chasing down the leader Jake Lewis. Is this where he's going to have a go, Ed?
He'll try and have a go down here, and if not through here, through into Ashby.
So this is where you keep it clean, this bit here?
Yep, through clean through here. He's lost a bit of time through Christmas corner there.
Yeah, he did, didn't he? And it was that point there where he's got to be thinking about having to go down the inside at Ashby, just not as quick through Christmas. He does seem to have the pace here, though. Getting towards the final stages of the lap, Ayrton Anderson, right on the bumper there. Now that was a nudge, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was. I'm not sure whether that's a nose cone. That looks down. That nose cone looks down.
It does, doesn't it? It's bobbling around. It does look down. Yes, that lifted the rear axle of the 47. And I know again it's all about momentum, but Ayrton Anderson not really wanting to do that deliberately, but it looks like he may have picked up a nose cone.
And he's dropping back a bit from leader. He needs to pull a 5-second gap on Ben Hitch.
Yeah, at the moment he's got a long way to go to pull 5 seconds to get him and maintain that second place. Got another cart off at Ashby, and the 67 there of Ayrton Anderson. That does look like his nose cone has dropped, doesn't it?
It looks down.
Now there's a great battle beginning to develop there. It's Clee at the back, Scott Clee. That's 9th up the order to about 4th or 5th there. As they come into Christmas corner, there's a move down the inside. That's the one you've been talking about all day long, isn't it? That move at Christmas.
Yeah.
Momentum up the hill.
Yeah.
Not quite sure who that is, Ed. Trying to see his number. It's a triple digit. That's 138 Finley
Scott
Cross.
Clee.
Was it? Oh, it could be. Yes, Scott Clee. That's exactly who it is. Scott Clee off the back end. Well spotted. So then, who's ahead of Scott Clee? It's Billy Clark. Scott Clee, the front runner in the Junction 6 NKC. We know how quick Scott is. Currently battling for 7th and 8th now. And there's the leaders. Now the leaders have been joined by Ben Hitch and Edward Matthews. So what was a 2-cart battle for the lead has become a 4-cart battle for the lead. Can Jake Lewis keep what was Ayrton Anderson behind it, but now he's got Ben Hitch and Edward Matthews joining in. And it looks to me, Ed, as though Ben Hitch is
that
perhaps...
cosmic cart.
Yeah, look at how it's punched off the corner there.
It's gone.
That's Edward Matthews. That's the cart. The yellow and blue cart is Ben Matthews. Oh, sorry, Edward Matthews. Ben Hitch is the cart that's actually in 4th place now.
Is that a Dan Holland car? He's got DHR in his suit.
Yeah, it is Dan Holland. Now, that's an old Dan Holland livery, isn't it?
Yeah.
Currently, they're running the LN liveries. That's an old Dan Holland livery. I mean, Dan Holland, who is actually based here at Whilton Mill, and some of the drivers running out of the workshop. That, to me, Edward Matthews is just coming through now. Now, Edward, who did a bit of work with Reese Hunter at Hunter Motorsport, who is a very, very good driver, coach and mechanic, is now showing that he's putting all of that theory into practice himself.
Inside.
Currently working.
Switch back.
Great move. That's textbook, isn't it?
Very good move. The number 47 might have a run into Ashby.
No, I don't. I actually think Edward Matthews is possibly showing to be the fastest 177 kart on the track, and he's made that move, Ed, right at the point where you need to make it, right on the final lap.
Yeah, they've got one more lap to go. Could the number 47, Jake Lewis, could he catch Matthews?
Checkered flag. Checkered flag, and a fine win for Edward Matthews there. Jake Lewis finishes second. I think Jake will be happy with that. He knew he didn't have the pace. Edward Matthews coming through the field. That's what mixed grids gives us, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, out of is it 30 karts?
Yeah, 30. There was 30. There was 30. Well, 26.
Okay.
It was 30 in the other group, wasn't it?
Yeah, top 3 is a really good result for a big grid.
Absolutely. Edward Matthews first, Jake Lewis second, Ben Hitch third, 4th is Ayrton Anderson, 5th is Joshua Gollin, Harrison Crook up to 6th, Scott Clee 7th, Finley Cross 8th, 9th is Billy Clark, and rounding off the top 10, Jack Taylor. Eddie Stewart, I'm going to thank you, shake your hand. Well done, mate. That's your commentary debut, which was pretty good fun.
Good fun, yeah.
Yeah, good stuff. Enjoy talking about it more than you do driving? I don't. I'll tell you now, I don't, mate. I want to be out there, just like you guys.
Okay.
So you can say, no, I prefer to drive.
Prefer to drive.
Well, when you
it's
get
fun
to
both.
my age, it might be a career path, you know.
Yeah.
Nick is crying here beside you because he wants the headset. So I'm gonna wish you well. Thanks, Laura. Thanks for bringing him up. And Eddie, have a great day
Thank you.
and keep your head. Come back, kid. Don't want to see any comebacks today. I want to see you at the front.
All right,
Okay?
thank you.
All right, mate. Great to have you. Thank you, Eddie Stewart. There, who great insight from one of our young drivers, and just gives a level of level of insight.
I just wanted the chair, to be honest.
It was your back giving out, was it?
Yeah, I didn't mind not talking. It was the chair I wanted. Is it Laura's mum?
Yes.
I had a great chat because Laura's a horse owner. And she competes horses. So I said, okay, here's the question. What's the most expensive, horses or carts? She said, well, this weekend, the cart. Apparently he's bent the chassis and there's been a lot of
Yeah,
spare
that's
parts.
right. That's why he
But
was at
they
the back.
are the closest in cost. Is my daughter's got a horse and horses, and she bought this really nice horse to compete in, do 3-day events and that sort of thing. And she had it for about a year, and the whole thing crocked itself over 3 stages and £12,000 of vet bills.
£12,000.
And now it can't be ridden anymore.
So you've got a horse that you just feed carrots to?
Nope, it's kind of brood mare. Had its first foal.
Oh, really? That's
Had its first foal.
So you're reaping the benefits.
Not me. I have nothing to do with this. By the way, this is the first I've done any of this. I literally walked up, we had a problem, walked away from the first race. I've not come back since then. I've solved 3 other problems. Apologies for that lack of sound for half an hour. That was weird.
I don't know
but
what
we've
that's
sorted
about.
that out now.
Yeah. Best not to mention.
And this is now the last heat of the morning, so there we go. So I'll go straight into a break after this one. These 8 minutes.
Yeah, we do. Well, I thought you'd chip the rust off. And
thank you so much.
After your troubleshooting morning, we've got Junior
morning of
Rotax
trouble.
out there. Yeah.
Yes.
So Junior Rotax Heat 1 for their O-plate. Lewis Llewellyn on the pole from Kasper Tomilewski alongside Joe Bullen and Vlad Tomanchuk alongside each other on row 2. Row 3 is Joshua Withcombe and Joshua Delicata. Ellis Warlock and Billy Edgecombe are on row 4. Row 5 is Daniel Whitfield and Finley Patterson. And then we've got Jay Leverton, Jack Dimbleby, Alfie Bushell alongside Alex Fraser, Abdurrahman Sheikh and Billy Vogt alongside on row 8, Louis Rees and Freddie Moore, Caius Zigmanta on row 10 with Freddie Theobald. But we better get underway. No, we're going round. That's because I haven't finished the grid. Owen Keenan and Freddie Ingram are on row 11. Row 12 is Maxim Smith and Marcel Popico. And then we've got Frank Ward and Harry Hine on row 13. And then Finley Underwood and Mitchell Mulvey rounding off what is a very fine-looking 28 cart field.
Already have a retirement. The grey cart in the middle of the field.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Do we know?
I can't see his number.
That looks like Maxim Smith, cart 31.
That's brilliant. How do you know that? Oh, because he's not got that. But it's very good. I thought, oh, he's got eyes. I think your eyes are rubbish. And he actually just looked at the timing and scoring. So you're in tune with the race, me. I haven't started yet.
Well, this is weird. We're going to get you in tune and then go for a lunch break.
Exactly. Well, then we go do a Gasbury testing session.
Yes, we have.
It's all going on.
Well, I
here.
put a pot of coffee on.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You don't need me for the test session, do you?
Well, I even want to pretend to wave to Sarah.
All right, okay. Here we go then, Junior Rotax. The first time we've seen them out in racing conditions, we've had our time attack. That was quite exciting stuff. I like that idea. I do like that idea. But here we go. It's Kasper Tomilewski and Vlad Tomanchuk who are on the front row, but it should be Lewis Llewellyn, I should say. Oh, we've got an off there. 2 carts coming together in the midfield. I think they all made it.
That's Frank Ward, the 26.
Yeah, I think they're all right, though, as everybody's gone through the Oblivion and Crooks.
Oh, he's completely lost it. The 71 of Lewis Llewellyn there, locked up, and completely lost it.
And we've got a gaggle of carts in the midfield. 3 carts have come to a stop at Christmas Corner.
Waving, that's
one
the
of them
7,
is the 99,
the 44 and the 7, I think.
And they are down. Where is the 99? I haven't got 99 on my...
I might have misread that one then.
No, I did. Ellis Warlock, that's who it is. That's who the 99 is. And that was a shame because he crossed the line in 7th spot, right at the inside the top 10.
There's Kasper Tomilewski, who's leading. Llewellyn made a mistake up at Christmas Corner.
So the number 200 leads Tomilewski. And he's got quite a gap already, almost a second. Look at that gap towards Christmas Corner. Joel Bullen is the chasing card from Joshua Withcombe. So these two now are going to have to come to some sort of mind-reading agreement to work together. We've still got yellow flags at Parker.
That's
and
rescued car.
green flag.
Oh, up the inside.
Down the
There's
inside.
no agreement, says Joshua Withcombe.
No,
I'm going to go and he instantly pulled a massive gap.
Doesn't need any assistance, does he?
Withcombe in the yellow and blue car with the yellow and blue helmet. Oh, he's very coordinated, isn't he? Coming out round through Pitts Bend, powers it on. A bit of the rumbles. Let's hurt those rumbles. They're very rumbly, as we found out last night.
Yeah.
Given that our combined age is just shy of 120, I think we did quite well.
So the question is,
ducking and diving behind the red car.
That's Billy Edgecombe. Billy Edgecombe getting right in amongst that and trying to make up ground as we continue watching Joshua Withcombe. Just behind him is where we've got carts. There's the bright red cart of Billy Edgecombe being challenged now, it seems. So the 77 of Joel Bullen, he's going to be the cork in the bottle somewhat. We'll keep an eye on that lead battle as they come together, but right now, this is where the action
blue,
is. Nick.
Yeah, who's being chased down by, is that Whitfield in the red? I think it is. 41. Yep, so it's Whitfield, Edgecombe and Bullen. Third, fourth and fifth as they run up and round Crooks Corner and up the hill towards Christmas.
They are absolutely ding-dong battling there. The number 20, Billy Edgecombe, and Daniel Whitfield on the number 41. Edgecombe having to defend already at this early stage. And let's see if the number 77 can actually play a part in this. We know that the carts there behind that yellow and blue cart have got a slight pace advantage if they can clear it, but it's one thing catching, it's another thing overtaking. We found this in karting for so many times over so many years. And very wide there, the 77. Joel Bullen there lost a lot of time. Got a cart. The 99 is off Ellis Warlock.
This is not a race he wants to remember, is it?
No, and it's not in a very good place.
Edgecombe now at the inside, and he's going to bring Withcombe with him. Whitfield with him, sorry. So if Edgecombe and Whitfield go through, Bullen drops from third to fifth, and they now carry on their merry way, trying to catch up Withcombe or Tomaszewski.
So now the question is, will Billy Edgecombe just move away from the advantage? No, he does not, because Daniel Whitfield down the inside at the left-hander at Chapman, and he's been promising to do that pretty much from the outset, and he's made it stick. Edgecombe not dropping too far off the rear bumper of the 41 as he crosses the line. We've got yellow flags into turn one.
Two places. The yellow flags to actually, I think the yellow flag between Parker and Chapman's gone now. They've put that grey cart to a place of safety.
Yeah, we've got a yellow flag.
Which should be able to turn one, because that's where the 99 is parked.
Whether or not that yellow flag will remain, that's going to take away a potential passing spot.
Yep.
Maybe not, because turn one here.
No, it's still really it almost went static yellow now. It's waved yellow again.
Yeah, waved yellow for that abandoned cart right on the apex of the first turn. It looks like Whitfield has, I'm not going to say got this in control, because Edgecombe looks very edgy, doesn't he?
Yeah.
See what I did there?
I loved it.
Edgecombe not dropping behind Whitfield.
That was a good overtake up behind them.
Here they go towards Christmas. Edgecombe to the inside, down the inside. They're coming together there.
That was silly by Whitfield. He should have let the corner go.
Yeah, Whitfield had Edgecombe on his inside.
He was through. He turned in too tight. That's. I mean, it's a pure racing incident, but he should have been thinking a bit more. I think he got a little bit red misty, because it's just about the win. That's why.
Well, you know what? These are just the heats. So, when we get to the final, there's going to be a lot of intensity as we get towards the final stages of our finals tomorrow. So that incident there has allowed Billy Edgecombe off into what is now third place. The leader very much Kasper Tomaszewski, who's got a 1.3 second gap to Joshua Withcombe, who itself has got a 2.6 second gap to third place Billy Edgecombe. So Billy now has got Joel Bullen, Lewis Llewellyn, Freddie Ingram, Vlad Tomanchuk 7th, Marcel Poppercool is in 8th, Jack Dimbleby 9th, and Daniel Whitfield drops to 10th after that offered Christmas corner.
Yeah, it was a big error, because he's lost 8 places of points there, 7 places of points, and I wouldn't be too surprised if you've got a little bit of damage. That's a big leap up in the air in the landing. Oh, you see the front right of Edgecombe's kart then? Is that damage from that coming in? It looks really weird. It's like it's pouring in the air.
Yeah, it was. It might be just the way that the kart was leaning through that very, very fast second part of the boot. But with coming towards 90 seconds of this first junior Rotax heat, we're getting towards the final stages. Barring any kind of mechanical malady, Tomilewski and Whitcomb off and ahead in the front of this pack. Behind him, though, Billy Edgecombe, Freddie Ingram, Joel Bullen, and Lewis Llewellyn not that far behind as well. Edgecombe there, he's definitely better. Now, Freddie Ingram has gotten by Joel Bullen, and having gotten by Joel Bullen, he's closing that gap to Edgecombe, isn't he? I think that's the 69 there we're talking about.
Yeah, I was looking there. I think one of the reasons we thought his wheel was looking a bit odd is because they're all on new tyres. They've all got lovely whiteboard labels on the side, so it's like they're wearing whiteboard tyres. And we haven't seen that since the first round, which is quite dull in Three Sisters. So I think that helps to give the impression the thing is perhaps not quite so well mounted as it should be. Up the inside.
Yeah, he's gone. He's done it. Freddie Ingram. He looked like he was about to, because he gained so readily on Edgecombe, and having gained down into Ashby. That's the corner that Eddie Stewart, who was with us earlier, was talking about, offers you the odd chance, and that certainly was the odd chance there offered to Freddie Ingram, who took it there with both hands. Slow moving back marker causing a little bit of a problem there, not too much of a problem for Ingram and Edgecombe. And it'll be the 1 lap to go board for Tomilewski next time by on that number 200.
So a classic junior Rotax opening heat. They're on the freshest tyres they've been on, we say, since what? Well,
Three
April.
Sisters.
Well, they've had their second set when they would have run them.
Well, it's hard to judge, yes,
yeah.
because some people have implemented their second set already.
Yeah.
So it's hard to judge that.
But everyone on an even playing field here.
The thing for us, Nick, is we know that everyone's on a new set.
That's it.
Yes.
It's taken away the guesswork.
We only get that at round one.
Yeah. We haven't got to go around going, oh, I don't know. Oh, no, what's the advantage?
Is he or isn't he?
And they're enjoying the grip, and they're throwing the carts around with gay abandon, as they used to be able to say.
So Kasper Tomilewski is ahead by a few seconds now. We'll try and pick up the leader as we get towards the checkered flag for this final heat. I think he's just coming through Chapman now on the infield, the left-hander, and then so that's the cart of the number 200.
There he is, coming. That's 29.
Just coming through the final turn now is Kasper, and no, that's not him.
That's 55. There's a couple of carts in lap.
Yes, just stay there.
There he is.
We want to see him. We want to see.
There he goes.
We want to see Kasper take the checkered flag, and there he is. Kasper Tomilewski. He was so far ahead, we kind of lost him on our cameras, didn't we?
I think the early kerfuffle meant some people who were quite a long way back, having got caught at Christmas corner on that second lap. But yeah.
So checkered flag flies, Nick. Tomilewski takes the win. Whitcomb second, Freddie Ingram third, Billy Edgecombe fourth, fifth is Marcel Topicole, sixth is Joel Bullen, Lewis Llewellyn seventh, eighth is Daniel Whitfield, Vlad Tomanchuk ninth, and rounding off the top 10 was Mitchell Mulvey. We've had a couple of things clarified. So we were speculating, Beery and I were speculating whether drop-down nose cones applied in time attacks.
Right.
They in fact do.
Aha.
If you've got a drop-down, you get your fastest time omitted. So it's not like a 5-second penalty. KZ is the drivers lose, drop-downs, time attacks, all classes apart from KZ, and drivers lose their fastest lap. So there's no drop-downs for KZ. The 100 Supers are on the Vega tyre, and the KZs are on the LeContes. So Gaz was correct on that one.
Well, we now have a lunch break, which may be half an hour, maybe 25 minutes, don't know. And because of that, we are going to go straight to our favourite thing at lunchtime, which is Joe's presentation. I actually need to be on camera 1, though, first, before I go to it. It's a long story why I need to do that. And I need to take the timing off, so it doesn't do that. I need to take, I need to leave that one. Sponsors on, because I forgot to put the sponsors on this video. So, yeah. Obviously, the eye rolling from the boys to the left here is remarkable. I put out more fires than the people in Hawaii today. Too soon? Just going to try and find where it is. There we go. And, okay, it's time now for, hopefully, Joe goes round the Super 100 pits. Are you excited?
Great insight.
Obviously,
Great chat.
It's by you, obviously.
Great insight.
Let's learn all about karting from 25 years ago, and you saw what it's like. It gets seizing the whole time. See you after lunch. Well, hello and welcome back to Whilton Mill after what seems like months, just 3 weeks, and we're back for the NKC O-Plate, a special meeting, and today, Saturday, with some special guest karts.
Oh, have we not, everybody? Formula A is back. The 100 Superclass is going to be part of this event, and oh my goodness, it's like stepping into a time machine, going back to the mid-90s. It's going back to the mid-90s, early 2000s, where air-cooled two-stroke engines revved to 20,000 revs. You're going to hear the music that these karts play, and it very much is music, Nick. It's kind of the era when I was karting, and, you know, direct drive, the performance levels of the 100 Superclass, what we're going to see, is just phenomenal. Yes, they've got grip levels through the corner, but it's the way the karts you'll see them punch off the corner, and they'll just, you know, visibly, massively, like fireworks, fire off the corner. But the music that they make, the music that they produce, I'm going to be mentioning this so many times this weekend.
I think Joe's quite keen. The only person who's not keen, Sadiq Khan. These are not ULEZ karts, that's for sure. But let's forget about anyone Mayor of London. Let's go into the paddock with Joe and talk to the Superkarts Super 100.
One of the main contenders this weekend in 100 Super is, of course, Joe Scory. He's carrying the number 2. That means you were runner-up last year, Joe. So what's the plans for this year?
Well, I can just do my best. That's all. We had a good run last year. We had a few issues in the final that Darren found. But Chris is a mean competitor. There's a lot of good guys out there this year.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about it being between you and Chris Stott, that is, but it's not, is it? There's more than you guys.
No, you've got Ryan Cole, you've got Joe Rees-Smith, you've got Neil McKernan, others. There's many names I can't actually think of right now, but it's going to be hard. Of course it is.
And of course, you know what? We're going back in time, aren't we? These are mid-90s, early 90s, mid-90s karts. And back in the day, I'm more than familiar with that era of karting. There was an element of unreliability that became a factor. And what we've seen in the past is people having huge leads and then those pesky two-strokes, high-revving two-strokes come into play. You know, what sort of mindset do you go into a race with? I think you've already said it. You're just going to do your best.
Yeah, you can only do what you can do. There's only so much prep. It's the same as Rotax and the modern karts that Kieran's got in here. You can only do so much. Like, I've done the best I can. My engine builder's here. I've got 2 of my best mates here helping. Like, it's only you can do what you can do.
You've got quite an entourage, haven't you? I mean, you've just give the viewers and listeners an idea. We've just come in off a practice session, and Joe, you stepped aside, and your team of bodies went to work on literally every bit of this kart. We're measuring front axle across the front axles for tracking and stuff. We're trying different hubs. What is going on, quite frankly?
So last year I was on the Cosmic, which is sat just behind the boys here, which was fine. It was brilliant. I picked this up off of Facebook, off a friend, and tested it, and I was like, wow, this is great. But
So what is this?
So this is a Birrell R931. I got it off Sam Hart. And to be honest, there's a lot of gone into it. There's a lot of new bits, a lot of finding bits, trawling bits from Italy, everywhere.
Right.
Don't tell the wife.
I wouldn't dare. Always take a couple of notes off.
Yeah.
I mean, so it's historic kart racing, isn't it, effectively? So just how easy, how difficult is it to find the bits and pieces that will go? And is there any crossover with modern karting components to this era?
Mainly wheels, steering wheel. I think steering columns are very similar, track rods. Apart from that, I'm not really sure if there is much more. Paul races the same kart. Darren, my engine builder, and his son race the same. Lee races in the water-cooled versions of these. So you make do what you can. And bits you can't find anymore, you can have manufactured. Right. Not to like a new standard. Like, I needed some brake shims. They don't make them anymore. Right. So Billy Thomas, who's in this class, kindly made me some spacers. I needed some specific spacers. He done the same. Right. So it's difficult. Like, yeah, we're trying different things. I know that works, but I want to be on something a little bit different. If it works, brilliant. If it doesn't, well, I've got to try harder.
Well, it's just finding that bit of edge, isn't it, Joe, going into the race weekend?
In a weekend like this, there is no edge. There is so many people within a tenth of each other. It's going to be, like last year was a good race. We were lucky with the weather. I got a little bit of a break in the final. Then we had the issue, luckily, which we found. Whether that's the problem or not, we'll find out in the next one. But we're now to try that motor, so we'll see.
Great stuff. It's Ryan Cole on the number 25 in the 100 Super. Ryan, just watched out there in practice, and the thing that struck me was just how these direct drive karts punch off the corner. It's phenomenal.
One of the quickest I've ever been on. It's more the slide carbs. We did a bit of liquid cooled racing years ago in the 2000s, and they were quick. But since we bolted the slide carb on, it's a completely different animal. It's just the power delivery is just far more aggressive.
And does the throttle pedal become more of a switch, or is it, do you have to use it progressively?
Normally I'm a bit of switch on and off, but with this, impossible. I can't. I'm struggling. Yeah, I've literally got to feed it through some of the corners. You can sort of get on the power, but some of the tighter corners, I tend myself I have to filter it because otherwise you just end up on the other side of the track.
So it effectively just spins up the wheels and pushes you sideways.
100%, yeah, all day long. Yeah, definitely.
So what about the wet? I mean, all right, it's been a little bit wet, but the forecast is for dry. So this might be a useless question, but I'm going to ask you. These must be a right handful in the wet.
Yeah, it was. I mean, I think it depends on what sort of slide you're running. So obviously, if you're running a bigger slide, the power will come in at a different place. You run a smaller slide, it comes at a different place. So obviously, I'm a sort of slider running, but my power delivery, it was quite hard in the wet.
So if you know it's going to be wet, you would regulate and change the slide to adapt that?
Yeah, I'd say so, yeah. It could be an option, or you can obviously adjust the gearing to try and suit, which we had to do. So we adjusted the gearing, and it was fine after that. So, yeah.
Right. You appear to be too young to have raced these back in the 90s. Did you?
I'm 36, so I raced the liquid cooled. In the 2000s, just at the end of the liquid cooled. We did a bit of that. But the first time I actually driven one of these, I was 12. It was non-MSA, so we had one of those on at 12 years old, and I was batting around. So, I kind of know what it's a bit about.
So you've been on this class of kart for some time then?
I mean, I raced it when I was 12. I did a year, and then obviously we had to go MSA. Then we just did TChem for 20 years, and then we've come back to this now. So
so going into this weekend, it's all about the one weekend race. It's pointless coming second for the belt. So what's the mindset?
Just got to go for it, haven't you? There's no way around it. So it's you either win or lose. So obviously you've got to within your limits, because obviously you've got a tyre to think about. These are a lot softer than what we've been used to running. So you can't exactly go all hell went loose, early on. Otherwise, you'll have no tyre left at the end of the day. So, but obviously try and look after the tyre, and then if you've got a good tyre left for the final, then you should be okay. So
makes it sound easy, doesn't he? The 100 Super running seeded numbers, which makes my job easy. I can clearly see that Richard Puddle here came 9th last year at this event. So, Richard, 9th, top 10 finish, I always think is a big success. Would you agree?
Yeah, I mean, last year was a baptism of fire in a lot of ways. We turned up with just a bare chassis. We built it on the Friday night, I think it was, and then it rained on the Saturday, and it was a chaotic meeting, but it came out all right. I mean, I haven't driven these kind of karts for a long time, so it was an amazing meeting. Tell us what kart you're on. Tell us what engine you're running. So it's Tony Kart Extreme. Which I picked up last year with very little history, but I ran an Extreme 20 odd years ago, so it's very similar to what I used to run back in the day with a Pirelli TT37 motor.
Oh man, the name's Pirelli TT37. I mean, takes me back. I mean, the challenge of running these karts is as much in the awning as it is on track.
Yeah. I mean, they're obviously pretty fickle, and I know last year lots of people had some running issues with one or two seizures. We managed to not seize. I'm touching wood wherever it is.
Touch all the wood, because that was very commonplace back in the 90s and 2000s.
Yeah. I mean, it was part of it, and I think a lot of people watching last year, didn't know what was going on.
Yes.
I think a lot of people learned a lot last year, including us running it, but also people. We had so many Rotax competitors coming up to us and saying, "What is it?" They don't know. They literally don't know what they are, and it's amazing.
It's only us old guys, isn't it, to realise? Yeah. I mean, these engines, the noise they make. I mean, in last year's coverage, for instance, I'll give you remind everybody. Nick and I stopped talking.
I remember it,
and we said,
watched it back.
"Yeah, let's." Nice, yeah. And it was. Look, as standing up, just thinking about it. They're screaming, aren't they? What sort of rev range are they at?
That's so good. So we're approaching kind of 20,000. I think the quick boys are probably going over 20. You know, obviously it's how long you want to run the engines for.
Right. So how do you adjust that to get more revs then? What are you doing to make the engine rev more?
Well, it's usually on the gearing. Obviously, you can gear it for a certain amount of revs, but you can also choke at the end of the straights just to kind of withhold it. It will stop revving at that point, obviously. So you can, for a bit of longevity, you know, one lap you can be choking it, the other lap if you're going for a move, you can just leave it and
Right.
fingers crossed it doesn't blow up. But yeah, it adds another layer of excitement to the racing.
It does add another layer, certainly, to driving it, because what you were talking about there, if people are unfamiliar with these two-stroke air-cooled engines, by leaving the choke alone, you are leaning the fuel mix, and you get more power. Is that right?
Yeah, basically. You can. It's all a trade-off, you know, between performance and reliability, and I think that was a layer of karting that you don't see anymore. You know, you really don't. You can get on the jets, you can lean it off, you can ridge it off, you can manage it on the choke. And you've got to have a feel for what the engine's doing. You know, usually by the time you realise it's too lean, it's too late, and it goes. But it runs perfectly for that split second, and you know, it's just having a feel for it. I'm a bit out of the game, so I don't think I've got that feel. But
so what's your approach? And just set it away and
reliability, really. I mean, my first and foremost, I want to finish. Last year, it was reliable. I don't think we pushed the envelope too much, but I wanted to finish, and a lot of people had a problem, so I think that was a good tactic. I think this year people are going to be more on the game, so I'm probably going to have to push it a little bit more.
But to finish first you have to finish. Absolutely. That's the one. Thanks, Richard. So what we've got here is some between-session maintenance going on. These engines are so highly stressed that they take they take up a lot of attention from, you know, the drivers and the team of helpers and mechanics they have around them. And what we're seeing here is them taking the engine mount off to get at, they may be changing the mount over, trying another engine, because they'll be running they'll have scrutineered more than one engine to use for this 100 Super event. So let's dive in. What's going on here? Are we just swapping engines over?
Oh, you pressed
He's afraid to talk to me. What are we doing? Are we swapping motors?
Yeah, no engine mounts.
So we're just talking about how demanding these little things are.
Yeah.
Completely different to modern karting, aren't they? I mean, that, you know, we've talked about the challenge that this brings. So are you swapping engines between sessions just to try them out?
Yeah, we didn't do any testing, so we've only got 3 sessions, so we're just going to run 3 motors.
Right. All right. Okay. So different motor for each session.
Yeah.
And what's that for? Are you trying to find out which is the quickest?
We haven't run any of them. We haven't done no testing.
Right. So you're just going to see what's what,
and then choose one for tomorrow.
Right. I see. That was what I was getting at. Choose one for tomorrow. There we go. So a lot of work going on, as we see, in this 100 Super paddock, and this will continue on through tomorrow, and on and on and on, right the way through to the final. And we'll see last-minute adjustments all the way to the final, not just on handling, but tweaking of carburetors. And we heard from other, you know, Richard Puddle was talking about, you know, tweaking the jets. And this is literally a set of goalposts that continually are on the move. And this is what we're going to see for the rest of the weekend in this class of karting. It's brilliant. I love it. Joe McKernan on the 59 is on a Fullerton chassis now. Fullerton chassis, if you haven't, you may have heard the name, Terry Fullerton. When Ayrton Senna was asked who was his biggest competitor in his whole career, he harked back to his karting days when he battled for the World Championship with Terry Fullerton. Now, this is one of Terry Fullerton's karts, and Joe McKernan here is going to campaign that in the 100 Super event here at Whilton Mill. Joe, you're on a very famous kart builder's kart. Do you even think about that when you're hanging onto it?
No, not really. No.
No.
Probably not doing it justice, really, but yeah.
Have you been running this kart long?
I've had it about, I don't know, probably about 6-7 years, something like that.
Right.
I found 2 of them in a lock-up in an old mill for 50 quid I got them for.
Really?
But yeah, so restored them both, and then, yeah, still got it now.
I mean, the majority of the grid, is that how they've come about getting these old karts? I mean, you're basically restoring historic karts, aren't you?
Yeah. So, yeah, most of them have come out of an old shed or somewhere. something like that.
Yeah. You're on the Vega tyres now. The NKC, which you were a part of this weekend as a guest run, they're on a completely different tyre. These Vega tyres I'm more familiar with because this is what I ran in the 90s. Now these are really, really soft, aren't they, and grippy?
Yeah, to be honest, that was my first session on these tyres, so don't know a whole lot about them, but yeah, initial thoughts, they were proper, very grippy.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes. I'm sure it won't be very good on the body.
No. You have got a rib protector, I take it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. You're gonna need that. The other thing about these 100 Superclass karts, the motors, 20,000 revs. So I can't avoid talking to you about the maintenance that goes on at a race meeting.
Yeah, it's very high maintenance. Obviously, pistons every couple of hours, bottom ends, so if you get your jetting wrong, then it could be all game over in a few laps, and it could be all over. So it's hard to just get them settled. Once you got them settled, then you can either have a really good meeting or a really bad one.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Are you familiar with the track here at Whilton Mill?
Yeah, I've raced here for years. It will have been end of last year, so yeah, it's a good track. Yeah,
and do you... I would think these karts can sometimes be sort of confined around a track like Whilton Mill. There isn't really... All right, the straights are relatively long, but they're not, they're not Three Sisters, are they? So, what are these like to drive then? I would imagine it's really, really busy.
Yeah, so compare Three Sisters are where I last drove it, and that's a lot more... It's a lot easier to drive than here for definite, but yeah, you're always turning here. It's very bumpy as well, so if you drive the wrong lines, then it can throw you all over the place. So yeah, it's just getting used to it, and yeah.
So Joe, what are you hoping to get out of the weekend?
I'm going to just say top 10 because it's the first time I've ever really run these carbs engines.
Right.
I'm used to just pre-2000 Reed engines and stuff. That's mainly what I've run.
Yeah.
So a top 10 I'd be happy with, I think, on a smooth day.
No, I'd agree with you, Joe. Best of luck, mate. Hopefully you have a good one. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the kart that will carry the number 1 is Chris Trotz. He won this belt last year at this event. All right, he's practicing the 79, which you'll see on the camera. But to carry the number 1, Chris, going into tomorrow, the pressure, it seems, is all on yours to retain it.
Yeah, we just take it as it comes every time. So
yeah. I get that feeling from everybody I speak to in the 100 Super. Does that derive from this kind of the reliability factor that can come into these two strokes?
It does a little bit, yeah. There's a reliability, and you just never know what's going to happen. And yeah, just take it all in our stride and see what happens come the end of it.
Yeah. So going in without any expectations. See where you know what you're playing do not play poker with this man. He's keeping lots under his belt. You're more prepared than let's see what just happens, or surely.
We're very prepared. We're very prepared. So,
there you go.
There
you go. So what's the key to getting a kart? This kind of the 2-stroke engine, 20,000 revs. It's a kart is a kart. There's still adjustment on that front axle, I see. So what's the key to getting it quick here?
The key is done in the workshop leading up to the race, making sure that when we arrive here, everything is 100%. The engine builder, making sure that the engine's all prepared by somebody who knows what they're doing, they're done properly. And it's all about preparation.
Yeah. And so when you get to the track, you've just got to make sure everything's pointing in the right direction, so to speak, kind of thing.
It's the little bits and pieces from there on, yeah.
So how far do you go? I mean, coming from car racing, you would do things like corner weights. Do you do things like corner weights on a kart or chassis straightness, something like that?
We don't do corner weights. Right. The front and rear axle ride heights. All right. It's more caster in the front, rear axles in the back, and that's about it really. So.
Right. Yeah. And this little box of aluminium alloy here, that's the key to having a good weekend, I would imagine.
Keeping them running is the key to a good weekend.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I've said this to other drivers in the 100 Super. You can't fail to see the way these direct drive karts punch off the corner. Do you feel that as a driver? Because they visually look quicker off the corner than a clutched kart.
Absolutely, you do. I mean, modern karts now are so heavy. They've lost all the feel. You don't feel a lot when you're driving one. Back in this, lightweight, instant response on the throttle. And particularly in Super with the slide carburettor as well, a massive difference over the Butterfly, which the other 100cc classes race.
Right. So, what's Chris Trott going to be happy with come tomorrow afternoon?
A win, nothing but a win. That's why we go racing, to win. Simple as that.
Look forward to seeing you with the number one, Chris. Makes my job easy.
Thank you very much.
There's no way that Ash would share millionaire shortbread. We know that. Yes. Well, you bought them, Dad. You didn't. No one bought them.
Yeah. Mate. Somebody is saying next to our coffee, they are going to be. Yes.
I'd like to point out, I have absolutely no problem carrying Joe for our podcast. Yeah.
Normally do as I do. You just be happy with Mr. Dick.
Yeah.
Oh, on the chair back.
I mean, was it alright? Yeah, I think it's quite. I turned back.
I didn't really notice anything.
I heard you turn on, man.
That's why I said nothing stood out.
Oh, yeah, we don't need that.
So that BMW, that was quite a Mercedes. I was basically my wing mirror was right against that. Another guy in a car pushing his car from the washout up that steep, and I'm like, just let me go first, because that can't be easy.
Yeah.
I'm going to spend time next week.
I was like, ear to the ground, listening for any sort of shocking.
It's almost like
What do you want? Which get us crazy, you're not familiar with.
You've got to go one way or the other.
I mean,
It's like,
I might as well just continue to fuck you.
Yeah, so we
Nailed it back.
We're going to run a 177 class with Max straight.
how
Three straight. Because we've got back shoulders and like trying to get the NKC season's rubbish. And whenever you go and get their food,
Yes. Yes, thank you. You know, whenever I go, tomorrow.
That's fine, we're eating it as well. Monday's not so good.
You hungry now?
Ash is always hungry.
I'll drink this and I'll go.
What I say, guys, is Ash eats so much, but obviously he's young. And my ambition is to live long enough to see him get fat, because his metabolism is slowed down and he's still eating the same amount. So I reckon that
I'm not sure you're going to have longer weight because since I've known him, have you seen this little chubbiness coming in?
you know what it is, don't you?
Is it that?
Contentment. He's
Yeah,
in
no,
love.
that's what I mean.
He's in love.
He's got a lovely girl.
Last
and he
time,
doesn't have to
last
work
time
out anymore.
Last time he had a non-mental girlfriend.
Non-mental
No, not fair, but yeah, he had a girlfriend called Wendy, and Wendy didn't eat particularly large amounts, so Ash ate all her left over. You put two sort of Wendy weight on.
Did you really?
He was really, really chunky.
So you ate what she didn't eat.
That is a name from 1945.
Wendy,
Yeah,
isn't it?
Wendy.
Wendy weight.
It kind of all happened in one summer, and then I went back to uni, and the badminton coach or something walked in and went, "You got quite fat, didn't you?" Because I was hoping you'd play singles and shit, so you're gonna have to lose that. And then I lost like 12 kilograms, basically starved myself.
That's because you weren't eating with Wendy.
Yeah,
And
I
they-
did break up with her then as well. Yeah.
There we are, you see.
Winnie was really nice. She's a nice girl. So yes. You know, just don't like the mouse. Really skinny, was she? I think she's right.
How can you not eat
Have you been what?
How can you be fat and not eat? But heard myself say that out loud. I knew my answer to that.
Oh, I think it's really cute with yourself. So what revolting colours are you wrapping something next week then? Sorry, what hugely classy change to a car will you be doing?
Wow, the super that I had to go and rebuild last night to move off my driveway is going Castrol super colours.
That's good.
Really?
Fine.
Why?
It's the classic Gran Turismo colours.
Yeah, and if you saw what it actually looked like when I got the car to unwrap, you'd throw up.
What is it? Is it like, what colour is it? What was that multicoloured thing you showed me?
I don't know.
What colour was it? What colour metal was it?
It's actually silver. That's mainly primer. It looks a bit like an RS6.
Oh, we've got an insect on lens. Insect on lens issue. Oh, that's nice.
Goblin Works Garage decided that was a good idea.
So they've gone a bit kind of Japanese pop out.
Yeah, and
So how much would that cost to do?
I think to wrap that and design all that, I think that's probably would cost around that.
How it cost?
They had it for 9 months, and they did it in the last 3 weeks, and they still don't pay for it.
Next time.
I put it for a month, and I had to give it back.
And what colour are you changing it to? Oh, sorry. Is that for another TV show?
No, it's obviously because I've got one. It's the club that owns the car, so it's a statement. This is our car. This is our club. Blah blah blah. So it's going to the Gucci show outside Silverstone with the ring. Yeah, let me know that. I'm sure.
Because if you take away the pestering of the officials completely and just leave it all out there,
It's very difficult at the time.
entertainment.
I think
We're
I'm
entertainers.
pretty sure it was in '94. I bought it in '96. It might have been '94. I bought it in '95.
Tell Paul that's Paul about that one, because I don't remember anybody whinging on that we are here. This past 2 months, people, the shit they whinge on to do, it's a whole history of battle.
Anyway, so
It's just like poor baby child, poor baby, some of my children,
Yeah, you helped a bit.
most of which isn't coming.
You got participation.
It's comforting so much because it's been much more better as well. Been around a while.
If you come across it, to be fair, you can probably search it on you know, when you go to was it Tax My Car or Tax Car or Car Tax Check, whatever it is in GovUK. If it's in the UK, you can find out. If it's gone overseas, if you find out, when it was that or a Skyline,
we had the lady in there doing a bit of content.
80,000 was itching.
Not to get the mic back, just
They,
to sit down. You should have just said.
Paul Walker died and they just went astronomical price. I bought mine 10 years ago for £8 grand. I've been told
This
that's
is why I have
You don't
fun
mind.
with my stock account. Because when I worked in an office, we had a coffee where you find twice the size of that. With a double one where you
mine's
build
J-spec,
put
so
all
it's worth
the
a bit more money. It's
yeah,
also got
and then put another one in.
It came on
I was
BBS
in the office and I wasn't in the
in
office.
Japan.
So rather than
So I
you
was like a uniform cop on response, so I could.
How much is that?
Shit in the office.
I haven't figured that one out.
I have
But
like
they're going to
coffee
America
and
right
coffee.
now and they're going for like 60, 70 grand.
Don't
America
remember
literally
that.
just throwing money.
Like acid problem is caused by
It's ridiculous.
the muscles at the top of the
If I ever
skull.
get rid of one, that's why I don't want to sell it. For one, I crashed it. Two,
And
I like it.
excess
Three, I've rebuilt it. If I get rid of it, I'll never get a
chocolate or coffee.
Two good things.
Do you drink a lot of coffee? It's just those 8 years
What's our next
of
round?
the job I did. Where I had a full
Fullback? Yeah, fullback.
I worked closely with.
I'm bringing the fullback if you want. If you've got fun time.
I certainly have.
We should try different
I love
coffees. Go and have coffee.
I'll bring it a fullback round.
of the morning.
Probably on the Monday though. I won't be there till Saturday.
Sandwich?
There's a queue.
What? Is it?
Yeah, I can't go up there with
Not in it, not in it standing there, are you?
What's the whole point? I'm not going to go up there with my coffee. I mean, I could. It'd be awkward. You need to buy a coffee, sir.
finally, it's the main thing.
I know the one you're on about. Yeah, it was like £100 reserve. Yesterday. Yeah. Just keep an eye on that. 2002, the last junior race, that close to BB6. You need to come here whilst that race is on. All right, and then when that race ends, and you'll swap with me.
It was absolutely, totally solid run. So you would have spent in the interim probably about 20 grand.
30 grand for a DB6.
Oh, they went 50. Yeah, but they went after 2002. It was stupid. They still are. But I think I would have paid over the course of the entire period, it's like 10, 15 years. I would have paid probably 55, 60 grand for it and shifted in the app.
And yeah, you wouldn't have to have 5 jobs or 6 jobs. You could retire from a couple.
Well, I've retired, I'm having forced retirement from one. So
Having forced retirement.
I have to believe. No, Avid will arrange some policy this way. Well, I bought fish yesterday. What, you got ready to put up fish? By way. She's already up the tank. Yeah. No, you couldn't put anything in it. No, because we've got to run them for weeks before you put anything in them.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Right, okay.
So you put everything in them apart from the fish, and then you run the tank to get all the nitrates and
Their bacteria for the
I
fish.
looked on top of the fish, mate. I just gave up before I even finished.
Well, what's basically happened is
It started on me.
Basically got a little tiny tank.
All right,
I'll do that again.
She got a tiny tank, and then she got another tank, and that other tank caused problems. So you had to put it in a tiny tank. Because you've got 2 fish you can't put in the same tank together. Then you've got a big tank. And I went to see bigger at some point, and this is the big tank.
They are very good to watch. It's just very kind of
Cheese and tomato.
for fuck's sake. Ham and tomato.
That's what I said.
If they can
I said ham.
cheese, ham and tomato would be even
Knees
better.
and toes, cheese, ham, tomato, knees and toes.
I'm going to come back with cheese and tomato and no bread.
I know, you're going to come back with tomato.
Exactly, yeah.
Instead of tomato sandwich.
On the vine, yeah.
Ham and cheese and tomato. Cheese and ham. They're working on it.
Can I steal some batteries now just in case? What do you need for left?
We have very short of batteries. No, you have just in case batteries. It's a charge. It's going to need to be a lot of charging over time.
How much do you need charging?
They'll need bringing in from there and putting in here, but it won't charge. So the amount they're taking out there is probably about 5 days. Like when I recharged it after last time, it was like, no, not really.
Oh, just to keep the discharge ready.
Got about 6 hours.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be, maybe appropriate if we run the whole thing collapse halfway through, but it's fine.
Yeah. You're going to go to all that one. Shit, Friday's it.
You just sacked me again for a race.
Yeah, mate, that's junior Rolex. You can have a little break. Then come back for the senior Rolex.
Well, hello and welcome back to the afternoon and many heats. Joe is late arriving.
I've been talking to the paddock.
You've been gossiping, haven't you?
I've been gossiping, of course. I've been gathering intel.
You've been gossiping
in the paddock.
So a slightly longer lunch break than we were expecting, if I'm really honest with you. But we are back and we are running and we're about to go on with the first of the senior Rotax heats for the afternoon. I think you can give us the top 10. That's about what we have time for. No, you can't find the
No, I
right page.
can. Shane Collinson, who a driver I am familiar with. Shane on the pole position, just gathering the field up there. Jamie Rogers, Shane, by the way, running with Louis this weekend.
Oh, right,
George Sanders and Kieran Gifford on row 2. Tommy Lee Davis and Archie Lyons are on row 3. With Hayden Phillips, Aidan Rudge, row 4. Row 5 is Matthew Herbert and Andy Ambrose. Then we've got Tom Patterson, Harry Maynard. They're just at the boot now, Nick. So we're about to get underway. So I'm going to hand back to you to take us away for the rest of the day.
Rest of the day, yes. Probably when Eddie comes and sits on the chair. He's not having a chair, he's standing.
Eddie's coming in later
to stand
to join us, yes.
Okay. Engines are being lightly choked, or the fuel being pinched out of the line, and away they go, and it's vertically in the 92 pops out of line, seeming a couple of through oblivion. And then, of course, was Tom Patterson trying that move. They stream through the first couple of corners, all clean. Absolutely dry as a bone now out there. There is a chance of a kind of a flurry of showers coming around about 3 o'clock. In the second place has gone the 20 of Kieran Gifford. He was scored the second. He dropped to third, back in the second again. And I'm assuming, even though I can't see the number, that it is Jamie Rogers leading as we go round into Pryor and is it Pryor? Parker. Can't read
and Chapman.
Whose writing is that?
That's mine.
It's terrible. You should be a doctor. It's that bad.
Shane Collinson is about to lose that lead to the number 28 of Kieran Gifford. No surprise there. Kieran absolutely just metronomic this season in the Junction 6 NKC. But Shane here on a bit of a research mission looking towards more participation in the Junction 6 NKC. This weekend, though, it's all about the O plate, and as we see Kieran Gifford just pull out a little bit of a cushion, that's not really a surprise, is it?
No, pushing well. Now, I'm a bit confused. Isn't there a kart 106 in that? Who isn't showing up any of the scoring?
We've got that
The
car.
second place kart is kart 106, but no one's picked up his transponder.
Shane Collinson on the 166 is not. Yeah, it's his transponder.
And that's not us. That's the actual transponder. So
he's
he will be scored
on the Alpha
currently
Lifetime
second. So that kart, the leading kart there, the red and the white machine, that is not being picked up. He's in second place. So third place is now the 89 of. Fourth place 89 Tommy Lee Davis, 59 Jamie Rogers, then 89 Tommy Lee Davis. So Kieran Gifford, as you can see, a little bit of a lead.
Shane Collinson losing out again. The 59 Jamie Rogers just sneaking by. This is what mixed grids will give you every single time. Archie Lyons now lining up for a move on Shane Collinson, and Shane's going to have a train of karts just queuing up behind him. This was kind of textbook there, just jink to the left and then to the right. It's a late turn in there, as you found out last night, isn't it?
It is late turn, yes.
It's a late turn in, so you kind of leave the door open.
What I did find out last night, and I think we both did, is that actually it's nothing like as sharp as you think it is around Christmas Corner. It's a much faster bend.
It's because it's uphill, and slightly cambered in your favour.
Helping you along, the whole way.
Yeah, so you can carry a lot of speed up there.
Because I came in the first time, gave it the full-on brake, thinking it was a hairpin, and thought, that's kind of, that needs to be a little bit quicker.
And that's why you finished behind me.
3,000. Well, let's not go to that, because we all know the reason I finished behind you in 2 of the races was nothing to do with me. I had a bad car.
Yes, anyway, more of that later.
Very
because
sad.
Right now, Kieran Gifford's checked out, with Jamie Rogers in second, Shane Collinson, who's
now being scored.
He's now being scored, but he's still maintaining that third place, and if anything, he's got a bit of a cushion. The karts behind that number 166 is where the train of karts are basically queuing up. Now, the kart behind him is Tommy Lee Davies, and then behind Tommy Lee Davies is the current 177 NKC champion, Phil Howarth.
In the 5, with the gold helmet. Let's pick out Phil on the gold, coming towards you, blue and yellow kart.
But behind Phil, Aidan Rudge, and then Jensen Watts. Now, Jensen Watts has been absolutely formidable in the previous 2 rounds of the Junction 6 NKC. So there, I think that's what's moving through there.
He certainly lent on the person he got past there. I don't know who that was, because he was scored as right behind Philip. May have been Hayden Phillips. Because I think Howarth also moving forward with the helmet, the golden helmet. He's waving. Thank you very much. You've got. Oh, look, yeah, there's Jensen behind. This is going to be a battle of the behemoths of senior Rotax, isn't it? Because these two have had a major play. I would like to, whilst we're on looking at Phil Howarth, I'd like to say for all of you who watched the race, the final last time,
You're going to have to let that go, Nick.
I was right.
You're going to have to let that go.
But I was right, wasn't I?
Yes, you were.
Thank you.
Phil confirmed
I
that you
was
were
right.
correct.
There
Your
we go.
assessment was correct.
It was.
We're talking about the previous round last month. It is completely and utterly irrelevant for the all-plate, but you just wanted to say that you were right.
I certainly
which
did.
is a very rare occurrence. Meanwhile, you've got... I love the way Phil taps his helmet.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine, I'm going to tap my helmet and say, let's just run together because I'm ahead of you.
Yeah, and
so don't try and challenge me.
Let's run together.
And catch the guy in front.
Yeah.
Which is Shane Collins, who's found... you see how his tyres were sliding around earlier? The tyres have now come on, and Shane's finding pace. So Shane's got pace. He's got a driver behind him who's very, very familiar with these Maxxis tyres in the form of the current 177 champion. And there he goes, Philip Howarth. Philip Howarth down the inside there, just underneath our camera. Harry there, up on the hill of Christmas.
You like Christmas, don't you?
I do love Christmas. Harry loves Christmas. He loves that spot. And now Philip Howarth pulling away from Shane Collinson. Now next on Shane Collinson's agenda is keeping back Jensen Watts, and we know how much pace he has on these Rotax 162s with the Maxxis tyre.
Watts needs to get past Collinson to get closer to Howarth. Howarth sweeps around the pit bend. They're going nice and wide, shaking their insides. Now already lining up that move is the 93 of Watts. He's going to try and pretty much pop out a Christmas corner. I tell you, he's got an early run. Didn't even need the slipstream, so he's going to move up one place, and it's going to be the Howarth and Watts show. But they are, just to remind you, they are in third and fourth. They're not in. They're fourth. They are third and fourth, aren't they? Yeah, rather than fourth and fifth.
Yeah, I mean, Kieran Gifford. We've got a red flag.
Red flag.
We've got a cart off at the boot.
Oh right, yeah.
Which is the reason
I think it's
suspect.
I think it's the 33 of Archie Lyons, I'm afraid.
Okay. So just looking back at the protagonists at the front, Kieran Gifford, for instance, currently second in the championship with dropped scores. Finley Watson is the driver that's currently leading. We've had, it was round 2 that Kieran Gifford was absolutely dominant on. Oh, I've got chips as well. That's a nice surprise. Not going to be able to do that neat, are we? That's just going to torture me. So we've got an incident there. The carts have pulled up at the boot.
I'm now making sure you're talking until the chips get cold.
Okay.
Well, the chips
That's
are down.
probably when I can eat them.
Has this race run long enough not to restart it?
Yes, it has. We've got a minute and...
It stopped at 5
2
minutes,
minutes, wasn't it?
It stopped at 5:20. The last lap, as you can see, you scored at 5 minutes 20, so it stopped about 5:45. 45.
So it's got 2.5 minutes left. So they may get it back underway. I'm just looking for Jensen Watts, who has been formidable in the past 2 rounds, rounds 3 and 4. 2 heats, a third place in the first heat, second, a win in the second and third heats, and then a win in the final at round 3. He won heat number 1, came second in heat number 3, and took the final at the previous round here, round 4. So Jensen Watts is very, very quick, we know, at this place, at Whilton Mill. At the moment, Jensen had Philip Howarth
Well, he got
behind,
past, he got
just
pa-
ahead of him.
Yeah,
he got past Collinson.
Yeah, but not when they were scored in that lap. So if they actually go back to the last full lap, that will be the result, and he will be scored as 5th, not 4th.
Yeah, it will go back to the previous lap. So that is what we will do if there is indeed a restart. So we're just tending to that instant there, just off our camera, with the driver receiving some attention.
Yeah, the driver has a suspected... I think he's limping away, which is good. I think they were worried he might have broken his leg. Looks like he's just actually hurt his ankle, which is good news. Driver up, conscious, uncomfortable, I think I would say.
Yes. You know what it's like to be at Whilton Mill and...
break your rib.
Break your rib. Yes.
I still think that the most remarkable story that was actually in the final. That's my ARCS test that broke my rib.
I bet that really impressed the examiner, did it?
I thought it might be a fail, so I didn't actually mention it at all.
Did he fail you?
No, I passed.
Oh, you passed. Yeah. That's where you conducted yourself.
Well, as long as you know the flags don't fall off the track, which you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you did fall off the track.
Yeah, but you had to go a certain pace, and so I was going a certain pace, which meant going right wide, and there wasn't as much runoff in those days, in 2002.
Oh, yes, of course. There wasn't, was there? Yeah. That's why they created that runoff, because of
my rib.
Yeah.
It's called Nick's Rib Corner.
Nick's Rib Corner, yeah.
So, yeah, I got a whole Rotax set up in 2002 and never raced it.
Gives us a bit of downtime to talk about 2024, Nick.
Oh,
because
yes.
there was a big announcement this week.
Yes.
The NKC 2024 calendar was announced.
I think what I'd like to do is before that is just talk about what's still to come in 2023.
We could even do that.
Because we have 2 more rounds in NKC. We have Fullbeck in 3 weeks' time, and then the month after that we go down to finish season at Clay Pigeon. Now, that is the end of the NKC, but not the end of karting live TV for the season.
No, not at all.
Because we are very select in our events. We're not 2 events a weekend, we're select events. And we have selected the event at Warden Law, the Autumn Cup. It's running on the 10th, 11th, 12th of November. Live
yes.
11th of 12th, and it is a fantastic opportunity to race on what is probably, to be honest, the premier circuit in the country these days, with these facilities and everything else that Matt's put into it. And you have an announcement about the 177 class.
Yeah, it's keep an eye on the socials, because we are going to include a 177 class on Max's tyres.
And that's because
so everybody watching this who's connected to a 177 driver or competitor, spread the word, because we are running a class for 177s who have become pretty non-existent other than in the NKC. It's become the 177 British Championship, the NKC, in my opinion. It's just not, it just hasn't got that moniker, but it certainly is, standards-wise. So we look forward to the Autumn Cup. Meanwhile, back at the York Plate at Whilton Mill, more of the Autumn Cup later in our broadcast from there.
Are they going off? They are. That's it. That's the end of that one. That has been called. So that race was called at the position it was in, and they've actually wound it back to 6 laps. They've wound it back even further. So that's the actual result there on the screen, I think, for you.
Right. Kieran Gifford takes the win. Jamie Rogers second. Phil Howarth third. Am I missing somebody?
No. Shane Collinson's fourth.
Shane Collinson's fourth. Jensen Watts fifth. They've just got those numbers round the wrong way. That's what confused me. Aidan Rudge sixth, seventh Tommy Lee Davis, ninth was Braden Hill, eighth was Toby Case. Top 10 finish for Andy Ambrose, Alex McGee 11th, Reece Pope 12th, Matt Lewin 15th, Ryan Mills 16th, Matthew Lambert 14th. Sorry, they're all over the place. I'm not even going to look at that. But that will bring to a conclusion the first heat for Senior Rotax.
There we go.
We've got Mini Maxes out next. Our good friend Eddie Stewart, who joined us for a bit of commentary and a bit of insight.
Boss Racing then?
No, he's not. No, he's not. He's going to join us later on for the final Junior Rotax heat of the day. It's just nice to have a bit of insight from a lad who's driving and competing.
Well, his mum said that he got inspired by the kids' commentary on F1 that Hungarian did when the race.
Yeah, they did. Yes. Yeah.
He was inspired by that.
Yeah,
and that's cool.
Yeah, I know we enjoy doing this job. It keeps us involved in the sport, doesn't it? You know, we're quite lucky. We get to travel all over the world following car racing and karting and
yeah, you said that,
and you with your RC stuff.
You turn around
well.
and you think, did we read it? I think, oh yeah, because we went in the case of 6 weeks, we went to Kuwait, Dubai, and to Daytona, didn't we? So you kind of go, yeah, fair enough, yeah. Okay. It's not all Spa and Snetterton.
No, it's not. Right, out next then is indeed the Mini Max, smallest grid, 9 karts, but we've got quite a championship developing in NKC. And most of those championship protagonists are here with us to fight over the O plate. Eddie Stewart, our colleague, now we can call him that.
That's it.
Is on the pole position.
I'm still not paying him.
Control. We can invoice you. You just don't have to pay it.
Well, that'd be one of our colleagues, wouldn't it?
Controlling, putting into practice everything he told us he was going to do.
Putting in an invoice, yeah.
Yes. So Eddie will take this field round and then start slowing down.
Completely. It's a running joke that one of the people who works for us never puts an invoice in. And he phoned me up and said, how much? And he prepared the whole thing. And I said, but 2 weeks later, you haven't sent an invoice. I said, no, I was only doing the draft.
The draft?
Of the invoice, yeah.
The draft?
Yeah.
That's incredible.
That's Johnny Palmer. Johnny Palmer, BTCC commentator for ITV, will also be at the Autumn Cup.
I'll talk more of the Autumn Cup later.
You told me to...
Right, Eddie Stewart, Riley Thatcher, Daniel Parsons, Daniel Hartley, Max Carlton, Andrew Dixon, Lucy Lovell, Harris Roberts and Sonny Morgan.
That's a terrible start.
Yeah, but we're getting them underway, I think. There's no false start flag for sure. And it is
Eddie's third.
Yeah, he got leapfrogged, didn't he?
Fourth.
He got leapfrogged, and he's getting mugged towards Christmas Corner. Into the lead there. Who's that? The 63 of Daniel Hartley. He's the one who timed it really well from the second row of the grid, in fact. And Daniel Hartley going off into the lead already through Ashby. Heading towards Parker now. And then the black liveried cart, sinister black cart of the 26. Is that 26 or 25?
25 is Andrew
25.
Dixon in
Andrew
the
Dixon.
all black. He's a New Zealander.
Andrew Dixon is a name that I don't recognise, so he's a newcomer to NKC karting on the Maxxis tyre, which is an unfamiliar tyre to people who first come to this series. Normally run on Mojo tyres, but Maxxis tyre is the tyre of the NKC.
The Bridgestone not still make tyres, then?
I think they do, but nobody really runs on them these days.
Everything used to be Bridgestone.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100 Britons were on Bridgestones.
Vega make tyres?
Vega are here today.
Okay.
100 Supers are on Vega.
Oh, right, excellent.
Yeah, very sticky tyre. Great battle though. Already, Daniel Hartley, Andrew Dixon, Riley Thatcher, Eddie Stewart down to fourth from Paul. Harris Roberts, Sonny Morgan up from the back of the grid to sixth. Lucy Lovell, Max Cartland, Daniel Parsons rounding off the 9-cart field. Andrew Dixon, he's meaning business there, tucking himself down behind the front fairing, just reducing the airflow. But out in front, Daniel Hartley looks comfortable, doesn't he? He does look comfortable.
Our Earthcore commentator think it's a nightmare. Eddie dropped down to fifth now. I don't know whether he's got a problem with the cart. It's
well,
not
he did
running
say
quite clear. He's about to go sick by the looks of it. I think he's just got a performance issue on the cart. He didn't start, and they've just been dropping back on pace. I know his mum was saying how many spare parts she bought for it, which was a bit of an issue.
Yes.
One of the horses isn't eating it tonight, so it just gets grass rather than oats. But the top two racing away at the front of the Mini-Max heat, 2 minutes down, 5 and a bit to go.
Both of those drivers are newcomers to NKC, Nick, by the way. Both Daniel Hartley and Andrew Dixon.
This is a dead series, isn't it? In the Max world, isn't it? It's now into Max or something.
Yeah, it's completely different. It's smaller chassis and narrower tyres in the MSUK regulations.
No, got replay. It's lovely.
Replay of carts going away from us. That's lovely. This is the replay of I don't know what Paul's doing.
Race entirely.
That's
from a previous race replay. Oh well, we've got the set now.
Now we've got an empty track. Here we go. Now we're back. We're back with the leaders. So these two newcomers.
What I love is you never let someone get away with something.
Who, me?
Yeah.
No, everyone saw that. What are you talking about?
I think it's your police background. I think you feel you have to report
the finger.
Report the incident.
Report the offence.
I was perambulating in front of a karting live TV programme, but I did notice a moment when there were no cars on the picture.
That wasn't an incident.
I said to my officer,
that wasn't an incident, that was an offence. And I'm going to caution you, Paul, for that offence.
Yeah, so Hartley from Dixon. Anyway, but it's
two newcomers. That's where we were.
There we are. Yeah,
two brand new drivers to the series, and I've got to say, showing the regulars the way here at Whilton Mill. Eddie was telling me that there's two very quick drivers, or two or three really quick drivers have come from other series like Super One and the like, and have joined us here at Whilton Mill for the O Plate. And maybe, you know what, there's a lot of drivers here and competitors here on a bit of a research mission, just feeling out the NKC and the Maxxis tyre.
And the commentary team.
And hopefully not the live stream.
No. We've had a good day so far.
Yeah, so far.
Anyway, no, because what we did, in F1 they had those moments they say just turn up the sound and listen to the sound. We just gave everyone 22 minutes of that.
What you mean when me and Gaz was here?
Yeah.
I do not believe
No one commented. No one. That's the worrying thing. There's hundreds of people watching and no one said, "Oh, we're the commentators."
Yeah, they probably thought, "Thank God those two have shut up."
Well, it wasn't me anyway, so
I you don't care, do you?
No.
You're not really cared at all.
And I had the chair because guys were standing.
So with 3.5 minutes remaining, these two look like this is a high-speed game of chess, Nick.
Oh, is it?
Because Andrew Dixon has certainly got the pace to follow Daniel Hartley, but I'm questioning whether he's just biding his time. Now remember, under the gantry, you can clearly see that timer, and that timer showing 3 minutes and 10 seconds. So Daniel Hartley has certainly got the pace, but the question is, Andrew Dixon is equaling him on pace, and will he line him up? He's in the slipstream. No, he's happy to sit there, you see. I tell you why, because Daniel Hartley was the last of the lid breakers there, our leader. Absolutely on the edge there towards the braking area, and at the very last minute, he slammed the brakes on.
Teammates? I know they haven't, because one hasn't got a sticker set, I
sure.
assume for weight. But they've both got the same sort of iridium visors, and they've both got the same purple engine radiator cooling flap thing.
I know, yeah, the flaps are down actually, so I'm not sure they've checked their engine temps.
Whoa.
Now there's a battle for first and second this one, but just behind in the back of the shot is the battle for second place.
Third place.
Third and fourth place. Harris Roberts has Sonny Morgan right with him, and Sonny currently second in the championship.
No.
And those two absolutely on the edge as well. Harris Roberts, I'm trying to see where Harris has been with us, because Harris Roberts is also a newcomer to this year's series. I'm pretty sure we've seen Harris out last year.
And Harris won the time attack, didn't he?
Yes, he did. Yeah. So 3 newcomers to the NKC. And as I say that, I look back up at the screen and Sonny Morgan's gotten by him. So Sonny Morgan, having got by Harris Roberts, is now breaking free, and we'll see if that yellow and blue kart with the blue nose cone with the yellow trim, the 27 there, just crossing the line using all of that road on the right there into oblivion, out of crooks. There's the battle for the lead though, and with just under 90 seconds remaining, the question is Andrew Dixon shaping up for a challenge of the lead? This is the first of the Minimax heats, so still all to play for, and this will define, along with the points gathered in our time attack sessions, this will define our grid positions for the all-important final.
It's all about the finals.
It absolutely isn't it. I can't see it any more than I am, or I will.
And you have.
And I have, and I will continue, because it really is. I think Hartley's got this in. I think he's got control of this.
Well, he's got 2 laps. Yeah, this one and one more. I think they'll be right on the cusp of actually getting another lap. It's going to be really close, but I think they might. He's certainly in control of his braking, that's for sure, Daniel.
They're both on the edge, aren't they?
So they're pushing hard. They aren't braking Sonny Morgan. He's 1.1 seconds behind, having got into third place. Harris Roberts in fourth. Eddie Stewart's got one back. He's got Powers, Riley Thatcher, and back up to fifth. Then you got Parsons, Carlton, and Lucy Lovell, who's been left behind a bit in this one. Not quite sure why.
Yeah, Lucy had a good run here last
month.
There's
there
the
move.
Goes. There's the move into the boot.
No, door shut out the inside. It's going to be a 4-corner pass. And there goes Dixon through, and they open the door for Morgan behind. Morgan goes swinging wide. And can he get through? But no, it's not only this 1, 2, and 3. Hartley now into second place.
They got the last lap board as well there. Final lap board show. Here's the battle for the lead. Andrew Dixon now leading, and Sonny Morgan into second place there ahead of Hartley.
Yep.
So Andrew Dixon as Sonny Morgan, currently second in the championship, down the inside at Ashby. Can he do the switchback using all the curb? He does indeed. Morgan, he just ran out of curbing there, didn't he? He needed another couple of metres. Now we are defending because it's the last lap, and Andrew Dixon defends with all he knows, looks over his shoulder, ducks his head down. Sonny Morgan into the boot. Sonny Morgan right on the tail of the leading number 25 out of the boot, and it's going to be almost 3 wide, is it? No, not quite. Can Sonny Morgan pull alongside? And look at that right at the end. Ooh. Right at the line, the gap was 0.073, 73 thousandths of a second between Sonny Morgan in second and the winner Andrew Dixon, who, I've got to say, drove a very, very canny race there. He just sat on the back of Daniel Hartley, who was absolutely on the limit of that kart. Hartley had to settle in the end for third place. Harris Roberts right on his tail by just a 10th there. Eddie Stewart managed to get himself back up to 5th. Riley Thatcher 6th. Daniel Parsons 7th. And it was Max Carlton and Lucy Lovell at the rear of this 9-kart field. So great racing.
Yeah, it all changed, didn't it? That move for the lead when Dixon challenged Hartley, it lost them both so much time that it brought Sonny Morgan straight back into play. Morgan came through, took that second place. Hartley had to go to third after losing it up at the Christmas corner, and Dixon serenely moved away by almost a 10th of a whole second. But top 4 in 4:10. Eddie Stewart, then Riley Thatcher, Parsons, Carlton, and Lovell. So a great start to the mini-max. Obviously, the thing to remember is there are heats today and heats tomorrow and another time attack tomorrow, and then of course all the finals for the normal NKC and the KZ, they are tomorrow. We have one final today at the end of the day, which is the 100 Super. The 100 Super is the smoky, smelly wonder machines, which are actually out at the moment, I think, aren't they?
We've got other smoky, smelly wonder machines.
TKMs,
TKMs, the other smoky lot.
But the wonder smoky machines, they are just here for Saturday.
Smaller than usual grid of TKMs,
yes,
12 for it. Yeah, not sure why everyone hasn't come out to play. We've got 11 carts. We had 12 carts who qualified, but 11 carts out.
I think I know why.
Why is that?
It was the TKM Festival last weekend.
Ah, there you go, mate. That is it. Where was that?
I want to say
Kimbleton?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's probably the answer. So, Alexander Lehman. There's the 12th cart. Bit of a late start. It just couldn't quite get that cart to pick up and run. So we've got Alexander Lehman, Joseph Phillips on row 1. Row 2 is Tom Johnson, Andrew Platt, Charlie King and Mitchell Ball. That's going to be a stonker, isn't it? On row 3, Harvey Roth and Jack Ransom are on row 4. Row 5 is Will Cregeen and Matthew Temple-Purcell. Olivia Jenkins and Joseph Jacks are on the back. We're going to get this underway, so the late starter will start very much at the back of this field. Breathe it in, breathe that 2-stroke smoke in, everybody, because we're already racing up towards Christmas Corner, getting very, very busy indeed. The leader, though, 91, Alexander Lehman, led from pole position all the way to Christmas.
Big mover is Charlie King there, Joe. He's made at least 2 positions. He's getting very aggressive. We're going to get a third and fourth as the 42 car. Johnson really had his car in the wrong place as he attempted to get the lead. Not sure whether that's going to affect King or not. But they come in. King's got the inside. So King here looking to go to second place from 5th on the grid. So that's the man with the green helmet in the 26. He's now chasing the leader, which is that 91 of Alexander Lehman. But certainly the moves in the first couple of, first lap of King is quite remarkable. He's really just, I don't know whether he's got his tyres warmed up, whether he's got his engine on tune. He managed to get the thing cleaned up better than the others. But now he's looking very threatening to be in the lead by the time they get to Christmas.
Yeah, my money was on Charlie King. He's currently leading the Junction 6 NKC in this class, and there's Charlie King there moving through and into the lead at Christmas. It's kind of a textbook kind of move there. Momentum all the way off through Oblivion and Crooks, and then all the way up the hill into the braking area where he made that move. Now behind him, with a flapping nose fairing there on that number 91 of Alexander Lehman.
Ooh.
I'm not sure whether that's slowing him down, but
he's pushed out. He's hung out to dry there, wasn't he?
He's been knocked back about 5 places there as Alexander Lehman, as the leader Charlie King has checked out there in the green helmet. Behind him, though, we've still got a train of
Rolf has got the second and fourth, so Rolf is the big winner of that. The big losers, we know, is Alexander Lehman down to 6th, but Rolf now goes from 4th to 2nd and gapping the 3rd and 4th. The kind of the biggest battle at the moment is 3rd and 4th, and popping out for a little look around. Yet the 42 of Johnson drops down, and Mitchell Ball, obviously the man behind Junction 6, moves into 3rd.
Yeah, Mitchell Ball carrying the number 2 vice champion from 2022. Current NKC champion, twice champion, Louis Bevan, not choosing to turn out, probably because of the festival, like you mentioned there. But our 12 drivers are here and having a bit of a ball. No pun intended there for Mitchell.
Well done.
We've still got plenty of racing time, and this race, just looking at the entry list, was always going to be down to Charlie King and Mitchell Ball. We saw it here last month in this round, and those 2 flex drivers just coming through there, Harvey Roth and Mitchell Ball. I think that's a flex car. It's not Rolf Racing, is it?
Well, I think Harvey Rolf is probably Rolf Racing. You've got Mitchell. I thought Mitchell ran himself. Oh, got a massive tank slapper on there as he came into braking for Chapman.
Yeah, beginning to see Mitchell Ball just lining himself up. We see this all the time in TKM, don't we? The number 2, they're very, very experienced driver in this class. And Tom Johnson not that far away behind him in 4th. Behind them, Joseph Phillips, Alexander Lehman, Will Cregeen. Remember, Will was the driver that had that problem that totally took him out of the time attack.
There we go.
And there's Mitchell Ball. That's what we've been waiting to see. We knew it was coming, and that's where it happened.
And Cregeen looking to see if he can pick up the pieces actually and do a double pass and make a really bad couple of corners for Rolf, but Rolf okay, holds back onto the tail of Ball and will benefit obviously from the slipstream, which will certainly help keep him a little bit further distance from Tom Johnson, the 42. The 42 is the dark cart, the back one of these three. We've got a couple of... there's a lot of teams do like yellow and blue, don't they? Yellow and blue is very popular these days, so it's a stripy kind of humbug helmet. Oh, and that's an interesting back out there by Rolf, but it's a humbug red and white helmet, the helmet you love, of course, being a Sunderland fan, of Mitchell Ball in second. Let's hope they can get some points today, otherwise you'll be playing us next year.
Oh, mate, don't even talk about football right now. As Mitchell Ball, great helmet design, by the way. That, you know what? Did I mention that the last time we saw Mitchell?
I think
with his red and white striped helmet?
You're not going to not mention it, are you, really?
No, I'm not.
The only person who goes around, he goes to every single supermarket just praising the Signal toothpaste because it's red and white.
I tell you what, I'm a bit surprised by the way that Harvey Roff and Tom Johnson have been able to keep a handle on Mitchell Ball, and if anything, Harvey Roff there coming back through and into second and ahead of Mitchell Ball. So this is a pure race that we're seeing here. These three carts in second, third, and fourth place, with Charlie King ahead of them in first. They are very, very close on pace. It's not like they've got, you've not like got a driver that's moving up the order because of the mixed grids. These three are very, very evenly matched, and we've got a cracking race to boot.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, they really are running, well, as you can see, within... you could have put an envelope over them, couldn't you, Joe? And that's
so close you could pitch a tent over them.
That's copywriter Andrew Marriott. The leader, King, they've got that second lead. It's nice cushion, especially when the people behind you are having a scrap, because that'll always slow them down slightly.
Now then, Mitchell Ball, I'm not going to say he was surprised by Harvey Roff. You know what? He knows who he's been racing with. He knows who he's racing with in this series. So there's absolutely no surprise to see Harvey Roff up there with him. Here they come again then. Can Mitchell Ball have another look down the inside? Both of them absolutely on the last chance of breaking there to make the corner there. And they do look really close, Nick, don't they? That's, you know what, when you're in that situation, battling like that, there's not a better feeling in the world. It's a cracking pastime, this.
The third person, Johnson there, I can't help think he's sitting there thinking, well, I probably haven't got the pace, but I could really pick up some pieces here. There's an excellent chance that one or t'other will make a mistake. And obviously, the ideal situation for him is for the two of them to have a minor coming together and him to sneak past both of them.
That's
so he is looking quicker than earlier on. So I think he's one of the guys who either tyre pressure or engines are coming on as the where the temperature gets on, because he was quite easily passed earlier, but now he seems quite punchy, and you could see that grey cart with the white helmet of Tom Johnson getting past Mitchell Ball in the Sunderland helmet. Probably not Sunderland helmet, but hey ho. They rolled back into second, by the way.
They're just coming back together. They've just concentrated out. It looked like Roth was going to pull away, but he hasn't. It was just the way that things ebb and flow. And I think you're right about Tom Johnson. We've seen Tom's pace in previous NKC rounds. Down the inside,
and Mitchell dropping back.
Yeah, Mitchell had to make room for him, didn't he? There was no shenanigans went on there. So Mitchell not quite having the pace to get in. He got into second place, but then his pace has kind of waned a little bit.
Has waned or the others picked up?
That's a very good point, Nick.
Because they're gaining on the leader, by the way. They're gaining about 10th on the leader each. I mean, it's not... Charlie King is not under any threat. It's only a 10th of a second. But they are obviously moving. And Roth, as you can see, who was easy meat earlier on, is gapping quite easily. It looks like the 42 of Johnson and the 2 of Mitchell Ball are pretty evenly matched, actually. And the advantage of being behind, and that Mitchell, to prove that, nips up round Ashby, manages to hold it just on that rumble out, looks behind, going, ha-ha, I've got your back. Now Johnson, of course, went past here, going into Chapman a second ago. Ooh, that's fine. So, backing out, but this one's not over by a long shot.
No. It's going to be over very soon by way of the checkered flag coming out. I'm going to cough, Nick. So I'm going to...
Okay. Now the question is, I think they've got 2 more to go, actually. Yep, they got this one and one more.
Yeah, they have. They just sneaked by, didn't they, before the clock turned to 0.
Now Johnson has suddenly broken Ball.
I think that's a mistake from Mitchell.
Yeah, I think Mitchell must have had a little bit of a bad bit of lineage.
I mean, you just have to put a wheel off, don't you? And you find yourself.
Well, this is the opposite. This is Louis Bevan. Oh, here we go. It gives me information. He's choosing to sit this weekend out to save some money.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people doing that, and we see that all the time. But thanks for that, Louis. Thanks for keeping us in the loop.
Roth drives for T WM, Tim Wilson Motorsport.
Right, who have got a blue and yellow livery, the same as Flex.
Well, choose a different colour combination.
Yes.
That's what I say.
Yes, here we go towards what will be the checkered flag, because that's Charlie King now, who was about to take this first of the senior TKM heat wins. Behind him, Harvey Roth will chase him down. I think we've got Charlie King there just saving his tyres.
Yeah, it's Ball and Johnson at it like cat and dog. Actually, my cat's dog get on quite well, so, you know.
Well, yes. Can Mitchell Ball make a move here as his last chance? I'm not sure he's got the pace into the boot. He has not. The left-hander. Now the right-hander. And then the second part of the boot. Oh, alongside Mitchell Ball. It was a bit sneaky. It's not exactly what I would consider a passing place there through Pittsbend. But
he got a bit of a no you don't, didn't he? From,
he had a look.
From Johnson. No, not doing that. That's not happening.
Yeah, he had a look. Charlie King takes the win then. Harvey Roth second. Tom Johnson finally clinches third. Mitchell Ball fourth. Joseph Jacks from the back of the grid all the way to fifth place. That was a great drive. Will Cregeen likewise after that tragic occurrence in the time attack session that posted no time. He picked up very little points there. Joseph Phillips 7th, Alexander Lehman 8th, Matthew Temple Purcell in 9th, and then we've got Olivia Jenkins in 10th, Jack Ransom 11th, and 12th is Andrew Platt.
Now, those of you watching on YouTube, we actually are on 2 YouTube channels. We're on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel, which is the one which you should obviously be watching us on, but we're also on the RC Racing TV YouTube channel. The reason for that is that's where we were on last year, so we didn't want to lose you. If you are watching us on the RC Racing TV channel, it'd be lovely if you go and watch us on Karting Live TV. Just search Karting Live TV. Then you can just sign up to the channel. You can subscribe, and you'll get all the information about all our other karting events. But interestingly, somebody who has fallen over our Karting Live is Monkey Magic, and he says, RC has come a long, long way. They look so real. Look, the figurines, even like humans within the cars. Incredible attention to detail. The RC drivers can even open their visors. So healthy detail.
Monkey Magic's an RC fan, isn't he?
Yes, a healthy element of sarcasm, but we take them. So yes, so if you're watching on the RC Racing TV channel, fantastic, lovely to see you. But if you want to go across to Karting Live TV, that'll be great, because also the Karting Live TV YouTube channel is where all our recorded features go. So you can revisit the paddock walks, look at the pit walks, and most importantly, next week find out what was Joe's race of the O plate.
That's going to be. I know it's always a hard one.
Mm-hmm.
It's always a hard one. So which O plate was the O plate of the O plate?
Yes, but I will include the 100 Super in that as well, so that turns out to be good.
Okay. Well,
it's
you know that's going to be the winner, isn't it?
No.
Or the KZs, which are out next.
They are, you see.
The KZs are spectacular. KZs, what's a KZ, I hear you? Not a familiar class in the NKC across the year, but it's a guest class of karting that we have here at the NKC O plate. And a KZ kart is a gearbox kart. It's a 125C engine. Standing start, 0 to 60, off the line, 0 to 60 miles per hour in 1.5 seconds, would you believe? Or thereabouts. It is quite a sight as we release the caged animals from the collecting area. They're about 2.5 to 3 seconds quicker around Whilton Mill than a senior Rotax 162. So
how do they compare price-wise?
I actually don't know, but I suspect with the more hardware that you've got on the kart, with regards to front brakes, a totally different braking system, engine and gearbox, highly tuned, highly stressed engine and gearbox, they're going to be considerably more expensive to maintain, to run, to service. But the pleasure and the challenge that you've got, I mean, virtually, you'll see some of these drivers virtually running around here one-handed. And now, usually, KZs are a standing start.
They're getting
We're going to give them another lap. So
why don't they use paddle shifts?
It's basically it's not electric.
Right.
It's a mechanical. It's a mechanism.
It's a motor gear, but it's one back,
yes,
5 forward.
Yes, something like that. Yes, I'm not sure. I'm not
clutchless,
sure how
I think
it works.
It's clutchless.
Clutch to start.
Do you have a clutch?
Yes.
Have a hand clutch?
Hand clutch. Yeah. We have got a standing start, so it will be Isaac Smith that lines up with Daniel Cebula on the front row of the grid. Row 2 is Ellis Borchier. with Sam Ward alongside. Bailey Wrigglesford will be starting alongside Bo Phillips on row 3. Rhys Llewellyn, Bradley Calder are on row 4. Sylvanus Klimas and Harvey Ribby start on row 5. And rounding off the 12-cart grid will be James Webb and Benjamin Ballou. So here we have the KZs coming round onto the grid to get things underway. They will pull up and it'll be, a la Formula One.
It's weird, isn't it, that the only karting classes that have a standing start are the youngest in the Bambinos and the cadets
and
the fastest. So you practice when you're 8 and never use it again until you're about 26. But of course, it's not the same for
Different
the
beast,
Bambinos
isn't
because they have a centrifugal crutch anyway.
So listen to this, Nick. The engine will rise, and they're off the line. 12. The number 12 did not get off the line. The rest of the carter went round him.
Daniel Sabula.
That could have been very, very naughty indeed. Already into Christmas corner
63.
is the number 63. Is it 123?
I may well misread those.
No, I saw 63, but we haven't got 63 in the entry, so we'll see what information.
Ghost eyes.
It is 63. I have no idea who 63 is.
We'll get the next lap. We'll find out.
Sam Ward.
Be on next lap.
Sam Ward it is. That's who 63 is. That's who our leader is. Right, let's gather this up then as they come across the line for the first time. Sam Ward leads. Bo Phillips on the 18 second. The 1-2-3 numbered Isaac Smith is third. Ellis Borshier is fourth. Daniel Cibula from the front row. He was the cart that got away. It's easy to stall these things, and that's what we saw. We almost saw Daniel stall that. Benjamin Ballou is sixth. Bailey Wrigglesford is seventh. Sylvanus Klimas is eighth. Bradley Calder is ninth. 10th is James Webb, and rounding off 11 carts is Rhys Llewellyn. We did have one non-starter, and that is James Webb. No, he's there. Not sure who the non-starter was. Here we are, though, already around and crossing the line. And it looks like a three-card battle for 4th, 5th and 6th there. Look at that. Look at the speed through
the lead, is it?
Oblivion. The leaders way ahead. That's 4th, 5th and 6th there. And we certainly had a change for position there through Oblivion.
That was the second and third change, I think, wasn't it? Didn't Borshier get past Phillips? Or were they
not sure, Nick.
Jousting. Obviously, Sam Ward, as you say, is away and gone 2 seconds plus ahead.
It's a very, very busy lap. I mean, it's busy enough on a Rotax Max, but then adding gear changes and the like.
Borshier's in second now.
So Borshier ahead of Phillips on the number 377. The carts there, though, that we're looking at, Benjamin Ballou and Daniel Cibula. Isaac Smith on the 123, dropping down the order behind him, almost coming together there. And that's the number 12.
Cibula making up for his bad start.
He's angry, isn't he? He's angry with that.
Oh, we've got someone off. The 19's off at the pit bend. He's trying to get things in neutral to move it. So he's come off. He's
hit the barrier.
He's yamming at the gearbox. I think just trying to get the thing out of gear. Can't find neutral. That was Bradley Calder. Looks like a retirement. Top 3 across the line.
The speed through that final bend here at Whilton Mill is just phenomenal. I mean, it's, they're completely flat out accelerating as the number 12 there through Christmas Corner. And you're right about that corner as well, Nick. That corner you can carry a lot of speed through there, and just watching these KZs through there, it's all right. It's a braking area of sorts, but that's the thing with Whilton Mill. There's not really any really tight, slow corners here.
There's no big stops, are there?
There's no big. That's the word. Big stops. There's no big stops here. As that's the number 18 of Bo Phillips now coming under pressure from Daniel Cibula,
which makes it a corner exit circuit. It's all about the corner exit. It's all about. It is a slow. If slow in fast out is fine. You don't need mid-corner speed. You just need to be accelerating as early as possible through the corner.
Yeah, good point. Here we go up towards Christmas Corner. Cibula there. I wouldn't exactly call that defensive driving, but these three now coming together Very, very busy lap now when you're circulating as closely as these three are. You've got your gears to sort out, you've got your braking areas, you've got your avoidance tactics. And a problem for the number 12. Yeah,
Oh, dear.
number 12, I don't know what that is. He's buzzed the engine or something. Easy to do on a gearbox kart, isn't it? His engine just died there, just pressing the throttle, nothing happening.
He didn't start well, and he's not finished well. So not a great heat one for Daniel Sabula, and he'll drop down to 10th place. Bradley Calder is still sat in the middle. Well, he's moved to a safe place of safety in the middle of the track after his car came off or came to grief at the pits bend and could not be restarted, was stuck in gear. Not an issue, of course, you get with the Rotex carts, because they're all permanent in gear, so they can't get stuck in gear. They do a clutch and to push them, of course. Okay, so here are the orange and red, sort of the old-fashioned shell colours. The 63 of Sam Ward and 377 of Ellis Boucher. That's 1 and 2. So Ward's early lead has been completely eradicated now by Boucher. That's down to 0.2 of a second as they went across the line, firing up towards Christmas Corner. And they break a lot less. It's very, very wide in and wide out. Then through this left-right switchback, before you go through Inkermans and down to Ashby. Probably, even that's not slow, is it?
No.
Especially with
downhill.
With a huge amount of runoff on the outside. You've got a lot of margin of error. This is one of the sharper corners, actually, Chapman. And then come down the back straight, and for another one of the corners, it's sharper. You can still only a lift as you sweep in through the start of the boot. Probably apex speed. Where do you think the apex speed is slowest? Ashby or Christmas or?
I think Ashby.
You think that's slower than Chapman?
Yeah, because it's downhill off camber. You're going to have to check the speed. Here we go then, up the race up towards Christmas now. And just look there, the driver's right hand just going onto the gear lever, down the box and down the box as he turns into the apex. A very, very busy lap now as Ellis Boucher is looking for the areas where he can maybe make a move and gain an advantage. He's on the rear bumper of Sam Ward. Sam Ward on the bright red and orange liveried kart there, the 63. The purple and white kart is Ellis Boucher, who's made his way slowly but surely up the field and then broke free from the rest of the field and closed that gap. Look at the speed through Oblivion and Crooks, though. Phenomenal view, that.
Yeah, they're running some pretty impressive time. Don't forget the advantage of a gearbox kart is with a normal kart you have a fixed drive, which means it is a compromise. It doesn't give you the best acceleration, it doesn't give you the best top speed. It's what that particular track requires. This track, obviously being a fast flowing track, requires more top speed, it does acceleration. But for another track, for example Mansell, which is all hairpins, you want more acceleration. With the gearbox kart, you've got both and things in the middle. So you can go, you have a very short gear for punching out of corners, you have a couple of gears to get you up to speed, and a long gear if you have the straight. But they don't have the other tracks have the straight. And you can really stretch these things out to 90 miles an hour, so they won't get anywhere near that here. The longest run here is spinning up and through towards Christmas. I assume they'll be hitting, what, 75, 80 here, Joe?
Oh, yes, at least, if not more. Towards that, at that point there at Christmas Corner, they've got to be doing 80 miles an hour, if not more. 78 miles an hour, actually. I was told, it's just come back to me. You'll hear from one of our competitors in KZ's in the paddock show tomorrow, in tomorrow's lunchtime break, and I think he explains how fast they are. And then he amended his answer to, I think he said 78. So he worked that out from the gearing, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's the point. It's all about they had lethal acceleration because they got the low gearing. It is about grip. And then, of course, as we mentioned before, the other key thing is their front brakes, which makes them a completely different kettle of fish or kettle of cart. When you want to stop them, it becomes much more like a car. You can stop them in a straight line. You know, you don't kind of turn them on the brakes anymore. You turn them on the throttle, which you can do because you've got low down punch in the lower gears. But the brakes make it the whole thing.
It's still about setting the cart up to rotate to a point to get that straight back axle to turn into the corner. And this bit here where you seem to be constantly turning and then turning once again through Pitts Bend, it looks like Boucher has dropped off slightly now. And you know what, something as the final lap order has gone out, it's something we take for granted is the physicality of this. You know, that the fitness is going to be coming into it. It certainly did last night with the mechanics race, didn't it?
Well, we're lucky it rained.
I was happy with one heat.
Yeah, but it rained.
I was
that was
ready to go home.
So then it got a bit lot easier. Once it's wet, you kind of not really doing any sort of any sort of speed. The G-force goes down to like half.
Yeah, but there's a lot of G-force in these KZs. A lot of G-force in the Rotax classes. You know, junior Rotax Minimax. They're pulling a lot of G through the corner as Sam Ward pulls G through the boot for the final time in this heat, and then through Pitts Bend, and will be the welcome sign of the checkered flag board there, and the checkered flag being waved from the starter. Ellis Boucher will finish in second place. The gap of the line was 2 seconds. And then we've got Bo Phillips in third, Benjamin Ballou in fourth, Bailey Riggalsford, who we speak to in the paddock show tomorrow, fifth. And then in sixth place, Sylvanus Klimas is in sixth place, Isaac Smith seventh. It's Rhys Llewellyn, the Dark Knight, who's our final finisher, just coming through here. He's wearing dark overalls and a black helmet, but he's in a pink and white livery on his KZ card. James Webb we lost on lap 8, Daniel Chabula on lap 5, and Bradley Calder we lost on lap 2, Nick.
Yeah, another great example of the power of the KZ. Good race, it's very close, but a fine win from Sam Ward there. And now
we now go back in time.
Well, it's the first one. It's the first one I've done of these. It's their last heat. It's the first time I talked about them.
We now go back in time. We put you into the NKC time machine and take you back to the 1990s.
We control the horizontal. We control the vertical.
Carts were... Hang on, got a cough again.
Carts were coughable.
Carts were a little bit less reliable.
A awful bit less reliable.
They were a little bit...
Someone's got... There's something there with cameras which are way above what we've got. If you're right.
Oh, yes.
I don't know what he's doing.
Do you want to employ him?
It's not a bad question, actually. It's just doing static stuff.
What's he doing on his weekends?
I think the House of Hundreds have got some... are recording some stuff.
Ah, right, of course. Yeah. Well, it's the House of 100. Now, this
is
all about...
Go for it.
This is all about...
It's just today. It's all about the finals.
No, it's all about...
Today with 100 Super.
It's all about the 2023 London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. That's what the is what the prize is tomorrow afternoon. Sorry, this evening. We got. It's all about this 100 Super. Is all about today,
right?
And this is the final heat, so the grid will be formed for the final, which ends today's show.
Ah, it's very exciting. Here comes the rescued 12 cart. That's what we're waiting for.
Right, so as we clear some of our KZs, do you want to have a look at the grid, Nick, while I have a bite of me sarnie?
Oh, it's all coming on there, isn't it? Need to bite me sarnie. Okay, so the Super Grid is... Super Grid. The Seat 3 100 Super Grid is in pole, James Verity, then it's Jack Barber in second. Billy Thomas is third, Daniel Street fourth, then it's Joe McKiernan starting 5, Ben Yeoman starting 6, then Richard Puddle, Gareth Hunt, not that one, Martin O'Hara and Joseph Rees-Smith, that's 7, 8, 9, 10. Chris Trott, the number 1 on his cart, but starting in position 13, and number 2, Joe Scory, started in position 14, so our 1 and 2 from last year are next to each other, but they're next to each other on the 7th row. Then it's James Murray, Duncan McLeod, and Neil McClelland, so it's 3 Scots sounding people in a row there. 17, 18, 19, Ryan Cole, Chris Sears, Alexander Hayward, Liam Brabjons, and Jamie Rees is starting right at the back. Well, that's just because of a random situation, nothing about Jamie Rees's ability one way or t'other.
Now, I mentioned attrition and reliability
Tricia
being
who?
a
Sorry?
factor. Attrition.
Oh, attrition.
Becoming a factor. I mean, when you consider, Nick, that 2 hours of running on these engines require...
Three wheels.
The new pistons.
Yeah, rings.
Bearings, rings. They are a very, very temperamental and highly strung piece of kit. And when I tell you that these things rev to 20,000 revs, these are screamers, absolute screamers. A little bit tricky to get off the line, easy to oil them up and stuff, but a lot of experience. And these are original carts from period. It's not like new versions of the carts that ran in period. All of this kit is from period. So 1990s carts, early 2000s, reed valves, rotary valves and slide carbs are the norm. And we've got
90 something.
Only one car, not really one.
90.
Yeah, who's that then?
Definitely from the grid.
Joseph Reeve-Smith. He gets it away. That's great news. Gets that cart away, which is fabulous. James Verity and Jack Barber are the drivers leading them through. Keep an eye out for the number 1 and the number 2. They've started at the back of this grid. They've started alongside each other. The reason they're carrying the 1 and the 2 is because Chris Trott won this event last year. He's the current holder of the belt, and Joe Scory is the man that wants to take possession of that belt from him this weekend. The belt will be awarded at the end of today's play.
36 is oiling up badly, it looks like.
Yeah.
That's Jack Barber.
Hopefully he gets that freed off on that blast down to Christmas Corner. So you will see these carts fly off and keep the engines running properly. Very easy to oil them up. It's not like a Rotax Max when you can go really slowly. So we will see a bit of speed. We'll see the burst of blue smoke. We'll see. You can notice the driver's right hands going down to the where the engine is. They are actually playing with the carburetor setting. They're playing with the mixture setting on the carb to get these engines to run in an optimum way. You lean the mixture off and you get more power. However, it's not going to last more than a lap if you do that. So you've got to richen it back off, and you'll see the puffs of blue smoke in the braking areas. Here we go then. We should get this underway now. A pall of blue smoke and a scream of engines get underway in the background.
There they go. The fog of two-stroke. But it looks like they're all going away cleanly. They're all running.
Up towards Christmas Corner then. And it's the number 64 of James Verity who led off from the start and leads again into Ashby for the first time.
No,
Line of
full
stern.
start, full start.
We've got a full start flag.
Full start.
That came very late in the day, didn't it?
A good start to me.
I'm not sure what was called, but the drivers are now noticing. Hopefully we'll not get any concerteering into one another, and we can get them to sort themselves out.
What's going on here?
So we'll get this sorted out. The 27 just making his way back to where he should be, he feels.
They're going to run out of fuel unless they're careful. They've done so many extra laps.
They'll go around again. These races in this period of karting, this era of karting, were always very, very tricky to get away.
I'm not quite sure.
There was no live streaming in those days.
No. Well,
no live streaming, no TV to worry about.
No internet. Well, just the beginning of the internet.
Beginning of the internet, dial-ups. You couldn't be...
Tesco dial-up.
Couldn't be running the live streams that we do today. No. Why are you just making strange noises?
That was a modem noise.
Oh, is that what you were doing?
Didn't you get the...
So, you're right. I mean, I agree with Nick. I'm not sure what the problem was with that start. Maybe they were wanting to... let the stragglers catch up. So... Once again then, James Verity and Jack Barber, 64 and 59. Joe McKernan.
Lost a minute off the race, Joe.
McKernan has found his way onto the front of the grid.
Who knows? They have lost a minute off the race, so it'll be a 7-minute race plus 1 lap. Power on.
That's why, 3 wide. 3 wide across the line. I think they'll let them battle it out though. Verity into the lead through Crooks. And up towards Christmas Corner now. They blast their way up to the braking area. Braking very, very late. With lots of grip in these karts. Very sticky Vega tyres on these runners. A 100 Superclass. Formula A, as it was known in period.
And as you can see, if you're watching the previous races, a much smaller footprint than your junior or senior Rotax or KZ. The size of these karts, they look like little diminutive sort of, kart Topolinos, don't they? They're really right down to nothing.
And they're much lighter than a current day Rotax Max kart. They're very, very nimble. You've seen there, you can unsettle the rear end by just a harsh application of the throttle, get the back end to spin up, and you slip sideways.
Yeah, they might be 25 years old, but they're no slower than the modern cars.
No,
it's more awkward.
Yeah, I mean, 47-second lap times there. and we've got carts battling it out down the order and sort themselves out. Shall we have a listen to the soundbite next time?
Okay.
Shall we? So as they come through, we're going to go quiet on you, and we can listen to them. Can we hear them all the way around, Nick?
No, it wouldn't be loud enough. We had 25 minutes earlier.
Oh, yes, we did. Let's just hear them coming through the boot now, and then as they come past us, we're going to go quiet now. So here they come. I think we should do that every lap.
Mainly because you're trying to eat your chips.
No, I wasn't for that. I thought, I'll take them. Yeah.
I wanted the chips. How can I do it in a way that sounds like I'm doing it for motorsport reasons?
What a sound. 20,000 revs. I don't know how many carts we've got. 17 times 20,000. Do the maths.
340,000.
Cart off there, just pulling off.
Big, yeah, no, didn't pull off. He just went off.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Right.
Look how far off he is.
Right. Now then, look at the way that Joe Scory is coming through the field. He's now on the tail of the number 5, Ben Yeomans. Number 5, Ben Yeomans, is the cart that finished in 5th place. So seeded drivers here as Chris Trott through and makes up another place on Joe McKernan. So the number 1's in the mix as well.
But they're all after Verity, aren't they? So Verity in the lead. He's got Yeomans, who's... Yeah, you say that Scory's coming for, but Yeomans look pretty punchy. I think they've overlooked there at the exit of Ashby. I think Scory also is thinking what he can do. They've already had a chance to follow each other for the best part of the lap, so they'll be sizing up whether they're fast or slow. And
brilliant
we've seen that a lot. They little nip up the inside, haven't we?
Joe Scory, former Robert Shaw racing mechanic. Didn't know if I mentioned that.
What's he doing now?
I'm not sure. He's about to have a kid, so his karting's coming to a grinding halt.
Blooming children.
Yeah, here we go though. Scory is aware that not far behind him will be his nemesis Chris Trott, the holder of the belt. There's Scory down the inside of Verity into the lead. Cracking out braking move there. Verity's not going to let him disappear too readily though. And Ben Yeomans, he's wanting to get past Verity because he knows he's got Trott not far behind him. That's the number 1 just coming into the picture there on the left. That's Chris Trott, the current holder of the belt. He's carrying the number 1 for that reason. So these 4 battling it out at the front. 3 minutes and 20 seconds remain on the clock.
Top 4 in one shot, which is how we like it. Probably covered by about 6 or 7 tenths of a second. A little bit of a gap for Verity, but for Scory, traced down by Verity, Yeomans and Trott. Now, Chris Trott needs the points, wants to be as close to Scory on the grid as possible. The mover that time round was Yeomans taking 2nd place, and it looks like Verity did. Verity drops to 4th place, so Trott has picked up 3rd.
Yeah, Trott there, brilliant move out of Christmas corner. He just got the acceleration, didn't he? He had the momentum out of the corner. The punch out of the corner is where he got by there on. Now then, can the number 5 and the number 1 catch up Joe Scory? There's nothing in it, is there? 2.5 minutes. Plenty of time for anything to happen. Now, remember what happened to Joe Scory in the previous heat? His engine failed him.
Yeah. We are being treated to some very fine vintage racing in the very lovely summer sun here at Whilton Mill. There are a lot of clouds around, but they are dappled enough to allow the sunshine to come through at some points.
It's quite hot there.
Looks like we're going to avoid the rain we had when we were here 3 weeks ago, well, at least today. Obviously got tomorrow still to go. Carts are closing up, but Scory
using the brakes massively there. Both rear wheels spouting blue smoke as he locked the rear axle. He's really braking hard there into Ashby. Here they come then. It's the number 2 of Joe Scory. Ben Yeomans on the number 5. And then the number 1 of Chris Trott.
Those 3 have a nice 1.6 second lead over 4th place Ryan Cole. Verity, who was the early leader, has dropped down to 5th now. Up the inside has gone Trott on Yeomans. So it's number 2 from number 1, Scory from Trott. It's a backwards repetition of last year's overall final.
This is a big insight as to what we're going to see in the final later on this afternoon. Chris Trott looks like he's got the pace. He knows how quick Scory is. But I tell you what, Scory's got his hands full now to keep that number 1 behind him. Into the boot. Scory, our leader. Chris Trott, the current holder of the belt, right there with him. And Ben Yeomans hanging on to the 2 in the lead. They close up. Trott, he's got the momentum out of Crook's corner. Up towards Christmas.
Oh, yes.
Textbook. But Scory all the way around the outside. They bang wheels. They bang wheels through the curve into Inkerman's now. And then down the inside at Ashby. And Scory cannot do anything about that. He tries to come back at him. Good hard fighting, good hard racing there from these two. And Scory will be not happy with that, knowing Joe as I do. He'll not be happy with Chris Trott getting by. But I tell you what, Joe, there's nothing much you could do there, mate. Chris Trott has got massive pace on that number 1.
Yeah, he's bided his time. And there's a...
it's
what's
that?
fallen off?
It's a chain guard. Now chain guard's very, very, very important.
Are you allowed to run with that one?
No, especially on these when your hands are going down by that carb right next to the chin.
Sheesh.
And the drive from the motor, you can literally have your fingers come off.
I was about to say, it doesn't sound very safe. But they are carrying on going. What has happened is he's lost second place to Yeomans in the kerfuffle of that. Has he stopped? He's pulled off,
Yeah,
I think.
I think Joe's really
Yeah,
slowed
Ryan
off.
Cole's in third. He's gone again.
Yeah.
Scory's not going to finish this one either.
I mean, we're on the last lap, so he could
No,
have...
we're not. We've got one more.
Sorry?
We've got one more. Oh, it's pulled the
so
last
we
lap.
have, yeah, final lap. Final lap now. I'm not... Yeah, so, I mean, he would have got the warning now for the loss of the guard.
It's gone.
But I'm not sure what happened there.
I think he's pulled in halfway down the straight as a kind of a cut through.
I think it's more than a chain guard that affected him there. As he came out the corner.
There was a problem.
I'm not sure whether...
pinged off.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether he... Did he catch his fingers? Was the chain guard already coming off and did he catch his fingers? He put his fingers in the air.
If he'd lost the chain, would he have free-wheeled as far as there?
Yes.
I think he lost the chain.
Yes, I think he lost the chain.
And the chain coming off flailed off the chain guard.
Yes.
And where the chain is, goodness only knows, because you need to make a
Over
plaque.
there. Yeah, I need to make a plaque, yeah. Yeah. Chris Trott, though, takes the win. The number 1 really shows intent on retaining that belt this afternoon. Ben Yeomans finishes in second place, just under 8 tenths behind. And then we had Ryan Cole in third, Joseph Reeve-Smith in fourth, James Verity fifth, Joe McKernan sixth, seventh is Martin O'Hara, 8th is Richard Puddle, 9th is Alexander Hayward, James Rees is 10th, and Liam Rabjohn's 11th. Bill Powell is the last of our finishers on 11 laps in 12th place. We lost Joe Scory on lap 9, Neil McKernan on lap 5, Chris Sayers on lap 5 also, James Murray went out on lap 3 and Daniel Street on lap 2.
Let's see if let's have another look at that incident again. Let's see if we can just see what actually happened. The 2 we're looking at, everything's fine. Hand go.
Yeah, it's his chin, isn't it? I'm looking for the chin. The chin's not there. I
So
can't
where's
see
the
the chin. I can't see the chin.
Interesting. Well, that's very bad luck for Scory again, unfortunately. Joe goes to have a gossip with someone. To just remind you, we've got several more heats today, and then we have one final. We have final of this class, the 100 Supers. Tomorrow we have a complete set of time attack worth double point time attack for every single one of the classes. And then we have the final heats and, of course, the finals, or the actual finals for all the
final
6
finals.
classes. Yeah, are there B finals and qualify? We've got enough people for B finals this time.
Not for 100 Super. You
No,
mean tomorrow?
yeah.
I think we have, Nick, because we've got quite a large amount of grids for. Yeah, B finals are 8 minutes, A finals are 12 minutes.
You've got junior, senior, you've got all 3
junior
road
road tax, senior road tax, road tax 177. Yeah, all the big fields. We've got, the fields, the classes that we've broken into 2 groups. Yep. They're the ones where we'll see a B final
with 4 carts bumping up.
So that was the. I need to lose this frog, don't I?
Maybe.
That was the 3rd heat for 100
Yes, that's
Super.
it. They only had the final to go.
Yeah.
And I think that Joe Scory, despite being very, very quick, is going to start
gonna be at the
nowhere
back.
near on
Yeah.
the Chris Trott. So Chris Trott's looking very high-rise and handsome at the moment.
Yeah, he's going to be way behind. He's going to be way behind that. So next out, Rotax 177s. It's the second heat for this class. Split into two groups, so not everyone will be their second heat. It will be split again. Again, we've got 29 carts who will take the start. And I just want to mention, Nick, if I can find it, in fact, I'll mention it when we get to the Minimax class, because it's Lucy Lovell's cause that she's supporting here this weekend.
Yep.
It's the Penny Braun UK Cancer Wellbeing for Everyone cause.
Sure.
And it's Lucy's dad who just finished ahead of me in fourth place in the heat last night.
Did he?
Yes.
Did he?
Yes.
That's because his cart didn't break down like mine did twice.
Yeah.
Well, I'm bitter about it, of course. Well, I'll keep going about it.
Check out the website, pennybraun.org.uk, to find out how you can help.
And that's Braun spelled BROHN.
Penny, PENNY, BROHN, braun.org.uk. It's for a good cause. It's a cancer wellbeing cause, charity, and they need to raise 1.1 million to provide a vital service for a year. So making a £5 donation, you can support even more people who are living with cancer. And that's a lot of people who everybody knows, Nick, these days.
Yep.
So the grid for the second heat for 177s, Joshua Pickford, Alfie Lawrence. We've then got Adrian Smith and Will Milner on the second row behind them. Daniel Burgess and Peter Jeans on row 3. Row 4 is Joshua Gollin and Simon Pugh. Elliot Thomas and Alasdair Cunningham are on row 5. We've got row 6, Cameron Marston and Matt Ogden. And then Jamie Zyra and Alfie Williams on row 7. Scott Smith and Nicholas Walker are on row 8. Tom Eldridge and Scott Clear on row 9. Steve Stewart and Louis Large out in this one, with Andy Collinson and Ollie Hancock behind. Seb Boltman and Alex Jones. Paul Giles and Ryan Taylor Truman. Row 14, Edward Matthews and Alex Capadia. And Ayrton Anderson are on row 15. That's 29 carts taking this heat.
Ayrton Anderson took part in, I think, the Whilton Mill normal round last time, and he was doing really well, was winning, and then had got a disqualification.
Just some information from Gaz Bury, who's been out in the paddock. Joe Scorey, who we saw retire there with the chain guard coming off. Engine nut came off, which is the front pulley.
Yep.
Came loose, went through the carb.
Wow.
So that, I don't know whether he felt that. That's why he's flinging his fingers up. But that was quite a. But that's 20,000 revs. They are absolutely highly strong.
Here we go.
We're going to get the 177s underway though.
Clean start. They look happy.
It is a very clean start.
That's like you see these films where they speed up commuters coming out of a station. That's just what it looked like.
Well, that's not speeded up at all, is it?
No, it's the normal speed of a bunch of big old 177s going round the first couple of corners.
Right, we'll just let this settle in. The leaders go off. Alfie Lawrence, Joshua Pickford, Adrian Smith were the drivers who started at the front of this field. Everybody settling down now by the time they come out of Chapman on the infield onto the back straight. I say that, they're still too wide coming out of Chapman, and somebody getting all on the grass there, but up at the front it's quite tidy, neat and tidy. It's Alfie Lawrence.
I think 56, I think it is. I think it's Joshua Pickford in second, yeah.
It is.
Third place is Milner, or is it? May well not be, actually. Let's find out.
Up to 7th is the 95, that's Jamie Zyra, who was very dominant here last month in the 4th round of the NKC. He's up to 7th. Scott Clay, another factor to consider, he's up to 11th. Louis Large, the current vice champion in this class, he's up to 13th.
Top 2. Nose to tail, but hopefully not too close nose to tail, because he'll get a nose drop down penalty, which will cost him 5 seconds in a heat. And absolutely trailing, but he's lost the lead, so it's Pickford from Lawrence.
But did you see what Pickford did there? He took the lead and then he's tapping his helmet saying, don't try and take the lead back off me,
because I like
let's run together and eke out a gap.
3rd and 4th, absolutely scrapping. And that's Golan and Milner. Golan in the bright blue car, which at least easy to see, it's not got any yellow in it. It's always a plus point, I always think.
These two pulling away, aren't they?
Yeah, they've got
Josh Pickford and
they are
Alfie
using
Lawrence.
their heads, and then Tappy. Oh, fourth place has just disappeared off the back of third. So Milner is now third, I think, and it was Golan who may have disappeared. I have to get a little bit closer so I can actually see the cart.
No, I
numbers.
think that's Golan in third
No, it
place
is
in
Golan
the
is
blue
blue
cart.
on your right. Yeah, Golan has stayed third,
Yeah.
but Milner's dropped off.
Now Milner might have lost out to Jamie Zyra. And as the two leaders, let's just drop back, Nick and Paul, to that cart there, the 95, who was absolutely formidable here last month.
So
And
the cart in fourth.
He's a mechanic with Dan Holland, who are based here, and he's running out of the Dan Holland workshop along with pretty much every other Dan Holland mechanic
Yes.
who has entered this round. And we'll see that in tomorrow's paddock show. We see that. We went in there.
No, you did.
We went in there, and we'll see that tomorrow. But Zyra, we know, he's a tall lad, as you'll see from my interview. I crooked my neck when I was talking to Jamie. But he might be tall, but he's very, very. I mean, look at his legs. Look at how his legs are crammed up in that cart.
Yeah, he's lanky, isn't he? I think.
Yes, yeah, very well, just tall. So he's in that cart, and he can certainly make him go quick. And he's catching Joshua Golan, who was doing quite a lot of work in the lunch break. I saw when I went for our water supplies. The cart was stripped down, having some proper maintenance done to that number 27. But there's no doubt about it, is there? The 95, the Dan Holland cart, the Dan Holland liveried cart, is certainly catching Joshua Golan in third.
Bad lap for Alex Jones. He dropped from about 8th down to 23rd. He came off the track and a very, very slow rejoin. In fact, when he did rejoin, he kind of balked up several behind him. So I think he may be off several Christmas card lists already.
Right. Coming
Not
together.
yours, though, because you love Christmas.
No change. I love Christmas. No change at the front, so we'll focus on that third place battle. Continuing. And Golan, you know what? Zyra hasn't really gained as readily as I thought he might. Golan's got a lot of pace there, but he's just edging closer every corner. And as I say that into Ashby for what will be the 6th time, and Zyra is right on the bumper of Golan. Now, in true Murray Walker style, it's one thing catching someone, it's a completely different kettle of fish making the pass. Let's see if Zyra's got it in him. We know how quick he is here.
He's looked a couple of ways.
Yes, he has.
Left but right.
Has a look at the boot there, didn't he?
Yeah. Oof. Absolutely none shall pass there from the 27 of Golan. Beautifully unliveried, plain blue suit, plain white helmet, plain blue cart.
That's Ligier blue almost, isn't
it? It is a giton.
Ligier giton blue. So Zyra's onto the bumper of Golan. However, he's followed him round a lap. This is where, when you get in that position, Nick, this is where you're kind of looking to see where you've got a bit of an advantage. You're weighing it up. Some places you've got an advantage, other places you drop back. And you're kind of weighing up your possibilities of an overtake. He likes this one into the boot. This is where he and it's a nudge there. Be careful, Jamie. You might have nudged your nose section down there. And I'm not sure if he hit him hard enough, but there was contact there. Joshua Golan acknowledges the nudge into the boot section. And sometimes it's not deliberate, sometimes it's unavoidable.
Close behind. If you break, there it goes. Pops out. Zyra picks up in third place. But you're that close behind. If the other guy breaks a different place to where you were breaking, you're going to unfortunately end up just closing that non-existent gap, aren't you?
Yeah, that's exactly why. And Zyra now will break away from Golan at the same rate he was catching him. He'll now break away at the same rate. Back to the leaders, Pickford and Lawrence. No change there, but under 2 minutes remaining now. So Pickford will know that Alfie Lawrence is there, but it's whether or not Alfie Lawrence has any pace in that bag to maybe mount a challenge. He's right with him on his bumper, out of Crooks and up the hill towards Christmas. Both drivers looking over the shoulder. They seem settled where they are, don't they? They're happy with where they are.
No, I don't believe that Alfie Lawrence is happy in second place, but you need to work out when is the wisest time to go past, because obviously if you go past with several laps to go, you put yourself in the firing line. These big guys in the big carts, that slipstream is really useful. Helps alleviate the massive hole you're trying to punch in the air. Little bit of breathing room for Pickford on the 56 cart. Yellow and white. And we've got another blue and yellow. There's a surprise. Blue and yellow cart behind him in the 75 of Alfie Lawrence. Lawrence switching through Oblivion, up through Crook Corner. And now not using too much of that wide rumble. I saw all that rumble strip last night when it rained. I saw infinitely parts of that rumble.
Yeah, they're not comfortable, are they? No. Those rumble strips. Yeah, but sometimes you have to use them. You simply have to use them for momentum. You've just got to, suck it up. And especially that one out of Crooks, you sometimes have to let the car breathe, because if you feel like you're going to stifle the car, you'll carry that lack of pace all the way through the order. So Zyra chases on down in third. Fourth is Joshua Gollin. Edward Matthews fifth. Louis Large has come up the order with Scott Clee attached to his rear bumper. They're sixth and seventh. Ryan Taylor Truman in eighth. Ninth is Daniel Burgess. Scott Smith 10th. Ollie Hancock moving up the order to 11th. Alex Capardi, our good friend from sports car racing, he's up to 22nd, having a ball. No doubt he will be loving the competition and the close racing here in the NKC O Plate. It's a little bit different to car racing, especially endurance racing, different kind of discipline altogether.
Yeah. There we go.
So it will be the checkered flag this time by, will it?
No.
Final lap board.
Final lap.
Yeah, final lap.
1, 2 and 3, put a gap between themselves. Fourth with a bigger gap, Colin now in fourth. So no real sign of any imminent change in those top four.
No, and just behind them there, Edward Matthews, who will know Louis Large quite well, because Edward worked at Warden Law. And there's Zyra down the inside.
Right,
Zyra down the inside of Alfie Lawrence.
What do I know?
Alfie Lawrence has just dropped off his pace. He was on the rear bumper of Joshua Pickford. And now Alfie Lawrence dropping back, bizarrely. Not sure where his pace went, and if he's not careful, he's going to drop back to the clutches of Joshua Gollin. As we come through the final turn then, Josh Pickford takes the checkered flag, with Jamie Zyra in second, Alfie Lawrence third, Joshua Gollin fourth. Another Dan Holland racing mechanic in the form of Edward Matthews there in fifth. Louis Large sixth. Scott Clee seventh. Ryan Taylor Truman it was in eighth. Scott Smith is ninth. Daniel Burgess 10th. And then we've got Ollie Hancock, Peter Jeans, Alfie Williams, Ayrton Henderson, Matt Ogden, Andy Collinson is 16th. Alex Jones 17th. Adrian Smith is 18th. Then we've got Nicholas Walker, Alex Capardi at 20th. Tom Eldridge, Steve Stewart, Stuart Dixon, Seb Bulpin. And then the remaining finishers coming through. Cameron Marston, Simon Pugh, Elliot Thomas. We lost Will Milner on lap 10 and Paul Giles we lost on lap 4.
My quality race there from the 177s. Do you give me the grid so you can eat some chips?
Yeah, of course. Just going to update our timetable, Nick.
Oh, where are we then?
Junior Rotax next.
Junior, isn't your friend coming in for this?
No, it's the next one. No, it's the next one. It's the last one.
Oh, the Heat 3. Okay.
Yeah.
So, in the junior, I'll turn you off, by the way. So go chip-tastic. Okay, so there's a bit of a clear up here. I think there's a couple of carts stranded quite a way out, but sometimes you can get these things going again because they obviously have the clutches and the electric starts. They will get running without needing necessarily to be on a big lifty thing. So, Junior Rotax O-Plate, Heat 2, and it is Curtis Latimer in pole, and then Jaden Hewitt second, Chaos Zigmata in third, Maxim Smith in fourth, Chris Crocker in fifth, Abdulrahim Shahiq in sixth, Owen Keegan in seventh, Jack Dimbleby in eighth. Freddie Theobald is ninth, Daniel Whitfield is 10th, Brian Scott Simmons. I think I've turned to James Alexander Gordon. Freddie Theobald 11, Daniel Whitfield 12. Freddie Ingram 14, Byron Scott Simmons 13. I think works well, doesn't it? Kasper Tomelski is in 15th. Presley Walker is in 16th. Mitchell Mulvey is 17th. Some fantastic names in this heat. Vlad Tomachuk is in 18th. Finley Underwood is in 19th. Harv Williams is 20. Ellis Warlock, another great name, 21st. Harry Hamann is 22nd. Billy Edgecombe 23rd. Joshua Priest 24th. Josh De La Carta is 25th and Nick 26th. Finley Peterson is 27th. Alfie Bush is 28th. And you've got Louis Rees and Jay Leverton. And that is the list. So I think some of the numbers are maybe slightly wrong. The carts waiting in the paddock area. Oh, look, yellow and blue carts. There's a surprise. Kind of team of yellow and blue here.
That chap there in the blue baseball cap is Paul Ozan.
Is it?
Yeah. He's running Jay Leverton. That's why he's in that great area.
And the cannabis bucket hat, do you know who that is?
That's Paul's wife.
Okay.
In the sun hat. Well, Paul Ozan, bit of a karting legend, isn't he? Former Super 1 champion.
I think was he in our Rowber show?
He was in one of our shows,
Yes,
where we chatted, yeah.
Well, you're probably overdue for another visit. So they are running round Junior Rotax O-Plate Heat 2 on formation. They've spread out quite a bit. I'm wondering whether they're going to condense enough in time to make this a legitimate start.
I always think that, but then they've got to blast their engines out, haven't they, to clear them out so that they're not nowhere near oiling. Curtis Latimer is the man on pole position there.
Yeah,
he's the 56. Jaden Hewitt. They're both from the same team, as you can see. Cartel.
55-56.
We should get them underway because that's a nicely formed grid there, Nick. Look at that.
Yeah,
perfect. Perfect lines. Off we go. 8 minutes and 1 lap. We've got a cart coming together and in the air. We've got carnage.
Going there
and hopefully no one will get hit. Quite unbelievably, they all sort themselves out.
And they're all running again.
And they're all running again.
So here we go. So, powering out on the straight, and then they go into oblivion, and then it all goes oblivious. Whoa, bang. There's Skittles there. There's a 31 who's a big loser, Maxim Smith, because he's going to end up from about third or fourth to last. Everyone else gets rolling again. And it was all going on, and unfortunately it all went wrong for Maxim Smith. Our leader, though, is the 56 cart of Curtis Latimer.
Incredible that, because as I saw that unfold, I thought that had red flag written all over it. And incredibly, they all sorted themselves out and continued. How they made their way through that gap, I do not know, but they did.
So Hewitt leads, in fact, and then it's Latimer, and it's Kazu Sigmanta, Owen Keenan, and Nicholas Ellis. But there's a huge spread because of that kerfuffle.
Yeah, they've spaced them out. Now, Kaya Sigmanta is new to the series. He's currently that third place cart there. And he's just scoping it out again, looking for potential of joining the series, if not for the remaining 2 rounds.
Talking about that
next year,
Joe. Obviously, Caius has been to Whilton Mill many times. What is the difference? So he's now on this Max's tyre, but normally he's on a different one. How different would that make the kart from how it normally is, just changing tyres?
A lot of difference. You can't push and lean on this tyre like you can with another tyre because of its durability. If you lean on the tyre and try to drive the kart the same way as you would drive the kart on a Mojo tyre, then you're just going to destroy this tyre. And so you have to drive a little bit smoother. You can't be as aggressive. And now I've got no experience. This is just information I've gleaned from the likes of Louis Large and Andy Ambrose and Zach and people like that who I know. And we've got a cart off at Ashby.
This 21 card it is.
Meanwhile, the leaders, Jaden Hewitt and Curtis Latimer, are having a right old ding-dong.
They are.
In second and third place. The leader, that's Curtis Latimer and Kaya Zigmanta.
Yeah. Jaden
Hewitt's gone.
The 21 who fell off at the Ashby, that's Lewis Crocker. Through Oblivion, and they switch back onto Crook and up the hill. A little bit of air between the two of them, but I'm sure nothing that Zigmanta is bothered about. He should be slightly concerned by the almost 3-second lead that Jaden Hewitt's got, but probably that's nothing he can deal with on his own, but he can deal with Curtis Latimer directly in front of him. They go around Ashby, take a bit of the run, a lot of the runoff each there. And then into the Parker. I've not seen that before.
I tell you what, mate, he used a tin opener there to make that one happen, didn't he?
Yeah, Parker. Oh, take it to Parker.
Evans. That was he just made his way through there. That number 23 of Kaya Zigmanta Was Paul on that? Should we see that again if we can?
No, he was just overtaken.
He was asleep.
No, it wasn't. Shocking.
So absolute flat out racing as ever in the junior Rotax class. And Zygmunt, having got by Curtis Latimer, is now going to be very shortly joined by Nicholas Ellis. So that's Zygmunt. There's Ellis coming with the black nose and fairing, and he's done exactly what Zygmunt did to Curtis Latimer. Squeezed down the inside of Parker and then made it stick by the time they got to Chapman. Now we've got a replay of this one. So it reversed the colour of the carts as they turn in. Very fast corner that. Lots of runoff using that exit curb. So great move there. And Nicholas Ellis is one of the carts on the move. The gap is 4.5 seconds to the leader. And he's already pulled out and gone with him. Gone with him is Daniel Whitfield in that red cart.
Whitfield's made quite a few places up in this heat, so that's good for his good position.
Oh, reports from outside.
Oh no, I can see, look.
Is it spitting with rain? Now we
haven't waterproofed anything.
We experienced, we haven't waterproofed anything. So Gasbury will step in if you need.
You may have to, yeah. Depends where it gets to.
Gasbury, don't go with. We might need you. We might need you. And you know what, Nick? We found out for ourselves just what that means when you get a spot of rain on a dry racetrack. It very quickly goes from a lot of grip to zero grip. And these carts on slick tyres. And already we're seeing that as Daniel Whitfield into Christmas Corner slides very, very wide indeed. He's lost a position. And that's Freddie Ingram who's gone by. Also Harry Hannum, I should say. Harry Hannum about to go by as well, but Whitfield hanging on to that position, and we are seeing the track condition changing.
Yeah, there's always, the first thing we see is Harry's camera getting attacked by the rain. The rain always comes in the same direction, straight into his lens.
That's the number 19 of Harry Hannum, who's finally gotten by Whitfield. Let's see what changes have gone on there. Jaden Hewitt leads, Nicholas Ellis second, Freddie Ingram third, Harry Hannum fourth, Daniel Whitfield fifth, Kaya Zygmunt is sixth, Presley Walker seventh, and then we've got Owen Keenan, Kasper Tomilewski and Curtis Latimer are the drivers rounding off the top 10, with just outside the top 10 Billy Edgecombe. But you know what, Nick? Anything can happen now if that rain continues to fall at that rate.
That heavily, to be honest. It's not doing what it did last time, which was just pick up and run, and it wasn't only ever going to be a very light dusting of rain.
Well, looking at the sky, it's not really rain clouds, is it?
It's just kind of
got one little rain cloud.
It's sort of annoying summer rain, isn't it?
Yes.
It's obviously affected this race. I don't think whether it's psychological rain or it's actually affected the tyres because the tyres won't have lost temperature.
Well, you know what? That run through that corner right there, through Crooks, you just don't know how much grip you've got. And then, you know, what we saw happening to Whitfield there, he's just gone through Christmas Corner absolutely fine. So it was that little spot of rain that just came down. It's kind of gone away again.
It's sort of very, very, very lightly spitting, but not the sort of spit that is going to come straight back off the track again. Because it's been warmed up nicely all day.
Yeah, it's been hot. It's actually been hot out there. 23, 24 degrees is the temperature. That number 19 cart of Harry Hannum being driven, and you can see the amount of grip that Harry's got there. So the rain, or what little of rain
you have to ignore your visor or your camera lens and say no, it's probably not really pushing it. There's plenty of grip out there.
Well, we're inside the final minute. So the leader, Jaden Hewitt, had a lead of 4.5 seconds. That's now down to 1.5 seconds to Nicholas Ellis. Freddie Ingram is a further, 6/10, so not that far away really.
I'm going to go and do a live rain check for you because I can.
Okay,
there's a wire.
There's the leader, Hewitt, and then not far behind, Nicholas Ellis catching. So with 13 seconds across the line, it'll be 2 more laps of racing for these junior Rotax class. And Hewitt knows that he's been gained on. He knows that behind him, Nicholas Ellis, he can see the distinctive black front bumper and fairing. of that number 227. And then just behind Ellis, Freddie Ingram. He's coming as well.
Well, it's quite dark from where the weather's coming from.
Okay, so it is going to rain then.
Well, I don't know about it's going to rain. I mean, it may continue doing this.
Oh, Hewitt knows that he's coming. He's almost on the bumper. It'll be one lap to go aboard next time by. Now he's right on his bumper now. He's getting towards a situation where Nicholas Ellis might even have a go towards Christmas corner. Ellis right with Hewitt right on his bumper.
Right, their teammates as well.
Their teammates as well, yes. Oh, and defensive driving from the number 25. Now then, can he hang on to this? I think the rain is coming, but it's not making that much. And down the inside has gone Freddie Ingram. And, brilliant. Jaden Hewitt and Nicholas Ellis. Again, side by side, Ellis and Ingram. It's getting a bit naughty out there. They're going to have each other off if they're not careful. Through Chapman. Ingram, discretion being the better part of Valor, slots in behind, but he comes back around the outside and down the inside of the leader, Hewitt. Or who is that?
That's Harry Hannon, isn't it?
You know what?
Hannon,
everybody's second.
Wasn't that Harry Hannon who got
I think
through in the
so,
end?
yeah. It was indeed Harry Hannon.
Nearly chaos.
That was tremendous opportunist driving from Harry Hannon and Fred Ingram. So it's karts go wide, bump into each other. Whitfield in the red cart. There's Harry Hannon in the blue and white cart who just sneaked through, while the 69 and the 227 of Ellis and Ingram was squabbling over real estate. He said, "Thank you very much, lads. Off you go. Slide wide. I'm coming through the inside."
And it's no longer raining.
So
Harry can clear his lanes.
So Jaden Hewitt takes the win. Harry Hannon second. Nicholas Ellis third. Freddie Ingram ends up fourth. Daniel Whitfield fifth. Kasper Tomaszewski is in sixth. Presley Walker seventh. Kaya Zigmanta hangs on to eighth. Owen Keenan ninth. Rounding off the top 10 was Billy Edgecombe. So Senior Rotax is the next group out, Nick. It's their second heat of the day. We'll have a look at their grid in a moment. Have we got time? Have we got carts to recover? We have. Let's have a look. You know what? We mentioned it. I did want to mention next year's calendar.
I clipped on instead. Yeah, very good. Let's go for next year's calendar. NKC 2024. Joe, tell me about it.
Right, April. April. We start at Clear Pigeon.
What date?
2021st. 31st.
It's an early Easter, so it won't be Easter.
31st of May, 1st of June. So that's the whole of May virtually before we
6 weeks.
Full back.
Yep.
Back here at Whilton Mill, 29th, 30th of June.
Right.
21st of July, Rowra.
Might be dry.
Round 5, 20th and 21st of September, Three Sisters.
Won't be dry.
And then for round 6, concluding the championship, a new circuit to visit for the series.
Yep.
And for you and I.
I'd say right, Forest Edge.
Forest Edge, 19th and 20th of October. The All Plate is to be confirmed.
But will be August.
Yes. So the next year's All Plate will be August. Your bets are on as to where we'll be. Chris Cox has given nothing away.
Rain's back again.
Just speculating on the All Plate, Chris. We will. I'm creating speculation. When he's got the news, when he's done the deal, it will be the first to be telling you.
Well, probably not. Be on the website, probably.
Well, that's what I mean.
They're big drop. We've gone summer big drops now. Look, we were spitting. Now got summer big drops.
Right then. So consternation in the collecting
this is rain.
area.
This is proper rain. Oh God.
Yeah,
right.
Consternation in the collecting area.
Bags.
Right then. So as Nick shoots off, Gasbury will join me in case we get this race underway. Harry's just wiping his lens. Gaz has brought me a lovely cup of tea, which is very nice of him. Now then, we've got speculation as to what tyres are going to be used there, Gaz.
Well, hello again. Depending on the rules, the carts are on the floor.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, I'm familiar with the rules of the cart needing to be on the floor within 2 minutes of the heat. But that's proper rain.
That is proper. I've just walked in from outside. I can tell you it's properly raining.
Special dispensation in a situation like this is where we stall the start of the next heat and allow them to, we allow them to get on the wets. because that's not that sort of rain that we're seeing there, everybody, that you can see on your TV screens.
No.
So Ollie Nitch Smith,
Here he comes.
one of the series organisers, is kind of not really he's not really concerned. He thinks it's going to blow over, I think, by his body language.
But he's so laid back, he's horizontal, so we never know what he's
true.
thinking.
That is very true. And he hasn't got to change a cart on the wet, so he's not.
Well, yeah,
you know,
quite.
it's not like he's like can't be bothered.
Yeah, that is. Oh yeah, the tyre swaps are kicking off. Then.
Yeah,
So
you've
there we
got-
go. That's it. Decision made.
I think you've got to, and it's a one like that. I mean, the rain's still coming steadily down there across towards Christmas Corner and the like, as you can see from Harry's lens up at Christmas Corner. So I don't think that's a choice. I don't think that's a choice.
In the air of safety, you can't really send them out when you've got the opportunity to change the tyres, can you?
No, not
really.
at all. Not at all.
I am going to ask though, Joe, because I've been here, there, and everywhere this afternoon.
Have you?
Which class is out next?
Senior road tax.
Is it? Okay.
I've been mentioning the scoops that you've been giving us.
Scoops?
Yeah, the scoops.
Oh, the
Now,
little bit of inside information.
Yeah, about the Joe Scorer, the nut coming off and stuff. Yeah, proper rain, that mate. Proper rain. We've just been chatting about next year's calendar.
Yes.
And you were the only person, including the people who put the calendar together, who noticed that it was a kind of a reverse of this year's calendar.
Correct,
where
it is, yeah.
We're
As
finishing
it
at Clay Pigeon in 2023. We start in Clay Pigeon. The penultimate round, next one, is Fullbeck.
Yeah.
We go to Fullbeck after Clay Pigeon.
Yeah.
Then we go to Whilton Mill, which is kind of in the middle. Then Rowra. Then Three Sisters, where we started 2023.
Yeah.
But then Forest Edge. What do you know about Forest Edge? Have you been there?
That's one place I haven't been to.
No,
actually.
I haven't either.
I've heard a couple of things from mainly Louis Bevan. Actually, he was chatting to me about it yesterday.
Right.
A bit stop-start, a quite small circuit. And that's all I've got, to be honest. I can't really elaborate any further than that, Joe, without
all I've
making
seen
it
is
up.
all I've seen is a track map.
Yeah.
All I've seen is a track map, and there's a very long straight, but it's truncated with a chicane.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure what track we will use, whether or not we use the full straight without the chicane.
Depends how long it is.
The
doesn't it?
KZs will like that.
They will.
If we do have KZs.
And to be fair, we've got a very long straight at Three Sisters down the back.
Very
so
long straight, yeah.
There's no reason why we couldn't possibly do that.
But I'm all for new experiences.
Well, are you?
Yes.
Oh.
You know what I mean. When it comes to karting, it comes to motorsport and new tracks, and taking a visit to a track off. It's in the south of England.
Yes.
So we venture all the way up to Rowra in Cumbria, which is not that far from the Western Scottish border.
I think it's a very short distance, maybe 30 minutes, I think, something like that, 30, 40 minutes.
For you,
maybe.
you're in the middle, aren't you?
Well, I'm in Peterborough, so...
Yes, so you're kind of in the middle of the British Isles.
Ish,
yeah,
kind of.
Well, I'm in the northeast, so skipping across the Pennines to Cumbria is quite a pleasant drive for me, a couple of hours.
All the mountains. Lovely.
Yeah, skirting the Lake District, it's a lovely drive. But Forest Edge, right on the bottom of the south coast, just north of Bournemouth, I believe.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Somewhere around there, I was
yeah,
told.
it's going to be, I mean, Three Sisters across in the northwest.
Great track.
So northwest, Cumbria, Fullbeck, would you class Fullbeck as the north? I wouldn't. I know a lot of people on the south coast would.
It's on that like no man's land in the middle of the country and that nobody knows where it is.
The true Midlands.
I mean, what do you call PFI? Is that north, south? Is it middle?
South for me, mate.
Well, everything's south for
Three,
you, Joe.
3.5. Yeah,
it's
exactly.
a long way from Sunderland.
Exactly. People like Paul, our producer, Whilton, Fullbeck, and PF. Perfect. He lives in Nottingham.
That was about 30 minutes drive. You can probably see it from your house, can't you, Paul?
Yeah, he probably
Can't be far away, can you?
Probably stayed. Paul is delighted to hear that we're going back to Three Sisters because we are renting the same Airbnb, Paul. Yes, and I've got to supply the towels. We're renting an Airbnb without towels in Wigan.
Brilliant. I mean,
yeah.
Do I say it's Wigan? Yeah.
It's Wigan.
You never
It was
know.
lovely,
Yeah.
lovely. We had a lovely meal out in Wigan.
I can't remember where I stayed. A hotel, probably.
No,
I
we
might have
stayed-
been drunk.
we
It was
stayed
my
in-
birthday, wasn't it? I was very drunk.
Ah, yes.
I wasn't. Consummate professional.
It was
the
your
whole time.
15th, wasn't it?
15th birthday? Yes.
Yeah. Gary and I, Gary, wow. If I just called you Gary.
I think you just did,
I
Joe.
just did.
We're going to fall out quicker than you realise.
We
I tell
really
you.
are.
Yeah.
Going forward, I think we're going to fall
Oh,
out.
that's it. I'm done. I'm off.
Going forward, we think we're going to fall out. We are. Gaz and I are having a chat because we're still changing on to wets, and I think that is a very, very good idea
I am
to do
wondering,
that.
though, Joe. Have a look at the start line out the window. Does it look wet to
no
you?
doubt about it. This is a £200 heat for these boys.
Definitely.
And girls.
These are going to go in the bin very quickly.
These are going to be very, very warm. These are going to be intermediates. If you've got some intermediates out there as a choice, then I would absolutely consider putting them on, if that's the case.
Yeah, or a very worn set of inters. Quotation marks.
Yeah, we used to do that. We used to, have a sort of a worn set of wets that I certainly used to use for conditions where it wasn't quite wet, or practice session where you knew you were going to destroy a set of wets.
Yeah. I will say, while I'm here, as we've got a bit of a lull in proceedings, I've had a couple of messages from Adam Haynes, who's enjoying a very lovely holiday, who's given me a little bit of ribbon for my commentary performances this morning.
Oh, was he really?
Military banter.
Was he
and
saying
all that.
more energy?
He was saying, who's that Joe Bradley? He's I don't know about that.
Hey, it's the accent, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, mate. But there you go.
So
Hello, Adam.
Adam Haynes is Daniel Haynes' dad, isn't he?
Yeah.
Is he still serving in the military?
Yeah, Adam's
so that's
still
his job.
Regular.
Yeah.
He doesn't know why sometimes, but...
Well, yeah.
The thing is, he's in the army, not the Air Force like I was, so... Sorry, Adam.
Yeah.
There you go.
So that's why he's not here with Daniel.
Yeah, I believe.
Where are they on holiday?
I think they went somewhere very exotic, like Mexico.
Oh, very nice.
I could be wrong. I can't remember.
Very nice. I thought you were going to say Bognor Regis or something.
Yeah, probably. You never know.
Hello to Kart Fan. Came in a little while ago. Is this the Billy Edgecombe show? That's from one of our races before. Ace Racing. Archie, we are running Maxis. Louis Bevan. Yeah, we mentioned Louis Bevan. He chose to regroup and replenish his bank account, much to the happiness of his bank manager, probably.
Yeah, and his dad.
Look forward to it. Well, I mean, Louis going for a championship, isn't he?
Yeah, more at stake for him this year.
And it will be quite a feat, actually, because...
I think he'll be the first three-time consecutive champion.
Yeah. I mean, a national series, I'm not quite sure we've ever seen that before. A three-time winner of a national series.
Off the top of my head, I can't think.
Yeah, I mean, we had... just looking at the sort of newest iteration of the British champs that have been running since 2018, in any class, I don't think we've ever seen a consecutive champion.
I can't think so. Not off the top of my head.
No, UKC, we haven't seen a consecutive champion.
I think it's only here, really, in TKMs that I've seen that. Mitch did it a couple of years, 2020, 21, or 2019, 2020,
19.
I think he did it in TKM.
Yeah.
I'll have to ask him, I can't remember.
And then Louis Bevan has done that for the last two.
Yeah, the maths works out, doesn't it?
Yeah. So that's quite. I mean, that's quite a bit of history, actually. We should really plot the socials with that.
Well, there's some media ideas for me to look at. Thank you, Joe.
Yeah.
Just when I didn't need more work. So we're still sitting there waiting to see what's going to happen next. Can't tell what tyres they're on, Joe. What do you think? I'm going to have a look.
I can still see a cart on slicks. Yeah, and they've probably been thinking the same of us as us guys. Where, you know what, it stopped raining. Paul's just confirmed it stopped raining.
The sun's even come out. That was a lot of effort for nothing, wasn't it? But
yes.
At least they're very good at changing tyres.
Here comes Nick Damon.
Does he want his seat back?
Is it raining, Nick?
We had about a minute and a half of proper rain.
Would you? Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, would you be out on slicks or wets then?
Yeah.
How much money have you got? Is what he's just said. Yeah, that's now the sun's coming out, so that means the track is going to dry even quicker. And I'm looking at that cart there at the front of this
number 7. I think
field.
that is. Would you like to sit down, Nick Damon? Shall I retire myself?
They're on slicks. The number 7, Joseph McVeigh, is on slicks. Here they come out of the area, out of the collecting area, and everyone is on slicks. So that, we're not
That can
criticising the delay at all. It was a necessary delay
After
for either to change onto wets or let the rain stop
Yeah.
and let the track come back to a dry condition, because a really wet, even a damp, this slightly moist track on slick tyres, you're going to cause carnage.
Yeah.
So that decision was a very apt one.
And given the accidents we've seen here before over
Yeah,
the years,
exactly.
Safety is paramount.
And you know what? When you've got rain that comes here at Whilton Mill, when you come out of the final turn and head towards oblivion, you really are heading towards
Into
oblivion.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And when you turn in and you don't know what the track condition's like, you don't know how much grip you've got,
No.
because the grip level's going away from you.
They're all
It's
falling
still,
off at the
it's
double
still,
left-hander,
it's
aren't
still
they?
damp out there, isn't it? It's still not quite dry, but that's going to dry very, very quickly.
Yeah.
It's got carts on it, the sun's shining.
Yeah.
The spots of rain on our window are very, very quickly drying
Are
up.
they going to have to give him another rolling lap here? Because they are
I
very
think so.
spread apart.
I think so. We've still got dampness at the boot,
Yep.
on the entry to the boot. You can see the damp patches.
It's everywhere.
Now they look nothing, but they will affect the
Look at
road
it
holding. They
crawling
will
over the last
affect the
bit.
grip.
Yeah. Yeah, they are fighting that one a little bit. Need to pick up the pace a little bit, I would think, just to get some more tyre heat in there. Well, even the leaders just slid off the road. Alex Jackson's decided that the track's no longer for him, and he's going to see what the grass is like.
Ah, really? So it is still slippery out there.
Oh, they're all off. Look at that. It's all
Yeah,
falling
Ash,
off at the,
yeah, that's coming out of Inkermans, isn't it?
over the dip.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. I mean, Inkermans is a flat-out acceleration zone, but if you haven't got the grip, you're just going to understeer off, because you're relying upon the front end to point the cart at the corner and maintain sort of cornering.
Scandinavian flex works to a point.
Yes, yeah,
As you found
absolutely.
out
Yes,
yesterday.
yeah.
There we go then.
So we've got them gathered up now in the boot. The sun is shining brightly here at Whilton Mill. The track is showing patches of dampness, but that will soon dissipate as we get our pole man Alex Jackson and Joseph McVeigh alongside, and we should get this senior Rotax all plate heat underway, and we do indeed into oblivion. Oh, look how slippery it is.
All over the road.
Incredible to think that everybody's going to make it through there.
They have though.
But they have
Right, the other
indeed.
side.
Yeah.
Alex Jackson takes the lead, or continues to take the lead through Christmas. Down the hill and out the other side.
Into Inkermans. Oh, a spinner. Oh, and people are off. Yes, we've lost a lot of carts. Reminds me of the 1975 British Grand Prix, that.
When they all fell over at the start line.
Very much. Here we go again.
Who caused that? Was it Jake Richards
Third
dropped it by
place.
himself? Was it
Archie
Jake?
Elliott, wasn't it?
Oh, no, it was Jake
wasn't.
over the curb.
Yeah,
Look, too much
yeah.
curb and off he went.
Well, too much wet curb.
Too much, yeah, quite. And not enough tyre heats.
There was about 5 carts involved in that on the grass.
I'm not going to attempt to pick out who was involved in that until
we're
they
not.
cross the stripe.
We're going to wait for them to come through, aren't we?
I think they've all got going there, which is nice.
Yeah, they've all continued.
Yeah, Alex Jackson's now got a monumental lead as he crosses the line the first time round.
2 seconds.
Yeah.
It's Ollie Varney, second, Matthew Herbert, third, Joseph McVeigh down to fourth, Alex McGee, Sam Mee, Hayden Phillips, Philip Howarth. He's paid dividends there from his back of the grid slot. Tommy Lee Davis, 9th, Alex Warnaby, 10th, and then just outside the top 10, Jake Davis, Ryan Mills, Ollie Goodyear, Shane Collinson there in 14th, and Marcus King in 15th.
Got a cart stranded as Alex approaches it now. And he's out of his cart. Can't quite see who it is there. Nah, he's alright. He's pulled it out of there.
Not quite sure who the number was as well.
Couldn't quite see from there.
Yeah. There's the number.
Ollie Varney.
Number 30.
Ollie Varney in second place. Has
Yeah.
he gained? Oh, he's taken a second out of Alex in one lap already. He's more than confident, I'd say, in these conditions.
Sun absolutely blazing here, and I can feel it over my shoulder, the heat beginning to come back after that little shower.
Yeah, I've got a little bit of sweat going on, I think.
Not sure if we're going to see any more rain, because the sky to our left is blue. Ollie Varney is the Roalf driver there.
Clawing the gap back. He's a lot closer than he was this time. Last time round, sorry.
Well, he was almost 2.5 seconds, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
it was.
It's now
What's he up to
1.6.
now? Is there a yellow flag at turn 1? Oh, there is.
Yes, it
Who's
is.
that?
Yeah. That's the
14,
14.
Scott Goldsby off at Oblivion. Not a good place to end up, I tell you. I've been there myself, and it's very scary watching karts come at you like that.
Especially when you've got a bit of a damp track as well. So this is the lead, guys. Alex Jackson now has Ollie Varney right on his rear bumper. We knew it was coming.
I don't think it will be long before he's by. He's
No.
rocketed up to the back of him, hasn't he?
Yeah, Alex Jackson knew that was going to happen as well.
Yellow flags down the hill, though. Nothing can be down here. Well,
Oh,
doing it
down the
anyway.
inside, Chapman.
Was that a green flag he nipped by
I
there?
think so. There wasn't any yellow flag at Chapman.
I couldn't see anything.
He's coming back, though. Jackson's coming back.
It's
Or
best
not.
He's decided I'll watch him, see what he's doing. There we go.
So Ollie Varney on
On
the
the
road
curbs already.
racing. On the yeah, you mean because of the wetness?
Yeah, on the curbs already. Just trying to talk over you there, Joe. My apologies.
Yeah, I know, but you think that's brave, do you? Because the water sits in the recess.
It does
doesn't
there, yeah. That last corner is notorious for that, holding the water. Makes for spectacular photographs.
Ah, yes. So, Ollie Varney now leads.
Creeping away, half a second already in one lap.
Yeah, absolutely.
And growing.
So the front of this field beginning to space out somewhat. I'm not sure whether Alex Jackson has the pace to perhaps close the gap to the Roth driver.
Matthew Herbert's closing on second though as well. He's taken a few tenths out of him in that last lap.
Let's drop back then if
Phil
we can,
Haworth
Paul,
up to fifth.
and watch that. Oh, they're very spaced out.
Yeah, they are.
Now
There he
there's
is.
Phil Haworth.
That's the man to be watching right
Yeah,
now.
Phil Haworth is catching Alex McGee.
He rebels in these conditions, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. Yeah. And he'd be happy that we had that incident.
Yes.
I say happy. What I mean is he gained a lot of places
Yeah.
there. And he was going to have to fight his way through them.
He did a fantastic job of picking his way through.
I think everybody did who, there was the 5 or so unfortunates who ended up on the grass.
They're all still running now, I believe. Aside from, Reece Pope was involved. He's at the back, but he's still running. That's good. It's all points, isn't it, I guess?
Right, this is the man who's currently chasing down Alex McGee.
And doing it very quickly.
Yeah,
Very
just waiting.
efficient.
I'm waiting for his lap time. He's not the fastest man on the track. The fastest man on the track is the third place, number 39,
Matthew
Herbert.
So he's definitely making inroads into Alex Jackson for second then, isn't he?
Yeah.
I think Ollie Varney, it's fair to say, is checked out at this moment. He's already got a 1.5 second lead almost.
Yeah, I think he's gone.
Yeah.
Unless he makes a massive mistake, Ollie Varney has got a solid lead that he's in 2.5 minutes time or so. He's going to turn that into a heat win. Meanwhile,
is that the commentator's curse, do you think, Drew?
Possibly.
We'll see what
possibly. Sometimes happens, Gaz. What's the gap between Alex McGee and Phil Haworth? It was 7, let's call that 8 tenths last time. Let's see where it is this time as they cross the line.
I don't think it's too different. I don't think Phil's made any particular ground on them this time round.
It actually went out 9 tenths.
Again, changeable conditions, slicks, wet slicks. Have they adjusted the tyre pressures? Is Phil struggling with that now?
Well, remember that they appeared on the collecting area with slicks.
Yeah, they did, yeah.
And whether or not they'd went to a wet setting,
yeah, possibly,
but then stayed on slicks.
Would they have enough time to change that on the Tony kart there? It's a bit fussy.
Yeah, it's very fussy. Not sure they would have.
And probably not with Phil. Just send it and see.
We're inside of 2 minutes remaining in this senior Rotax heat number 2.
Yep.
And there's Philip Haworth, who we thought, having made up that ground, we thought he would continue onto the tail of Alex McGee. But McGee is very, very quick. McGee is lapping in the 45 zeros, Haworth in the 45 ones. Last time by. Matthew Herbert still the fastest man on the track. 44.9 was his last lap time. And if anything, he's going to challenge Alex Jackson.
Has he got enough? Oh, he's going to be on him, isn't he? He's going to be close. A bit of traffic there for Phil through the complex. And he gets just about gets out of his way. I think he might have been helped out of the way a little bit, I think.
Yeah, I think so.
Just looking down the order, Joe. Jensen Watts started 5th, I think. I presume he's caught up in that incident. He's down in 26th, a lap behind.
Yes. Yeah, he was in that incident, wasn't he?
That's not going to do him any favours, is it?
No.
Especially being as quick as he has been.
That's a good spot, actually. That Jensen Watts was one of those drivers caught up in that.
Yep.
I think he's on the lead lap. He's just behind.
Oh, okay.
We lost Reece Pope on lap 4, Scott Goldsby on lap 2, and Tom Patterson at the start. But I think this is Jensen Watts now.
Okay. Yeah.
Just coming through, I think. Or he may even be a lap down because that's the leader, isn't it?
That's Olivani through the boot.
Olivani, yes.
We're watching Phil Hayworth on the TV. Olivani is about to cross the stripe. 2 laps to go, I'd say. Next time round.
Well, 15 seconds, yeah. It'll be 2 laps,
and he's
including this one.
He has walked away, hasn't he? He's nearly 4 seconds now.
Yeah.
Very good job by Olivani.
Yeah, massive pace. Matthew Herbert still in second, but he's got Alex Jackson now with him. One of the back markers being very sensible there. I think that was Marcus King, just getting out the way of the lead, just pointing where he wanted them to go.
In the LRG.
Sense. Does make a lot of sense.
Tommy Lee Davis in the 89, he's having a good run in 6th place. Good on you.
Now then, that's the battle we thought was going to come. It's one more lap of this battle for Phil Howard to get by.
Has Phil gone backwards? He was 4th, wasn't he?
No, he's on the back of Alex McGee in 5th place.
Okay.
That's the number 15 ahead of him.
Of
McGee,
course, yeah.
McGee looks over his shoulder.
Sees the intimidating gold helmet.
Yes.
Oh, all right, then it's you.
He's thinking, thankfully, there's only one more lap to keep him there.
Yes. Yeah, last lap this time round.
And if anything, he'll have picked up the pace. Just ahead of these is Olivani, Matthew Herbert, and Alex Jackson, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. Now, time is running out for. Oh, look at that defensive driving from the 15.
Corners to go. This should be the check for Olivani across the line.
It is crossing the line now, and there's Philip Howard using all of that knowledge that he had of squeezing down the inside at the boot, and he's happy with that, isn't he?
Alex, not so much.
Alex,
what are you doing?
Not so much at all.
Good drive by Phil. Nice little recovery from. Where did he start, Joe? Quite a long way down, wasn't he?
Phil was quite a way. He was in the middle. That was his middle start, wasn't it?
Oh, okay.
I can't find him. Oh no, he was 27th. He'd be delighted with that, Philip Howard.
Yeah.
Not as delighted as Alex McGee is about that move. Olivani, though, took the win. Matthew Herbert 2nd, Alex Jackson 3rd in fine style, those first two. And 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Philip Howard, an opportunist 4th, ahead of Alex McGee in 5th. Tommy Lee Davis 6th. Sam Mee in 7th. Jamie Rogers 8th. Alex Warnaby is in 9th. And rounding off the top 10 is Archie Elliott. Just outside the top 10 was Evie Poulin and Shane Collinson.
Good race, that. Anyway.
Yeah. Anyway, mate, thank you for that. Thank you for stepping in and allowing Nick to do some technicals. What?
Yeah, thank you for turning me on this time.
Yes, turned him on. Yeah.
I'll see you later. I'll hand you back
All
to
right,
Nick
mate. Yeah, we'll give you a shout if we need some technicals. So Nick is back in the booth, and we have got our already getting ready for our next heat, already lining up in the collecting area. It's Minimax coming next for their heat. It's the 2nd heat for these youngsters. Again, 9-card grid. Andrew Dixon, Harris Roberts on the front row, Lucy Lavelle and Daniel Parsons on row 2. Riley Thatcher and Sonny Morgan are on row 3. Daniel Hartley and Max Carlton are on row 4. And then rounding off the 9-cart grid, Nick, is our colleague Eddie Stewart.
Good old Eddie. Do you want to take a little time to talk a little more about Lucy Lavelle on this while we're waiting? And what she's doing charity-wise?
Yeah, that would be great, Nick. Oops, hang on.
You still got those chips must be freezing. Well, that's ruining the entire broadcast.
Yes.
You dropped that down there.
Yes. No, I'm just going to finish this.
So, Lucy is raising money for the Penny Bron UK Cancer Health and Wellbeing charity. And a very personal reason, because her dad was had cancer. It's thanks to Penny Bron UK that I now know how to look after myself. During my cancer diagnosis, they provided me with the additional support of my body and mind, which is so important. It's very important. A positive mental attitude has been proven to improve outcomes. So, and they need to raise £1.1 million pounds to provide this vital service. £1.1 million. By making just a £5 donation today, you can support even more people living with cancer. And if you would like to make a donation, there is a very convenient QR code in the fantastic programme. That's Penny Bron UK, the Cancer Health and Wellbeing charity, supported by Lucy Lovell.
Fabulous. And a great race with our dad last night.
That's what all counts, it really.
Yeah, absolutely. So, our Minimax grid, including Lucy Lovell, who is starting on the 2nd row in 3rd place. Andrew Dixon and Harris Roberts are the drivers that are leading the field round. They're already at the boot and look in good order to get this thing underway. We had a bit of a straggler there who's just joined on the back of the grid.
Louis Bevan says, the man, the myth, the media legend, Gaz Bury on the comms. Well, he's not, it's me now. So disappointing. And Lyle Hanlon says, well done my grandson, Harry Hanlon, in the last race.
Oh, yeah,
races,
really
great
was.
driving.
Yeah,
Why
really
is that
was.
16 there in the middle of the track?
Not sure why.
It's Lucy Love, I don't know why she was there. They're taking it? No.
Yeah.
No.
False start there, and I think that was down to Lucy, wasn't it?
Was she not able to find where? Was she starting in second, is she?
Lucy starting in third on the second row.
And pole's on the left-hand side, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's in the wrong place for some reason.
Yeah, she came out the tram lines, I think I heard Sarah Darlow say, on the grid, who's one of our collecting area
Ossifers?
Officials.
Ossifers.
So we'll gather this mini-max slot up, 9 carts. They're already on the back straight towards the boot. So not long before they get into race start mode, I would think. The 43 there's Harris Roberts. And the pole man is Andrew Dixon, number 25, who has disappeared. He's not there. So that's Lucy Lavelle. That's where the confusion.
No pole man, right.
Yeah. So the pole man, 25, is not there. He's at the back of the grid. I think it was a straggler out the collecting area. There he is.
Yeah. And it's wrong again. Lucy didn't pick up properly in the 83 around the outside. Riley Thatcher was there, and that wasn't a great start either. But I'm not quite sure where they've left that one there. Is Lucy in third or fourth?
Harris Roberts has gone.
Yeah.
He's gone into Christmas. We're now seeing, because of that bright sun shining straight in.
Everything's gone silhouette-y.
Yes. Is anything we can do about that?
No. That's light. That's called the world.
Okay. That's because the sun's shining directly into it.
Be all right. Once we get on Ash's camera, we'll be fine.
Oh,
he's behind his camera.
Bit of a sideways moment for Harris Roberts. Just getting himself all askew over the exit
see now.
So it's Daniel Parsons, the cart that has made his way up into second place. Through the final bend here, the pits bend. And Roberts looks relatively comfortable there. Riley Thatcher is the cart in third place. Sonny Morgan fourth. Eddie Stewart is in fifth. Andrew Dixon sixth. Lucy Lavelle
he's got a problem.
seventh.
Who's that?
Oh, the leader. Oh, my goodness.
Pulled off with a problem.
What is that? Is that another chain issue? He's looking at the back of his cart. It is.
Chain.
I think it's the chain. You'll hurt your foot, Harris. You'll hurt your foot. Yeah, despondent from the number 45. Checks his cart.
No.
Confirms what the issue is.
No.
I'm not taking any further part.
Yes. Broken foot.
Those tyres don't move, my son. I know how you feel. I know exactly how you feel.
That's how I felt last night.
That's how Nick
I
here.
ground to a halt almost exactly the same place on the outside of the road.
Nick here knows exactly how that feels.
Dodgy cart. What can you do?
Well, we're not saying that Harris has had a dodgy cart. He's had a dodgy
He's broken
chin.
his cart, yes.
Yeah. Daniel Parsons has now inherited the lead, with Sonny Morgan currently second in the championship beside Seb Corking. And Seb not here to battle it out for the all plate, choosing to consolidate and come back out for the penultimate round of the championship at Fullbeck next month. May have gone on holiday, you don't know. I don't know. Sonny Morgan looking very racy, Nick. He's right on the bumper now of Daniel Parsons. Daniel Parsons knows that.
Whoa.
And there's Sonny Morgan. He almost made that look easy, didn't he?
Yeah, just got the drive on the back straight and said, I'm coming up the inside of the start of the boot, and that was it. So Morgan now goes straight through.
Oh, and there's, you know what I love about these kids, about these drivers? Once I'm in the lead, follow me.
Yeah.
Once I'm in the lead, follow me, don't challenge me, and you will consolidate my lead so that I win.
Very Machiavellian.
It very much is.
So Dixon,
I don't think Sonny Morgan needs any help whatsoever from anybody, because already he's got 7/10. That's the gap.
The question is how far Dixon can come up. Obviously having to start last rather than first, which is a major disappointment for him. But he is in seventh. He's made 2 places. Oh, actually, one of them was because Harris broke down, of course. Morgan trying all he can. lean down. I think the interest now is more second and third, to be honest. I think Morgan's going to get away with this and just go. So it's more whether 79 of Parsons can hold back. Oh, hey, Eddie Stewart's got the third. Stewart's putting a stormer in. Our commentator, my rival, is running through now in third. So after the last race, we went backwards. Obviously, he's found what the problem was, and now he's going forwards again.
Well, his mum Laura was telling me he hit the barrier quite hard, and I think it maybe dented his confidence a bit. And we didn't see the Eddie Stewart who we know in that previous first heat. Now, he looks like he's gotten back on song, didn't he?
Yeah, you're 11 years old. You forget the disaster in an hour, don't you?
I did send Laura away with, how old is Eddie? She said 11. I said, well, slap him on the head and tell him to get a grip.
Yeah.
So she's obviously slapped him on the head and told him he's gotten a grip.
They can't have a long-term issue with fear, can they?
No.
So it's right on the tail. That's the double blue against the blue and white. Double blue 45 white helmet. That is Eddie Stewart, who you will hear later doing a commentary with Joe. And he's tracking really closely Dan Parsons now. Parsons goes out very wide, little bit of drive, and now up the inside will go Stewart for a relatively simple pass, as long as he just catches the second part of the apex, which he does. And he made that look very, very easy, but that was helped a little bit by Parsons going too wide, coming out of oblivion.
And Parsons now wanting to come back perhaps at Eddie Stewart into Parker and then into Chapman. Stewart will want to eke away. Behind Parsons is Lucy Lovell in the 16. Lucy not that far away.
Yeah, it's good because Lucy had a very poor first heat. She was dropped. I think something had happened.
She had a poor start,
12 seconds behind everybody. But I think it must have been an early issue which you can't do anything about. But she was having no issues at all, scrapping around within this first 6 or 7 are quite close together. First 6. Oh.
Yeah, I think Eddie Stewart has got a bit of a cushion now. I think if he maintains the pace, maintains that consistency in his lapping.
But can he do anything about the 2.7 seconds that Sonny Morgan said? My guess is no.
No, Sonny Morgan. Purple sector times there last time by 47.4. Fastest lap of the race for Sonny. He is the quickest driver on the track at the moment.
Well, the track's still drying, but I think more importantly, they're now convinced it's dry, so they're giving it 117.3%.
Yeah, little battles going on behind Eddie Stewart and Daniel Parsons.
Yeah, you've got Letby, who's got Hartley and Dixon behind her. That's finishing 3 there. So let's have a look at the 4, 5, 6. That's where the battle is at the moment.
Lucy's under a lot of pressure there.
She was good through Crook there, and eased out a little bit.
Well, Hartley just overtook Andrew Dixon in the boot.
Ah, that's where it was, right. So that's actually it was Hartley making up that gap. So Hartley is on the move from that unfortunate, absolutely dead last start due to a late departure from the collecting area.
Yes, shame for the. He was supposed to start on the front row, on the pole position. So he wasted that one slightly.
Well, completely.
Completely. Yes, not just slightly, completely. So it's a bit of a recovery drive for him. However, as they come through, and if anything, Lovell is catching Daniel Parsons.
Yeah, they're all constantly back together again, aren't they?
Oh, look who's put in the fastest lap there, Lucy Lovell.
There you go.
Lucy Lovell.
Bit of a toe and some good lines.
47.2 for Lucy.
Obviously free in the cart now.
Yeah, she really did respond to those carts appearing in her peripheral. We're almost into the final minute of this second heat for Minimax.
So that's 2nd to 6th on the camera, which is Stewart, Parsons, Lovell, Hartley and Dixon. Dixon and Hartley have already swapped places twice.
This is going to really mix it up for the grid for the final, isn't it?
Apart from Sonny Morgan.
Yeah, well, apart from Sonny Morgan, but the others.
Lovell very, very close now to picking up 3rd place.
She is,
having
isn't she?
A shifty out the back of Parsons.
Oh, Lucy looking down the inside. She had a look, didn't she?
But Dixon did take Hartley. So Dixon's now up into 5th. Hartley in 6th. Lovell 4th, Parsons 3rd, Stewart 2nd. That's how you can see in that final. Stewart's lead's disappeared as well. I don't know whether he's relaxed too much. I think they're going to see the last lap board. May see the last lap board yet. So they're going to get the last lap board this time round. So we'll see whether Eddie can put in his what I do on my last lap mental thing you asked him about.
I did.
He's under intense pressure actually. He's all come back together again.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. So we'll see just how composed our colleague is. Eddie Stewart in the 45. Onto the back straight up towards Christmas corner. Eddie completely aware of who's behind him and runs down the inside on the right hand side of the track to defend that inside line. Into Inkermans, using all the curb there pretty much. And down the inside of Lucy Lovell. Had a look, didn't he? Andrew Dixon had a look down the inside into Ashby. Didn't come off. Sonny Morgan already into the boot as the chasers continue on the back straight towards the boot. And there's Lovell down the inside of Daniel Parsons. She's almost going to lose out. It's going to be all the way around the outside. 3-4 wide. And Lovell absolutely lost out there. But Daniel Parsons
even more
finds himself all of a sudden from third place down to sixth.
That's not on his way.
Incredible. So Sonny Morgan took the checkered flag and took the win. Eddie Stewart with a composed final lap to take second. Andrew Dixon, Daniel Hartley, Lucy Lovell and Daniel Parsons battled it out absolutely to the final turn. And then we had Max Carlton, Riley Thatcher and the unfortunate Harris Roberts went out with that, what we suspect might be a chain, on that first lap.
And he excellently kicked the tyre wall. We have a message from Max Marston Karting. And he says, is there going to be a paddock show? Well, there's already been a paddock show, which is the Super 1 show, and that is actually already up on YouTube, so you can watch that on the Karting Live TV website when this race, on the Karting Live TV YouTube channel when this finishes, so you can watch that. That's the Super 100. And we have got a second paddock show for you for tomorrow, which is a standard NKC one where we have a chat with the great, the good, and a little bit look at KZs as well, don't we? In the
yeah, we do. We have a talk. We have a look at the KZs in close proximity, actually. And just see what the front brakes, the gearbox, the slightly different engine configurations on these carts.
And that paddock show, just taking to secret, will be available this evening. So we'll be able to see the paddock show in advance of lunchtime tomorrow this evening. I'm good to you that way, in fairness. Okay, so next up, I think, is going to be senior TKM. So we've got the Heat 2 of TKM. No, a little bit away. There's still some rescuing going. Probably trying to rescue Harris Roberts' cart, which broke down quite a way back. So senior TKM race 14. Pole is Olivia Jenkins, then Joseph Jacks in second, Will Cregeen third, Matthew Temple Purcell fourth, Andrew Platt fifth, Joseph Phillips is sixth, Alexander Lehman is seventh, Tom Johnson is eighth, Jack Ransom is ninth, Charlie King, who won the last heat, is in 10th. Harry Roth, who I think was in the top 3, is 11th. And Mitchell Ball, who is certainly towards the front, is at the back. So all the fast people are towards the back. Oh, yeah. All the fast people from Heat 1.
Right, okay. Joseph Jacks from that front row. He was out in round 1 of the NKC. We haven't seen him since. And he's back out this weekend.
Was something we said?
I'm not really sure. He's a mechanic for Carlin Motorsport.
Oh,
so he runs, he's working in Formula 4.
They're doing it every week, aren't they?
And I think they're involved in everything, aren't they?
They are now.
Every junior formula that you can think of.
They've got 3 as well. They're called Rodin Colin now, aren't they?
Ah, yes.
I'm not sure it's named after the sculptor Rodin, but there we go.
No, it's that car manufacturer, isn't it? That's Formula car manufacturer where you can.
You ever heard of the manufacturer BYD?
No.
Build Your Desire?
No.
Oh, I stumbled on their only dealership. I think it's a Chinese electric car firm.
Oh, really?
And they've got an import deal in the Middle Kingdom. It's dealer. It's like BYD. Well, what's that? Obviously, as they do in Far Eastern countries, they write these things in English. Obviously, sound great. You go, it's just Build Your Desire.
Like Lynx and Co.
Yeah. You think? We're going to use English. Get someone to work out what it is.
Yes. That's why the term Scuderia.
Yeah, sounds great.
Sounds great, doesn't it? Just means team, doesn't it?
Well, the Ferrari is just Ferrari. It's Ferrari the Ferrari. And then a lot of their names sound awful. When you translate the...
well, Ferrari's like the Italian Jones, isn't it? Yeah. Everybody's called Ferrari.
Anyway, I had a salesman called Julian Ferrari. He was the least sports type person I've ever met in my life. He's probably dead.
Olivia Jenkins is on the pole position and will lead this TKM field round in a pall of blue 2-stroke smoke, which we love. We love the smell. 110cc TKM engines, air-cooled, get off on the start. It's a small grid of just 12 this week for the O plate. but they all make it.
Oh, they
through.
don't.
Oh,
they don't. They
no.
do not.
Just about to
So
call
who
me
was
a
that
liar.
problem? Lost it coming out of the Oblivion complex.
Yeah,
Stephen
Oblivion and Crooks, yeah. The rest of the field, though, they're already into Ashby. And a move for the lead. Can he make it stick? I'm not sure of the number yet. I think it might be Will Cregeen. Oh, I think it's Joseph Jacks, would you believe? The Carlin Motorsport mechanic has just taken the lead at Ashby, but it's a 3-card battle at the lead already forming before they even get to the boot. It's Will Cregeen who slotted in behind Joseph Jacks. I thought it was Cregeen who made that move. It wasn't indeed. 48 is the Olivia Jackins cart. She's now in third, but these three just breaking away ever so slightly on the run down to Christmas, and it looks like a challenge for fourth place there as Joseph Phillips goes ahead of Harvey Roth. Did he make that happen? Not quite sure. We'll check that out when they come back towards us on the infield. But Joseph Jacks, who we mentioned was in the NKC at round 1. We haven't seen him again, been too busy looking after Formula 4 drivers. But Will Cregeen, who had a torrid time attack first session, has been back on form in the first heat, and now here we are, the second heat for these senior TKMs already across the line to complete 2 laps.
Yeah, the advantage of the smaller field is if you do have a bit of a disaster and therefore qualify a couple of places lower than you should do, it's not the end of the world. You can still get to the front because obviously the O-Plate's all about winning. In the bigger heats, if you're 7 or 8 places back, whilst in a normal round, I can still score good points because there are no good points. It's all about winning. It's much more serious. But leading confidently is Joseph Jacks. Cregeen, though, right on his tail, looking for Mitchell Ball's got to 7th, Charlie King to 5th, and Harvey Roth to 4th. So they're on their way back. Olivia Jakins is in 3rd. And they are racing around the boot and now onto Pit Bend. And it's another lap in the lead for Joseph Jacks. But realistically, with Roth and King now past Jakins, it's going to get very, very hectic with 5.5 minutes to go because 2 of the fastest karts in the field are bearing down on our current first and second places.
Well, these two finished 5th and 6th in Heat 1, and here they are first and second now. Cregeen just couldn't find a way by Joseph Jacks in Heat 1. We'll see if he can here. Plenty of time on the clock, isn't it? Well, there's plenty of time of Harvey Roth and certainly plenty of time for Charlie King, who won the first heat, to make his way through and spoil the party for all 3 of these drivers. Cregeen and Roth right on the bumper now of Joseph Jacks. And look at Charlie King. This is going to be a cracker. We're not even at half distance yet. I wouldn't mind 4.5 minutes of this all the way at the flag, but I doubt that's going to happen because I think this is going to very shortly be broken up.
There goes Roth.
Roth down the inside of Cregeen.
Second.
So now Charlie King there being very, very patient. We know he's got the pace. He was the fastest kart in this class in the first heat.
Yeah, coming through Chapman. Oh, another great move there. And that was King also taking the place. So King has also taken Cregeen. Cregeen moves from 2nd to 4th as the irresistible force is Roth and Charlie King move ever closer to pouncing on Joseph Jacks, who's held that lead for the first half of the race. We're halfway down now. And I can't see Jacks holding the lead for the second half of the race, but I can't necessarily see him holding it when they get exiting Christmas this time round. Roth really lining up Jacks, but Jacks had enough. I thought he had enough momentum. Maybe to hold it out. He can practice
side by side, wheel to wheel.
Didn't wash him out, which he could have done.
Yeah, through increments though. That's where he knew he had to hang on to. And there, side by side again. These TKMs love going side by side, don't they? Harvey Roth, though, what firm driving that was. And you know what? I don't think those karts touched at all, Nick. That just proves you can do it. You don't have to drive into one another. You can compromise. You can give each other room, and we can have fantastic racing. And as I say that, King,
he's got it.
Yeah, does the switch back.
Slightly cut across, and it's Roth now down to 4th. Sorry, Jack's down to 4th from 1st in 1 lap, so that's not great for him. Mitchell Ball is in 5th.
He's the replay then. Charlie King down the inside of that number 55 of Joseph Jacks. They come together, but Jacks is carrying too much speed and slides wide. at the right-hander part of the boot, and that's what allowed Charlie King, who checked the cart's speed and was able to then accelerate out of the second part of the boot on towards the final turn at Pit Bend.
I think King was kind of daring Jax to come across him, and Jax did, but it didn't work out well for him.
Charlie King wants to win all of these heats and the final, and Harvey Roth is the man who wants to try and stop him. It's a big ask though. Charlie King, I'm not sure if he's still leading the MSUK British Championship in this class. He's certainly leading the NKC Senior TKM class, but he's also competing in the TKM British Championships. And there he goes down the inside at Ashby. We've seen that many times. And then as they come out of Ashby, Roth tries to get back alongside, but it's only a short straight, isn't it, towards Parker.
There's nothing to do about that. And you've got the back straight, which perhaps you can get the run, but you've got to be brave coming up the inside.
There again, what we see. Charlie King gets in the lead. Okay, mate, let's just pull ahead while I hold on to this lead. Yeah. I'm pretty sure if Roth had the pace
Ball
to
was trying
challenge...
Ball was trying one into oblivion there, wasn't he?
Looked like it. Ball's come through the field.
And he's got past as well.
He's come through the field, hasn't he, from all the way at the back, and he's now in fourth. So Ball getting by, I think, Cregeen. Joseph Jackson's next on the list, then Harvey Roth, then not too far away is Charlie King. In fact, Harvey Roth glued to the rear bumper of Charlie King, into Chapman, through the right-hand King, the exit of Chapman, and on towards the boot. It's a left-hander, followed by effectively a double apex hairpin right. But that second part of the corner opens up nicely, using all of the curb and more. Very harsh curbs on the exit there of Pit Bend. Mitchell Ball already ahead of Joseph Jackson into third place. So with 44 seconds on the clock, it's going to be 2 more laps of racing for these TKMs.
They might get 3 actually. Charlie King went and with 51 seconds to go.
No, he won't have 3.
How long? What are they lapping in? What's
30
their lap
seconds.
time?
They're lapping in 46 seconds.
7:08. 51 seconds to go.
Oh, I'm just taking off the countdown.
Ah.
The countdown's 20 seconds. So he's going to cross the line.
I think so.
With 10 seconds or so remaining. Well, 5 seconds remaining.
There's 10 left now.
Right, so it's going to be 2 more laps.
Yes.
Which is what I said.
No, you didn't.
I did. I said 2 more laps after this one. And we are. Charlie King, Harvey Roth. They've broken a gap to Mitchell Ball, who's broken a gap to Joseph Jackson, Will Cregeen. Behind them, we've neglected Jack Ransom in 6th, Tom Johnson in 7th, Olivia Jenkins in 8th, 9th is Joseph Phillips, Matthew Temple-Purcell is in 10th, 11th was Andrew Platt, or is Andrew Platt, and Alexander Lehman rounds off the Joe Jakes. All right, okay, that's the pronunciation, Joe Jakes, not Jacks.
Okay.
It's spelt in the French way, though.
I know. Brian Jacks, do you remember him on Superstars?
Yes, that was J-A-C-K, wasn't it? Charlie King leads on to the final lap. Harvey Roth in second. Mitchell Ball, a very lonely third now, it seems. He's still not giving up, though, is he? The head goes down. His Sunderland EFC helmet stripes there. Glorious red and white. Charlie King, having got into the lead, he keeps the pace. He's got the pace to perhaps break free of Harvey Roth, but he just does enough. It's a very, very clever driver. Harvey Roth trying all he can to keep him in his sights as he comes through the final turning for the final time, certainly in this second heat for TKMs, and crosses the line to take the checkered flag. Charlie King takes a 100% finishing record in the TKM class. Harvey Roth second, Mitchell Ball third, Joseph Jakes in fourth, Will Cregeen fifth, Tom Johnson sixth, seventh is Jack Ransom, Olivia Jenkins eighth, ninth Joseph Phillips, Matthew Temple-Purcell 10th, and then rounding off the 12-car field, Andrew Platt and Alexander Lehman.
He's done it.
We've got KZ's coming next, so stand back.
Vroom, 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 vroom.
Stand back.
26,000 gear changes a second.
Yes, indeed.
Approximately.
They absolutely are.
2 rolling laps and a standing start.
Yes. So we give these karts
the
a lot of opportunity to get some heat into their tyres. We don't want these things on cold tyres, do we?
No.
Not at all. So KZ, just looking across the collecting area, Nick, we've got a collecting area full of KZs, 12 karts qualified, remember. It's the second heat for these drivers.
You can tell we started racing now because there's a longer and longer queue of disgruntled drivers outside the door. It's been pretty clean so far, I think.
It kind of has, hasn't it? It hasn't been too bad. I mean, we are sharing race control overlooking the Whilton Mill track here, but what that does do is give us great insight as to the shenanigans that are a lot of disgruntled drivers about.
We'll be sharing race control at fullback as well.
Isn't it 2-tier though? Isn't that 2-tier?
Yeah.
I'll just do that. So, James Webb and Benjamin Ballou are on the front row of this KZ grid. Sylvanus Klimas and Harvey Reeby are on row 2. Sam Ward and Daniel Cebula are on row 3. Row 4 is Isaac Smith and Ellis Bolshea. Bradley Calder and Bailey Regalsford are on row 5, with Reece Llewellyn and Paul Phillips rounding off the 12 kart field. So we will get another warming up lap, and then it'll be a standing start for these karts. Sam Ward took the win in Heat 1. Ellis Bolshea was the second, and Paul Phillips was third. Fourth was Benjamin Ballou. Bailey Regalsford was fifth, and it was Sylvanus Klimas who took sixth. Isaac Smith seventh. Then we had Reece Llewellyn, James Webb. And James Webb actually retired on lap 8. We lost Daniel Cebula, Bradley Calder and Harvey Reeby, who didn't start. Sarah Darlow's our grid marshal there, just waiting very patiently for the field to come round, where they'll line up in grid formation, 2x2 grid formation. It'll be a clutch start for these karts, and then we'll see them. Now, just to remind you, these KZ karts have got a 0 to 60 from a standing start of 0 to 60 miles per hour in about 1.5 seconds. And they actually, if you look close, and our cameras are unable to do that for you this weekend, but if you're standing trackside at a KZ race, you'll see they do a wheelie off the line. Their front wheels are actually come off the line for just a microsecond. Just a microsecond, the wheels lift up as they shoot off the line. And there they get away. Another slow start for the number 12. He did that in the first heat as well, Daniel Cebula. Not quite getting off the line as readily as we'd like, or he would like indeed. Up to Christmas Corner.
Is he gone?
Up to Christmas Corner and out of Christmas Corner into Inkermans. It's 3 wide almost there. Down to Ashby. And it's the number 21, Sylvanus Klimas, who takes the lead. The bright yellow and green liveried carton driver. Who's that in set? Oh, just screaming around the outside was the number 63 of Sam Ward, the winner of the first heat. And that is absolutely, Klimas has lost all of his momentum there, found himself in the wrong gear and is dropping back down the order in massive style there as they came through after one lap. Sam Ward, Benjamin Ballou, Isaac Smith, Ellis Bolshea, Klimas, Regalsford, Cebula, Calder, Llewellyn and Phillips was the order of these karts across the line. We're down to 10 karts with 12 karts entered. We're down to 10 karts now, so problems for a couple of the drivers. Harvey Reeby is one of the karts that we've lost. Crossing the line then, the battle is on. Sam Ward, Benjamin Baloo. These are the carts that are battling it out at the front up towards Christmas. And then through the left and then the right kink at Inkerman's. Very, very fast indeed. You can just see the grip level that these carts are putting in. Down towards Parker and then into Chapman. Out of the left-hander through the right kink. Just watch the driver's hands here. Down the box, up the box, accelerating up the box again, and then across the line to complete 3 laps. Just under 6 minutes remaining now. Rattling that inside curb.
What did I miss?
It's very harsh. The race settling down to a battle between Sam Ward, Benjamin Baloo, Ellis Bourchier and Daniel Chabula, who's recovered to 4th place now after that torrid time getting off the line. Klimas was hustled into a mistake and looking for gears. Down the inside of Baloo has gone Bourchier.
He's got some pace in that car, doesn't he?
He has. Not sure anybody can keep pace with Sam Ward though. He's been pretty much the class of his KZ field. From the very outset.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd and 4th where the battle is there, isn't it? In fact, 3rd and 4th where the battle is.
Yeah.
Cibula's not particularly happy about being 4th, that's obvious. And going for Baloo. There he is. Baloo will have to grin and bear it, being overtaken. No, that one over his head.
No, I got what you said. I got that. Hopefully no one else did.
How cruel. So as you say, Sam is not being closed down by Bourchier. But Bourchier is getting under a little bit of pressure from Daniel Cibula. Daniel I think he broke down in the first heat.
Yeah, again, not getting off the line as quickly as he would have liked. Now he's had that's given himself a lot of work, hasn't he? You know, he's not getting off the line as quick as he wants to, and now he's having to fight his way through. And just getting onto the back of Bourchier now as they come through. Ingerman's just, look at that, it's just sliding on the power.
Those 4 have made a big break, haven't they? Because the 5th place is 4.5 seconds back behind them. That's Sylvanus Klimas, and you've got Bailey Rigalsford, I know you speak to in tomorrow's paddock show.
Yeah, that's right.
Bradley Calder, Reese Lewin and Bo Phillips did not make the start.
All these carts are very, very well prepared and meticulously maintained and prepped. But a pretty high standard was Bailey Rigalsford when we see yesterday. And you'll see that tomorrow in tomorrow's paddock show. The cart is prepped by Bailey's father, Mark. And that standard of preparation.
Reputation of preparation.
You know what? Ron Dennis has got a job for you wherever he is these days. It's a phenomenal, meticulous prep on that cart. So what's that battle going on? Is that the Chabula battle still? Bourchier, Chabula, and Baloo. Is that what we're looking at? No, it's not. It's a completely different battle. Is that Smith, Klimas? Oh no, that's Klimas, Rigalsford and Bradley Calder. So the 192.
We've gone back to the...
right, that's the cart I've been talking about, the red and white one.
Yeah. Rigalsford cart.
Yes, that's the one that is prepared by Bailey's father, Carl. And that's the one that is absolutely pristine. Such a high standard of prep. And he's trying to get up, he's climbing all over Klimas, isn't he? Klimas, down the inside of Ashby.
Hold it, he's got more brakes.
Side by side, yeah. 4-wheel, 2-axle brakes on these carts. The brake disc on the front wheels. Brake disc on the right front and the left front. Complete braking system on the front of these carts, which are completely different to our Rotax Max and TKM classes.
I wonder how they brake bias them. Whether they still run to the front or whether they want the rear to have a bit of lock-in to help rotation.
I don't know, it's a good point that. They seem to brake in a pretty much straight line. They're very stable under brakes. Complete difference to, the other carts that we have.
That's been an interesting transition when you go from that sort of cart to these carts.
Yeah, Morgan Porter's a chap I know. 2021 British Rotax champion. And then into 2022, he went into KZs, and he kind of transitions between the both now when he can. He's driving in the British Rotax Championships for Hunter Motorsport, and then does the odd KZ race whenever he can. Quite a challenge. Quite challenging to drive one of these round the track. Love to have a go at one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Love to just see what is involved. Somewhere like Three Sisters, though.
With the big straight.
With the big straight and the big sweep and bends, rather than this is like driving your bicycle around your bathroom, this one, isn't it?
It's a lot of work. I wonder how many gears you actually use. 3 of them?
I don't know. That's a good point. I'm going to find. That's Bury will find that out for us.
Those are ridiculously close gearboxes.
Yes, they are. That's why they're always constantly up the box, down the box. You know, and then you know you're 7th gear there. Do you drop to 5th, 4th at that point? I'm going to ask somebody tonight and then bring that into tomorrow's show.
I'm in the 11th gear. What do I do next?
Yes. We're inside the final few seconds then on the clock.
Find our front again with
let's find the number 377 of Ellis Bourchier, because he's overtaken Sam Ward, who was the class of the field. While we've been watching the midfield battles, we've lost a wheel. Somebody off there with a...
3 wheels on the wagon.
Yeah, he's just lost a wheel there. The hub's just come loose, hasn't it?
Oh, it's right in the middle of the track. That's got more than just a hub. That's got like a bit of axle.
No, that'll be the hub attached to the wheel.
Is it? Okay, right.
Yeah, it slides off the axle.
Oh, of course, yeah, for the width.
Yeah.
Someone didn't the Allen key up hard enough.
Final lap then for this heat number 2 for KZs. And we've got our leader there just coming through the boot for the final time. Great shot from Ash, our cameraman, just capturing the busy hands of the drivers. Sam Ward, his pace slackened off there towards the end, and he comes through into second, almost 2 seconds behind Bouchier. So not quite a 100% finishing rate for Sam Ward. He has to finish second in this one. Benjamin Ballou finishes in third. Billy Regalsford, he comes through into fourth, with Sylvanus Klimas finishing in fifth. Isaac Smith sixth. Rhys Llewellyn seventh. And then Bradley Calder in eighth. Ninth was Daniel Chibula, who we lost on lap 10. I think Daniel was the car that lost that wheel perhaps, and then Paul Phillips went out at the start of this race, so that race only really consisted of 9
Well,
cars.
actually finished. It was another lap.
Was what?
That was actually a final lap. He just ticked it.
Did he just come through?
Yeah.
Oh well. So the check the flags now.
Yeah.
Anything change?
No.
Then let's just move on.
Let's not talk about it. No, just Paul would be going there and there, and I thought, I don't know what's going on. And I looked at it and went, oh, it has gone on that way. Yeah. Joe's called the race before it's finished.
I'm going to go for a pit stop.
Well, hopefully it's a long one, because you've been... How cold are those chips, by the way?
Very.
How cold?
Very cold.
You're very, very committed. Oh, my Lord, there's 100 of them. Race 16 of 19 today, before we do it all again tomorrow. Running very slow. I thought we'd finished long before this. Okay, we have the Rotax 177 O-Plate Heat 3. And it is Edward Matthews in pole, and it's Kabardia in second, Jack Taylor in third, Ollie Hancock in fourth. Ollie Smith is starting fifth, and Colin Campbell is starting sixth. Mark Gilley is starting seventh, Andy Collison is starting eighth, Paul Giles starts ninth, 10th Ryan Taylor Truman, Ed Nansen is 11th, Jamie Taylor is 12th, Brian McReady is 13th, Jake Lewis is 14th, Nick Skelton is 15th, Alex Rowley is 16th, Jack Goodyear is 17th, Will Murner is 18th, Carl Dunford is 19th, James Yap is 20th, Finley Cross 21st, Tom Thompson 22nd, Billy Clark 23rd, Cameron Marston 24th, Elliot Thomas 25th. So Cameron Marston obviously has a fan club, because they've been chatting to me on this. And then we have Alfie Lawrence on 26, Steve Stewart 27, Alfie Williams 28, and Jamie Dysra brings up the back of the field in 29th. So here we go. Matthews from Capadia. And the 79 of Taylor got in the way. He shouldn't have been there. He seemed to have rearranged himself from the grid there because it was supposed to be Capadia on pole and he was starting third. So interesting. Jack Taylor and Capadia seem to swap. So there must have been a reason for that post the adjustments here. But out in the lead, I think as they go down to Ashby, is Edward Matthews, I believe, when we see the confirmation of the number. Yep, 79, it's Matthews. And then you got Taylor, Capadia, Smith. And that's the battle for second place, the 99. As you know, Smith has got past Capadia, so it's Taylor from Smith. It should be Capadia in the 51 in fourth. It's Ollie Hancock. So Capaldi's had a very bad first lap and has dropped way down. Not as bad as Colin Campbell, who's dropped completely out of the field entirely. But they're coming up through Christmas. It's our leader. It's dropped back second and third. That's where the interest is. And that's the battle between Jack Taylor and Oliver Smith. 99 and the 9. So it's a bright red 99. Well, is it orange, is it? It's fluorescent. Flory orange 99, Jack Taylor. And there is coming out of Chapman, but no, two little looks for the blue, yellow and green numbered number 9 Oliver Smith. Smith, arms out straight, name on the back of his jacket, so it was race suit, so he must be important. A disgruntled driver walked in front of our camera. So someone's pulled off to the side.
Cameron Marston or Colin Campbell?
One of the two, because they're no longer running. But yeah, just walking across. Whoever's got a grey race suit? Down towards Ashby, these two. Look quite evenly matched. There's no real attempt by Smith there to try and get past. Turning left. And then you can see in this kind of a longer shot how they now power out of that corner of Chapman and down the main straight. Up through the start of the boot. Now it's the long, long right-hand turn. Goes on forever, but you need to get yourself in the right position. And you sweep past pit Ben. How much rumbles are we going to take? Or how much can your ribs take? I think really, how much can your insides take? I reckon everyone who's been racing here, by the end of the weekend, their spleen will be 3 inches different from where it started.
I'm loving Jack Taylor's helmet. Have you seen it? The Gulf
it's
colours.
a Gulfy one,
Yeah, the Gulf helmet on Jack Taylor. I tell you what, anything can happen here because Oliver Smith is glued. Just behind them is Ollie Hancock, then Mark Gilly, then Alex Capadia finding himself at the front of this one.
He made a bad start. He started this run and he's dropped back, but after the first lap, he's done all right.
On the front row.
Well, he seemed to start third in the end. It looked like there'd been a bit of a shuffling. Jack Taylor ended up taking second. But Edward Matthews is ahead of these two, but these are a right old ding-dong, aren't they?
They
coming through the boot.
Yeah, through the boot. You can really see the way they're using their bodies in those karts to just, little inputs on the steering just to get themselves through the corner. This is a very, very fast section of any track anywhere in the country. And here we are, absolutely flat track. Down the inside goes Smith and the number 9, 9th in the championship in 2022. Makes that happen. He's been lining that up for a while, hasn't he, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that in the end Jack Taylor was that scrappy about the whole thing. He was relatively happy to live with it.
Yeah, he was. Jack was just kind of knew it was coming and did a great job in making the job very, very hard indeed. I mean, it's took him 4 laps to get by. 5 laps, in fact. This is the 5th lap that they're on now. So behind Jack Taylor now in the 99, that number 50 is Ollie Hancock, who, if you're a follower of the NKC, we spoke to Ollie back at the last round, it was here, And the thing I wanted to talk to Wally Hancock about in the number 50 was the difference between these Rotax Max karts and a Formula One Fittipaldi F5A, which I'd say
What's the difference?
Race very little. He said you get more of a rest in the Formula One car.
Yeah, and it's more popular in Brazil.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is correct, because according to the grid, Jamie Dizer started plumb last, and now he's 7th.
Jamie Zera.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Well, start
Remember,
plumb last.
Jamie's a Dan Holland. He works for Dan Holland Racing. He's clearly no slouch in the behind the wheel, as well as looking after. He looks after Timo Jungling.
Yeah, we've lost 5 cars as well, but even so, he's going pretty well.
Yeah.
Ollie Hancock's had a problem. This is a transponder dropped right out. Hancock plummeting down the order. So this is spread out a bit. Let's drop back a couple. See our next battle. This one's now not really happening, and there we go. Oh, there's very much happening. These 4 are massively happening. Oh, there's waving, there's swerving, there's all sorts of stuff going on. These 4.
Zera. It is Zera. He's getting mixed up in amongst the midfield now. He's right in amongst it. That's Alex Capardia. That's Capardia in the blue and white, the third car in that field at the back.
Look, Zera's gone through already. He's gone through 2 more karts. So it's the blue and white car, the second of those 4 karts that the injury one. There he is.
That's Ollie Hancock in the 50.
Hancock.
Sorry, no,
51. No, Hancock's had a problem. It's the 51 of Alex. That's Alex Capardia, the 51.
Yeah.
So Zyra now. So Jamie Zyra is coming up against Le Mans starter Alex Capardia. ELMS winner, I think. Actually, they won a race, didn't they, in that series.
I'm not sure he's raced a lot of cars though as Alex Capardia. He's now on the tail 50. I mean, this is his first kart race, and I don't know how many years he said.
But Zyra is weighing him up for another pass that would take him into a remarkable 4th from plumb last.
Incredible drive.
And he's bent double in that car because he's so tall.
That's right. Now, a slightly smaller framed Alex, not that much smaller. This is the first kart race he's done
look at that.
for a while.
Zyra just suddenly could see a chance there. And
that was
going into
momentum.
oblivion, was it?
It was momentum.
Yeah, it was actually, in fairness.
Momentum
there
out
was
the final
no chess, drafts, or even Chinese checkers involved. It was just momentum.
And Capardia has Ryan Taylor Truman literally all over that rear bumper of him. In fact, he's down the inside. So Capardia loses 2, possibly 3.
This is where Capardia's inexperience showing. He's running in clear air. He's as quick as anybody. But once he gets to the battle, where you haven't been used to the battle, because you've been driving massive great LMP2 prototypes and not teeny weeny karts, it's a completely different methodology of wheel-to-wheel racing.
Absolute different environment whatsoever. The karting is so frantic and dynamic. You'd never get a breather. I mean, there again, side by side through oblivion, and he hangs it out. He just, you have to be quite courageous there. And Alex knows he's having to defend. He knows just a matter of time. We lost Ollie Hancock, by the way.
Yeah, I said that.
Lap 5, yeah. We're inside the final minute, though. And
nope,
not quite sure what everybody's seeing.
There's some oohs and ahs. Can't see what they are. Everyone seems to be going around kind of a yellow flag, so it was looking a very light touch ooh and ah.
79, Edwin Matthews, another Dan Holland driver. Ed has worked for Hunter Motorsport before. He's back working with Dan Holland, and one of the team working out at the Dan Holland Motorsport workshops this weekend, leading this field by 6.3 seconds.
If you work long enough, you get like a free race, and they give you all the kit to go and do this.
I really don't know. It's just, it seems like they've borrowed every single kart in there, and I think it's their own karts, in fact. But they're all running with Dan Holland livery, and in their Dan Holland overalls, and showing that when the youngsters who they're mentoring and telling how to drive round tracks, they're showing that they actually know what they're talking about.
That does help,
and showing credibility for Ed Matthews.
Those who can do, those who can't do as well.
There he goes, number 79. He's got his teammate Jamie Zyra in 4th place. Between him, though, is Oliver Smith and Jack Taylor. That's the 95 of Jamie Zyra there. We need to go a little bit further forward to find the leader, Ed Matthews. There's Ed Matthews there, bright pinky orange helmet. And, oh no, that's number 9, Oliver Smith.
second place.
Yeah, so the cart ahead of him.
7 seconds ahead is what.
7 seconds. He's going to be coming
He's
through.
in a different,
Here he's here,
different
crossing the
postcode.
line. There he is.
There he is, crossed
Ed
the line.
Matthews takes a very fine heat win there.
No, he waited a very long time for Oliver Smith. There he
At
is,
that
at
gap
number 9.
there. Yeah.
There's
Jack
Taylor and Zyra from the absolutely plumb last. Oh, last minute attempt was switching about by the 45 of Jamie Tyler there. Didn't quite work. He ended up just under a tenth of a second behind Alex Rowley. He probably frightened several people by doing that.
So behind Zyra, Ryan Taylor-Truman was 5th, Alex Rowley 6th, 7th is Jamie Tyler, Alex Capardia. He'd be happy with 8th, won't he?
I think so.
Absolutely. Andy Collinson, he'd be happy with 9th. That's a cracking result, Andy. Jake Lewis 10th, Kyle Dunford 11th, and then we had Nick Skelton, Alfie Williams, Alfie Lawrence, James Yap, Ayrton Anderson, Jack Goodyear, Mark Gilly was 18th, Finley Cross, Billy Clark, Steve Stewart, Brian McCready was the last of the finishers. We lost Ollie Hancock and Will Milner on lap 5, Elliot Thomas and Tom Thompson on lap 2, Paul Giles, and we also lost Colin Campbell and Cameron Marston.
There we go.
So now then, what have we got? We've got your replacement,
No,
Nick.
I'm sacked again, am I?
Yes, you are.
I'm not giving the chair this time.
Junior Rotax C3.
You can stand up this time.
Eddie Stewart's going to join us for this one because Eddie showed a bit of a keenness to talk about the Junior Rotax. Eddie, well done on the last heat. That cart's come together then after some fraught early stages of this event.
Yeah, it's come together. Thank you to Momentum, my team, for putting it all together because it wouldn't be possible without them.
They really have done a cracking job there, mate, because you showed, I mean, that pace that just wasn't there earlier on that we knew should be there was finally there, thank goodness.
Yeah, we were on a full wet setup back in the awning, and then when we walked to the dummy grid, it stopped raining, so we had to change it completely back there.
Right.
6 men all on the cart, so a huge thank you to Adam Edgecombe at Momentum.
You look quite comfortable as well. Was it as easy as you made it look?
No, no, it wasn't.
Never is. It never is. Right then, you've joined me for Junior Rotax. This is the class that you're going to be moving up to for 2024. I hope we see you doing this in NKC. You can always step in and give Nick a bit of a rest as well when you're between your heats, which is giving you a big thumbs up. So that's purely down to your age, isn't it?
Yeah,
that you
age.
did move up to juniors from Minimax. I'll quickly run down the grid and then we'll have a bit of a chat before we get things underway. I think we're recovering a few carts from out there on the track. So Finley Underwood and Frank Warder on row 1, Harry Hine, Presley Walker row 2, Gia Leverton and Marcel Poppicle are on row 3. Then we've got Harvey Williams, Byron Scott, Simmons on row 4. Row 5 is Freddie Ingram, Nicholas Ellis. Row 6 is Joshua Withcombe and Harry Hannam. Freddie Theobald and Joshua Priest are on row 7. Maxim Smith and Joe Bullen are on row 8. Owen Keenan and Lewis Llewellyn are on row 9. And then we've got Ellis Warlock and Freddie Moore on row 10. Row 11 is Vlad Tominchuk and Billy Vogt. Daniel Whitfield and Alex Fraser on row 12. And then Curtis Latimer, Jaden Hewitt, Lewis Crocker and Kasper Tomilewski rounds off the 28 cart field. So 28 carts. What sort of grid size are you running in Super 1 when you're out there?
It was 6 or 7 in Mini Rock last year.
Right, so the biggest change you're going to find next year is moving on to a grid of 29 carts and potentially, if you come to the NKC, starting in 29th, 28th place. I mean, do you think that's going to change? Is it just because it really is just about the cart in front, isn't it? Getting past it.
Yeah. Depending on where you start, it'll change. If you're starting in the top 3, it won't be as big of a difference. But if you're starting below sort of 15th, then it might make a bit of a difference.
So what's the biggest differences between your Minimax and these junior carts that we're about to see?
The speed. That's quite that's the main difference on the straight line speed. Corners, they're quite equal, but it's mainly the speed and the weight difference compared to the Mini and the age.
So you're going to be going, like for instance here at Whilton Mill, off the back straight into Christmas Corner, you're going to be carrying a lot more speed than you are in the Minimax.
Yeah, that's
Right.
the difference.
Do you know the exact what sort of difference in speed, top speed that they are?
No, I don't know the exact, but
No,
it's
no.
a few mile an hour, I think.
It's it's hard to work out on the mathematics of the gearing and stuff. It's far too hard for me.
Yeah.
Right, Eddie, we've got the carts leaving the collecting area, and hopefully we'll get this race underway after just one warm-up lap. We've got one more heat to go before we go into the first of our finals this weekend, which will be for our 100 Super. More of that later. Right now it's all about Junior Rotax. And the last heat in Junior Rotax, if I can just find it, there it is, heat 2. That one was won by Jaden Hewitt. Harry Hannum, you probably weren't watching this, Ed, were you? You were probably busy fettling your cart. But Harry Hannum had a massive opportunist move pretty much in the last few corners at the boot and ended up coming a surprised second. So the thing about this junior karting, Eddie, is the fact that everybody is flat out all the time, aren't they?
Yeah, it's well, on the straights they are. Yeah, it's the corners. It's a bit slower, but
but everybody's going as fast as they can, is what
everyone's going as fast as they can. Yeah.
So we get underway into Oblivion and then into Crook, and we've got a cart off into the grass. He will take a shortcut and continue, I'd no doubt, into Christmas for the first time. Then it's the number 12 of Finley Underwood.
Watch the number 34 cart off Marcel Popical.
Right, is he quick?
He seemed quick over the last 2 heats.
Right, okay, so Marcel came across the line in 6th. See if we can get a handle on where he is.
4th.
Fourth, did he?
Yeah.
Excellent. So it's getting, as we suspect, very, very busy there down the inside into the boot. The number 69 of Freddie Ingram making a move on Byron Scott Simmons. Let's see as they come across the line. Do you want to give that a quick rundown? Top 6?
First place, Finley Underwood from Frank Ward, Harry Hinn, Freddie Ingram, Marcel Popical, and Jay Leverton.
Excellent stuff, Ed. So you're right, Marcel Popical, a cart to watch. That's the number 34. It's getting very busy there down into Ashby. You were calling Ashby all the time, weren't you? You were saying that's where the moves will happen.
Yeah.
Why do you think that is then? Is it because it's downhill and it kind of...
It's downhill and you've got the run, and people can get a good exit on the corner before. Just have a really good run through Ashby.
Yeah, let's have a little bit of a replay of that touch there. I mean, alright, those two carts touched. The 34 was hit up the back, but that was more about momentum coming out the corner, wasn't it? And sometimes it's unavoidable.
Yeah, that was a racing incident. Nothing.
Yeah, you agree with that? Nothing malicious about that?
Yeah, no issues on that one.
Yeah, I agree. So the leader, Finley Underwood, is just coming through Chapman. He's got a bit of a gap, 1.6 seconds at the line, but that's where the battle is, isn't it? Freddie Ingram, Marcel Popical on that number 34.
Billy Vort's gained 2 paces, down 20 seconds.
Right, so he's on the move.
Yeah.
We'll keep an eye on that timing screen as well.
And Kasper Tomolowski won the last, well, not the last one, the one before of his heats, up to 18th.
Yeah, so that's the number 200. He won that in fine style as well, didn't he?
Yeah.
So we'll keep an eye on. That's good that you're keeping an eye on down the field while I look at that, Ed. That's exactly what we need to do. So Popical looks like he's got a lot of pressure there off Harry Hannum, and we know Harry Hannum's quick. In fact, there's the move.
But Marcel should have some speed down here. If he gets a good run through the boot.
Let's see if he has. If anything, Hannum looks like, having got past Popical, he has moved ahead. Now we'll watch Hannum as he moves on to the rear bumper of Freddie Ingram. These two had a right old ding dong in the last heat we watched.
Yeah.
This section here, is that just flat out?
Yeah.
Is that just flat out?
That's all flat out through there.
Right. And that's if you get momentum and the car doesn't slide, that's why you can have a go at Ashby out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So into Chapman then. That's the number 69 of Freddie Ingram. Now he's coming under pressure now, Eddie. Where do you think Hannam's going to make his move?
He'll try and target it into Christmas, I think. He's gone quite wide there.
That's too wide, is it?
A bit too wide. Marcel's caught up to the back of Freddie Ingram.
I've got a sneezing bout. Right then, Harry Hannam into Ashby, didn't quite have the momentum this time. Now, your mate Marcel is just keeping an eye on this one, isn't he?
He's just sat there. Yeah, he's taking a watching brief.
It's my term, isn't it? Watching brief. He is though, isn't he? He's just, keeping an eye on that. I'm sneezing. He's turning it off. No. I kept turning it off because I needed a sneeze. So it wasn't your balance that you were playing with, it was me. Now Marcel's coming back, isn't he?
Yeah.
There he is, that kind of orange and blue livery, isn't it, on that number 34.
34 card.
So Harry Hannam is now dropping back off Freddie Ingram. Why is that? Is that something to do with the tyres and the way that they come in?
It could be tyre pressures, or it could just be pressure. He's the car, Freddie Ingram's got pressure behind from Marcel Popicool.
Yeah.
Or it could just be tyre pressures.
So what you mean is that Harry Hannam is now focused on protecting himself from Marcel.
Yeah.
So that he kind of loses momentum on the guy in front.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's number 12 Underwood, just going by some back markers there through Inkermans. Now Freddie Ingram is right on his tail. So we've been watching the battle between Ingram, Hannam and Popicool, but now Ingram, I think it's Ingram, has found the pace, because there he is. He's just took the lead. Yeah.
Kasper Tomalowski up to 10th.
Good spot. Who
Billy
else?
Vault 17th.
Yeah, they were the two that we were looking at moving through the field, weren't they?
Yeah.
So a change of leader with less than 2 minutes remaining, and it was Freddie Ingram moving away from Harry Hannam rather than Harry Hannam dropping back, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And it always strikes me as strange when all of a sudden, with a couple of minutes to go, drivers find pace. Do you think that's from the driver, or a little bit from the tyres maybe coming on?
It could be from the tyre pressures. It could be from the driver, and it could be from both.
Yes.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's just one of those things about in karting, isn't it?
Yeah.
But now Underwood, who looks like his kart sliding around a little bit too much, is now falling back. That's the number 12 we're talking about. He's sliding all over, and now we've got Harry Hannam coming back after him, and on his. This could be the move. This could be the move, Eddie. No.
Nope.
Not enough. Not enough momentum, was it? Let's see how this transpires, eh?
Yeah.
We've got Freddie Ingram now, who's pulled out half a second. But Finlay Underwood, and there he is again. He's lost out to Chapman again.
Marcel Popicool.
Yeah, Popicool's going to have
caught up.
Do you think Popicool's going to have a pop at him?
He'll have a go.
See what I did there?
Yeah. He'll have a go. He'll have a go into Christmas, I would have thought. But
Christmas, you reckon?
I reckon Christmas.
All right, mate. Take us through it.
He'll try and get in the slipstream down the straight. He's not close enough.
No.
Maybe Ashby if he gets a good few corners through here.
Yeah. Time's running out as well. It's going to be the 1 lap to go board next time by.
Yeah, he's got 1 lap.
If anything, it looks like Underwood has got a better line through Crooks onto that straight towards Christmas.
Billy Vaughan is on a roll.
Where is he now?
15th.
15th.
Started 27th, I think. Something.
Look where Tomalewski's gone as well.
He's P8.
Former heat winner up to 8th from the back of the grid, yeah.
Yeah, they're both superb drivers. If they had a few more laps, I would have thought they'll be closing in on the front three.
Yeah, I think you're right. We need another 3 or 4 minutes. So we're on the final lap now as Freddie Ingram continues to lead. Harry Hannam He's got Finlay Underwood right with him and Marcel Popical right with him as well. So this is a battle all the way to the flag. And he's defending, isn't he?
Popical.
Oh, look at that, Popical. He's got it.
He's got him.
I think that was it. Underwood's been sliding wide at Chapman all the time. That's where he's lost his places every single time.
Yeah.
As Freddie Ingram takes the checkered flag, there's the winner of this heat there, Harry Hannum second, and you'll be very proud of Marcel Popical, aren't you? You called that from the start.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Finlay Underwood, Nicholas Ellis,
Tomolowski, 7th.
Presley Walker 6th, Tomolewski, who you've been keeping an eye on, 7th. Then we've got Jay Newitt, Jay Leverton, Daniel Whitfield 10th, Joshua Withkin 11th, Maxim Smith, Joel Bullen, Frank Ward. Billy Vogt finishes 15th, Ed.
15th.
Yeah, Harry Hine, Freddie Moore, Vlad Tomanchuk, and then we had Owen Keenan, Alex Fraser finishes 20th, then we had Joshua Priest, Harvey Williams, Lewis Llewellyn, and then Freddie Theobald, Lewis Crocker, Curtis Latimer will be the final finishers, and we lost Byron Scott Simmons on lap 10, Ellis Warlock on lap 8. So I know you've got to think about the all plate first, but looking forward to 2024, you're going to be in amongst that next year, aren't you?
Hopefully.
What's your thoughts? And you smiled when you said that, so you're looking forward to it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to being some bigger grids. Last time I had a relatively big grid was really like a DRS,
right.
Daniel Ricciardo series.
Yes,
that was only sort of 15, 17 karts.
Right.
But it'll be interesting to have a big grid.
Yes, I think so. And I think with big grids, you have great races for 14th and 15th place.
Yeah.
You know, you can have great races, 2 or 3 of you, can't you? And then you just see where the results bring you. Good stuff. Thank you again, Eddie.
Thank you.
I'll let you go, and thank you for that. Nick's going to step in because we're getting close to the finish of the programme. I know Nick's quite happy, so if you hand your headset to Nick, and thank you very much. Eddie Stewart there joining us once again. Great stuff.
Rain.
Oh my goodness. Can you imagine if it rained? I mean, this is the last
heat.
This is the last of our heats.
Yes.
And then we go into our
only
100 super final.
Yep. Spitting. Yeah, I've said bread, now I'm saying spitting. We are having a conversation with some of the other people couldn't hear the other half of the conversation with. So am I sacked then? Am I simply going to do audio balancing and running around putting things on top of others?
It's a work in progress, isn't it, young Eddie? I think he's more wrapped up with competing, and he's really looking forward to moving up to junior Rotax. He's got an all plate to go out and win in Minimax, and considering he won the... Yes, go ahead.
It's only winning that counts.
It's only the win that counts here this weekend, Nick. We're not about championship points, we're not about the podium. No. Right, so senior Rotax. Why is everybody going ooh and ah? Right, we haven't got time to have a look at the grid. It's there in front of you on the graphic. So we'll get straight on with this. I think we're really running this very, very quickly and getting it started. And a cut off
for 41. Yeah, who's that?
It's Brodie Trehorn down the field. He ended up on the grass and way out of the order there, down towards Christmas. It's all defensive. The 88 of Alex Moody is our leader, and he really was the last of the late breakers into Christmas corner. It's all very, very crowded out there going into Ashby, 2 and 3 abreast as they come out.
Wow.
Gathering themselves up, finding some space, making your way, using tin openers, pushing your elbows out, all the other cliches that you want to think about. It all happened there.
I don't think elbows are enough, really. I think you need several other joints to get anywhere near anyone. Right, so the leader is, I think, Matt Lewin. He stayed in the lead. I see his number, he comes beneath me now. It is the 88 of Alex Moody who took the lead. So Moody Lewin was one of the big losers early on. Toby Kay second, Edie Poulin third, Ryan Mills fourth, and Matt Lewin is fifth. They come up towards, and it's snaking as they come into the Christmas corner.
Snaking on the brakes, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, they're not playing carpet snake.
I've just felt a splash of rain on my left leg, which is the most...
That's weird.
It's the leg that's inside.
That's like that must be sort of reverse sort of tornado, kind of blowing the whole thing.
Really sure what's happening.
I'm afraid there's a man in the paddock who's got a better camera than we have, filming something. Goodness knows he knows what.
Wow, look at that.
I don't know. He's got a massive.
Why don't you ask him?
He's got a massive one.
Why don't you ask him? Change for lead. Toby Case.
Change for
Not
second.
Change for second, I should say. It's Evie Poulin.
He's taken Toby Case.
Great move there from Evie. Alex Moody has already pulled out 1.5 seconds. And the way he's driving, absolutely on the edge, going into the braking area there for Christmas. Cracking driving at the front. But Evie Poulin now in a distinctive pink and green helmet, using all of the curb on the exit of Ashby there, will now try to break free of Toby Case and Ryan Mills. Matt Lewin is in 5th, Matthew Lambert 6th, and then in 7th we've got Mohammed bin Mahfouz.
She wants to break free.
She wants to break free in true Freddie Mercury style.
Absolutely.
That spitting of rain has kind of eased
Don't
off.
forget that Gaz Brewery will be doing a Freddie Mercury impression soon.
Yes, he will. He'll be dressed as Freddie Mercury.
Yeah. Okay, here we go.
Or
The
will it be
rain
Freddie Mercury?
is Mercurial. Freddie Mercurial. It's coming down.
Or do you think so?
Lightly. I think it's psychological way at the moment. It's just sitting on the visor and making them all go, oh no, what's going on?
We've got a cracking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 cart train of carts just behind our leaders, which we'll try and get a look
yellow
at. But
flag into oblivion, I think.
But right now, we've got Evie Poulin just easing away from Toby Case in that
Red
second
flag,
place. We've
red
got a
flag.
red flag because of an incident at Oblivion. We think it's Oblivion. That's where the yellow flags were flying.
Yeah, I think it might be. It's not. We can't. Is it? There's a broken down cart on the inside. Well, very much on the inside of the boot. That's not it. Red flags normally only fly if someone's potentially hurt. Certainly does appear to be going into Oblivion, but I think it's going so far off Oblivion that it's off our camera.
Right, so we've had completed 3 laps. I heard the timekeeper saying there, Nick. Nick's going off to explore what that situation is. We will bring the carts round, I think, to the boot area is where the marshals have positioned themselves to bring these carts to a halt, get them back into grid order. And yeah, that's where we are, bringing the carts to a halt up at the boot to see. We will go back to the previous lap, which is lap 3. So Alex Moody, Evie Poulin, Toby Case, Ryan Mills, Matt Lewin, Matthew Lambert, Jensen Watts. He's a driver to watch, as is Ollie Varney and Kieran Gifford. Mohammed bin Mahfouz is rounding off the top 10 at the moment. Then we've got Archie Elliott, Andy Ambrose, who was in a right ding-dong battle in the midfield area. 13 is Ollie Goodyear, George Sanders, Braden Hill, Jamie Rogers, Alex Warnaby, Brodie Trehorn, the cart that we saw on the grass there. So all of these drivers just come to a halt there while we sort out the incident, what I think has taken place at the Oblivion Crux complex. So we've got 2 more races for you. This one to come to conclusion, and then we go into the first of our finals. It's the 100 Supers final. It's not for an all-plate at all. It's for something very much more worthy than that. It's for the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. We raced here last year for this accolade, and we're doing it again very, very soon after we get this senior Rotax heat underway. So I believe I've just heard the timekeeper saying we're going to go back. We're going to go back to lap 2. Sarah Dorwood, who's perhaps the most important person in the place at the moment, has just come in for a grid sheet. Sorry, not a grid sheet, but a revised grid sheet. So the running order is what she's taking away with her over there. I think we're ready to try and sort it out. The medics are moving back into position there, so I'm pretty sure that everybody's fine. So the heats that we are about are to do with the running of the NKC All Plate, which is a one-off meeting. It's not a championship. It's not part of the Junction 6 NK Championship. It's all about winning tomorrow afternoon in our class finals. It's all about the win. I've been saying that for pretty much the whole of the weekend, and I'll probably continue saying it very, very much into that. It's unlike the championship insofar as nobody's interested in who's coming second. None of the drivers are interested in coming second. Certainly the front runners will be wanting to finish as high as they can, but the only place that is worthy of finishing will be first place, because that's the winner of the All Plate. Now, what does that mean? Well, it means that going forward for the last two rounds of the Junction 6 NKC, 9th and 10th of September at Fulbeck in Lincolnshire, and then down in the south of England at Clay Pigeon for the 21st, 22nd of October for the final 2 rounds of the series. They will get to run the O number plate.
Oh.
Number plate. Yes, indeed, the O number plate. And that's quite a thing. And they'll also get to run the O plate all through the start of next season, all the way through to August, when we reconvene somewhere to be confirmed. Keep the speculation going, to be confirmed sometime in August of 2024, where we will have this meeting again, and it will be all to play for.
Yes, drops of rain.
It has. Yes.
I don't know why. This isn't supposed to happen. It wasn't. That rain earlier was kind of sort of forecast. This is just freestyle rain, which no one wants.
Freestyle rain
that no one wants. That's the key point. Do you know how your team is doing?
It was 1-1 the last time I looked.
Do you want to know?
Yes.
It's 2-1. 75 minutes.
2-1 to who?
You.
Mate, I'll say it's not necessarily given.
Blackpool's 0-0, and we're winning. Fudging bottoms.
What?
It's proper rain.
This might bring in this grid of carters. This might bring in this grid of carters to change onto wet tyres if this rain continues.
But it's sunny.
In any
must be a rainbow somewhere.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those summer showers, isn't it?
It's one of those ridiculous things that happens in England. Do you know, we've been hit to Whilton Mill now, I think 4 times for various events, karting events, and it has done this.
Yeah.
Obviously, last time it chucked it down for hours. Every single one of the events, it's done this annoying thing where it looked like it wasn't going to rain, and then threw something down for like 10 minutes, a quarter of an hour. I'm going to have to have a word with God about it, because frankly, it's annoying. What can you say?
Can Gasbury not sort it out?
I don't know. He can wrap it.
He can really pull strings. He can wrap it. That's WRAP.
Yes, it's very important that we will not be asking him to become the new Slim Shady, will we?
No, GB Wraps, a high-quality wrap service.
And more importantly, men out there, he'll do your presents at Christmas when you can't do them yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure he does. Instagram, gb.wraps. Facebook, GB Wraps, all one word. If you've got a copy of the programme, he's in there. He's in there.
And if you're at home and you're bored, why don't you subscribe to Karting Live TV YouTube or the Karting Live TV Facebook page?
So talking about Karting Live, what else have we got on then? We've got the final 2 rounds of the NKC.
And then we've got the Autumn Championship.
The Autumn Cup.
Even better. The Autumn Cup. That sounds like something from Nintendo.
It's a 2-day meeting at Warden Law, my home track. All televised, all live. Full live stream on that our channel, Karting Live TV. But I think one of the most significant things that we're going to be doing on that weekend, it's 2 separate race meetings, and then there'll be trophies for Saturday, trophies for Sunday.
Yep.
But then all the points are accumulated over the 2 days to win the Autumn Cup for each class. Now, the interesting thing here in connection to the NKC, who run on Maxxis tyres, we are going to run a grid of 177s, Rotax 177s on Maxxis tyres, and that's a big thing. I mean, it's the MSUK permit allows us to do that when we sort that out. But if you're listening to this back and you are part of the 177 grids here on NKC, your season's going to be over, instead of pining for more racing in 2024,
Instead of putting all the tyres in the bin.
Come out and use them up on that
Absolutely,
November weekend. Second weekend of November, 11th, 12th.
Anybody here has got a set of tyres that have done one meeting. Well,
Yeah,
off you go.
Exactly.
Also, Pro Karts, because I know a lot of people have friends who do Pro Karts.
Pro Karts going to be a big thing as well.
Love the Pro Karts.
We've
Is there cadets and bambinos?
Cadets,
Cadets, yeah.
Bambinos, Inters,
We don't do cadets and bambinos here, so it'd be nice for the youngsters out.
Intermax, Micromax. We've got Junior Rotax and Senior Rotax and Senior Rotax 177s on Max's tyres. All the other classes will be on their MSUK tyres, which are, I think, mainly Mojos.
Is there still a shortage? Have they sorted that out?
No, sorted out. It was only... When was that? Was that last year?
Beginning of the year it was.
Was it?
Yeah,
I thought it was last year.
There isn't a shortage of cars anymore, by the way.
Here we go then. We've got them in line astern because it's line astern restart. Look at the lights. Sarah Darlow tells them, and we get things back underway. The field all closing up, sliding through Oblivion and into Crooks, already up the hill towards Christmas. And Alex Moody, Evie Poulin, looked like she may have lost out. No, she's hung on to that second place and is right on the rear bumper of Alex Moody into Ashby on this first time on the restart. There she is, that bright pink and green helmet of Evie Poulin, right on the bumper now of Moody. Behind them, everything beginning to sort itself out and settle down. But Poulin is all over the back of Alex Moody, just waiting for these tyres to come back up to temperature. They'll have cooled right off, won't they?
Yeah, Poulin absolutely the big winner out of this suspension of the race, because she was a couple of seconds behind Alex Moody, who made a great start and was having to close that down. But now she can actually go up the inside of him at Christmas Corner and take the lead. So, does she? Because there's a chance he gets swept round the outside by Lambert. That was unbelievable. And now she's been. She was leading for a corner.
Yeah.
And now she's fourth.
Yeah, because she was hung out to dry there. Momentum track, Wilton Mill, all about momentum. She lost momentum. I know you bleat on about me bleating on about momentum, but it is. Yeah, it's a massive factor. You probably found that last night, did you?
I kept seeing you off the track. And then through goes the...
Jensen Watts.
There we go.
He's been the man of this class.
Oh, look at this. Everyone's mugging everyone this one. I think you're right. They started up again with a race brain on, but not necessarily the tyres do the race braining.
Yeah. Because the last time they went into Oblivion, they were able to stay flat through it. Not quite the same, is it? After they've cooled off and a little bit of dampness.
There's someone quite a long way away. Was that?
Not quite sure where they came from. So we've got 3 minutes of this heat left, and Matthew Lambert now has Jensen Watts chasing him down. These two are very, very quick in this Rotax Max 162 class. Alex Moody now third, Toby Case, Evie Poulin just regaining her composure in fifth place. We've got a Toby Case telling the number 2088 of Alex Moody. Sorry, that's the 28. Who am I looking at? The 28 of Kieran Gifford, with Ollie Goodyear behind him, just telling him, no, come on, let's work together and catch Evie. Evie's just ahead of them. Gap at the line was 1 second between Lambert and Watts last time by. It is coming down, that gap. It is definitely coming down. We know how quick Jensen Watts is.
Oh, third place, well off the track there, Alex Moody. He went for a very bumpy ride. And
there's another one. Does that mean the rain's coming?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it is in the window.
That's very out of character.
The window's not showing the rain for me. It's showing the same problem you had a while ago. The 28 there.
But the 28, Kieran Gifford, he slid wide there.
Yeah.
And Evie Poulin came back ahead of him.
Yeah. So she's going to be scored in third now, because Alex Moody had that massive off-circuit run.
That's dropped him down to sixth, Nick.
And it is Matthew Lambert in the Lambert probably rather than Lambert. In the Lambert.
We're not at Le Mans, mate.
Matthew Lambert, mais oui, yourself.
Look at this battle with Evie Poulin and Kieran Gifford. We know how quick Kieran is. We know how quick Evie's proved to be as well. She's having a great heat here, and she's currently third. This is good points all for a final grid position into the boot complex then. First the left, now the right, two double apex. Now into that very fast pits bend. Little bit of oversteer there as Evie turned in. Kieran Gifford's going to be right on a bumper through Crooks now, the right-hander, keeping that cart absolutely nailed up the hill. And these two absolutely on the edge of braking there, weren't they? Kieran Gifford flicking the cart sideways with the rear axle locked. Didn't make down there. Bit of a late move from Kieran Gifford there. I'm not quite sure he really wanted to do that. He's trying to stay with Evie Poulin.
Yeah.
And he kind of tripped over her a bit there. Behind Kieran, Toby Case. Is that?
Yeah.
Alex Moody.
Moody coming back.
Oh, look at that train of carts. Moody, Rogers, Goodyear, Braden Hill.
Yeah, it's kept that stoppage has kept them together. But apart from at the front, where Watts now has a 2/10 of a second lead over Lambert.
Yeah, we knew that one was coming as well. Poulin, though, controlling that third place and now moving away from Kieran Gifford. With 0 time on the clock, it'll be 1 lap to go board for Jensen Watts next time by. As the number 93 continues, that's the number 76 of Evie Poulin. Who
we need to move first and second are still together. Let's just look at the front two, Ash, because they're right together, the front two. It's not been a case where Jensen's just broken Lambert. They've stuck right with each other.
Yeah, they have. Lambert here chasing down Jensen Watts. Lambert's on the black liveried cart. Jensen Watts on the yellow and white. Through Ashby. Jensen Watts heading towards the checkered flag. And Matthew Lambert is staying with him, isn't he? Because if he makes a mistake ever so slightly, Lambert will take the win. But that's very unlikely. Jensen Watts, a very, very fast Rotax driver. Nearly.
Lambert was all over the shop at that point.
Yeah,
there.
he was. So Jensen Watts takes the win. Matthew Lambert a very fine second, 3 seconds or so. And equally, a great drive there from Evie Poulin in third. Then we've got Kieran Gifford fourth, Alex Moody, Ollie Goodyear, Jamie Rogers, Toby Case dropping to 8th, Braden Hill 9th, Archie Elliott, Ollie Varney, George Sanders, Alex Warnaby, Scott Goldsby, Shane Collinson 15th, Aidan Rudge, Dan Andrews, Marcus King, Reese Pope, 20th was Matt Lewin, and the final finisher Sam Mee. We lost Ryan Mills on lap 9, Brodie Strayhorn on lap 4. We lost Mohammed bin Mahfouz on lap 2. Andy Ambrose we lost on lap 2, Archie Lyons on lap 2, and Jake Davis on lap 1. Hopefully everybody involved in that first corner shunt on lap 2, that's Mohammed bin Mahfouz, Andy Ambrose and Archie Lyons are fine. We can fix carts. Takes a bit longer to fix people though, so hopefully they're all right. Well, Nick, these meetings do fly around, don't they? And here we are already at the end of the day with just one more race to go.
It's a big one.
It is a massive one, my friend.
It's the final of the Smoggy.
The final of the
for the London Diamonds House 100 Super Belt of Championships. Is that right?
No, not quite.
Oh, we put the thing on, don't we?
Not quite. Do you want to have another go? No. It's a very long title, isn't it?
It's too long.
It's the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt.
They're doing a walkout. Oh, with the belt.
Ah, they're going to. Are we going to set them up on the grid? It's a Nick, get the radio mic out, mate. We'll do a grid walk. We've got all weekend.
It's not. They can't do. It's not turned on.
I know.
And it's over there.
And it's over there.
They didn't tell us.
They didn't tell us we were doing that. Could have done a grid walk.
Yeah, you could have done.
Didn't we do a grid walk last year?
We did. Yes.
Yes.
But we didn't do it this year because no one mentioned it to us. Now all the kit's over there for the interview at the end, which we didn't do last year, which we are doing this year. There we go. Inner workings of what we do. We didn't do this. We're doing something else. What can you say? By the way,
to be honest,
in future, if you want to work with Carty Light TV, just tell us what you want and we'll do it.
And to be honest, though, what we're going to do after this race is going to be much better.
Yes. Because Gaz is involved.
Because
and he's got a shirt.
We've got Gaz Bury, who is going to be over there in the Parc Fermé, where we're going to get a chance to speak to the winner.
They play music.
going to get a chance.
Oh, yeah, they are. Right here, right now. Right here. It's going to be. No, why? Can't hear it. Our ambience not that good, and I'm talking all over it.
Nobody noticed until Nick started to sing it.
Because don't forget, we've had the whole PA turned down to stop the buzzing.
That is true. Stops the humming.
Well, you hum a
So,
bit, yeah.
as you can see from Ash's camera, we are lining these carts up on the grid. They need a push start. They're not going to be like KZ's where they can file away from a
My
grid start.
bet is that vast numbers aren't going to start at all.
Well, there is that. There is that.
I don't want
factor.
to be kind of like, you know, you need to get these things away, don't you?
Oh, only 4 minutes of injury time at the Stadium of Light. Anyways, back to the job in hand. Right, this is, oh man, look at how this grid is looking. We have got Chris Trott, the current holder of the London Diamonds House of 100-100 Super Championship belt. He's carrying the number 1 for that reason. And he's on the pole position after the 3 heats. Alongside him is another very, very quick driver. That's the number 25, Ryan Cole. And just look at that body language there at the front of the grid. Just tapping his feet, not being able to stand still. He just wants to get on with it, doesn't he? Second row of the grid, Ben Yeomans on the number 5 with Joseph Reeves-Smith on the number 90. And then we've got the third row, James Verity alongside Alexander Hayward.
4 on the trot, all 1-0.
Come to that. Joe McKernan and James Rees are on row 4. We've then got Liam Rabjohns alongside the number 2, Joe Scorey. Now, he was runner-up here last year for the London Diamonds House of 100-100 Super Championship belt, and he was really, really determined to win it this weekend. He's had some rotten luck with attrition, and we'll see just what sort of recovery Joe Scorey can make, and maybe make up some ground to get onto the podium at least. Row 6, Martin O'Hara and Daniel Street. And then on row 7, Richard Puddle and Bill Powell. Chris Sears and Neil McKernan are on row 8. Jack Barber and James Murray are on row 9. And then rounding off the 19-cart field, and hopefully we've got 19 carts out there, is Gareth Hunt on the number 37, who I see is at the back of the field. So a full quarter there, Nick.
Yeah.
So what's your memories of 1990s karting then?
Well, I only just scraped into 1990 because I stopped karting in 91. Oddly, after another accident, but there we go. Yeah, just did my shoulder badly. Came back and... Please probably happy with karting. I didn't have a mate to go karting with, and you know, when you needed a mate to help you start and everything else.
So you were by yourself?
Yeah,
because you had no mates.
I had no mate with kart. I had no karting.
Was
mates.
Paul not your friend then?
No, didn't know Paul till 2006.
So you had no friends whatsoever?
I had all my RC friends, but all my RC friends weren't karting, so I went RC to karting. So I had this massive RC community, but I went karting. That was it. It's me deciding I wanted to become Nigel Mansell, whoever it was at the time.
You don't have any other friends?
I went karting. No.
Well, did you not have any friends who you went to the pub with?
Yeah, of course.
Well, why didn't you get them to come karting with you?
Because they didn't want to come
He didn't
karting.
have any friends, did he? He had no friends. You had no friends.
I had no friends.
Because you were a very odd person.
I think what you'll find is, Joe, I'm unique.
That's another way of putting it. Yeah, absolutely.
I had lots of friends, but they weren't karting friends.
I had a team around me. Team of friends.
Yeah, because but
I've got a
let
personality.
me ask you a question. Are still your friends now?
Yeah.
All of them?
Everyone.
How many were at your wedding? None. There we go.
I've got new friends.
Exactly. You've got new friends. We've all got new friends now.
Here we go. Here we go. The London Diamonds House of 100-100 Super Championship belt is about to get underway in a smoky oil and fuel mix.
Let's
with a
go.
crescendo
12
of
minutes.
sound.
Here we go. Here we
Let's
go.
just listen to these off the line.
Cracking start for the number 1 of Chris Trott. I think it was the 5 of Yeomans in second, but Trott got a bit of a jump. I mean, it wasn't the fact that they probably pollute the entire atmosphere for 15 years. I'd go for a restart on that one.
Oh, no. We don't need any restarts.
Trailing the smoke through Christmas there.
We expected Chris Trott, who, as you will have seen from our paddock show, was here to do one thing, and that was to win this championship belt once again. He wants to retain that number 1, and he was in very determined fashion. But who's that behind him?
It's the 23 or 25.
25, Ryan Cole. Yeah.
Who's going to hang on to him as hard as he can.
Now, Ryan Cole is no slouch either.
These small footprint carts flying through oblivion. Round crooks are now up the hill. They will rise towards Christmas.
Joe Scory on the number 2, up to 7th already, just ahead of Liam Radjohns in 8th. We've got Ben Yeomans, James Verity and Alexander Hayward, with James Rees in 6th, just behind these two leaders.
Short wheelbase, that makes it much more nimble.
They're actually much lighter. They're much lighter than, the lightest Rotax is 162. I think these are about 130, 132. 149.
149, right. 17 kilos lighter, which is
sure
3 stone. Yeah, because everyone was skinnier then.
All right, okay.
Now we've had too many snacks, all our karting classes are heavier.
So 149 kilos, these are the lightest carts we've got here this weekend.
First and second coming up to Christmas
senior
again.
Classes, that's all.
And Ryan Cole making a much better fist of this than he did, in fairness to him, he did the heats, where he didn't seem to be showing an awful lot at all. But now he's only got all thinking about it, but decided against it going into Ashby.
You know what? Look at Chris Trott's body language.
He's got him.
He's got him.
Ryan Cole.
No, he hasn't.
Oh, he nearly had.
No, he didn't. Because the momentum that Chris Trott had around that very, very fast Parker was what he maintained. Just a little tweak of the air intake there, or the mixture maybe. Just look how composed Trott is. He's controlling this pace. He knows he's got Ryan Cole. Ryan Cole's driving with all the aplomb that is needed. Ben Yeomans, Alexander Hayward, they're the two carts behind. And if anything, the number 5 of Ben Yeomans catching Ryan Cole ahead.
No, the unlucky Joe Scory up to 5th as well. And then here he goes, change for the lead, up the inside. And now onto the rumble strip. We get taken straight back. Maybe swooped around on the exit of Chapman. Nope. Cole takes the lead. And this is going completely against everything we saw in the heats.
Oh, it's not over yet, Nick. There's 9 minutes of this race, and there's Yeomans coming in as well. And let's add in the factor that the potential of attrition comes in with this formula. It's a 1990s, early 2000s formula. These engines are highly stressed, 20,000 revs. Let's just listen as they come by. That's 19 carts blasting by at 20,000 revs in this 100 Super race. And what a race it's turning out to be. And it's still got ages left, 8.5 minutes for Ryan Cole to hang on to this lead from Chris Trott. We know how good he is. He's carrying the number 1 for a reason. But tell you what, there's a number 5 just behind him, Ben Yeomans. He came 5th last year. Alexander Hayward just behind him there. Who's that just poking his nose in? Joe Scory. There, just behind in 5th, the number 2, who's had horrid luck so far today.
Yeah, Scory now probably dreamt of being this close to the leader. Right, his cart's in the middle. When he started this race, he probably thought it was all over after 2 problems he had during qualifying. But of the 19 carts, he's now put himself in the top 5, and more importantly, the other 4 are all together, and certainly no break from Cole. Trott is following him, he's hounding him, he's shadowing him, but he's a little bit thick there by Yeoman's changed his mind. But do you think that Trott perhaps now is happy to be in second? No, he's not at all.
No,
he's taken the lead
not.
straight back.
No.
Well, no, it's a one-on-one up the inside of Chapman. It goes back round again. This is great news for everyone following. More importantly, it's even better news for the 18 cart of Hayward, who's managed to get himself past. I think, no, he was third. Everyone's been in every position over the last 2 corners.
And the number 18 has gone into second. Alexander Hayward moves through, and there's Joe Scory moving through into 4th. These 5, and look at that, Chris Trott, I should say, just finds himself in 3rd place. He knew he was going to be coming under pressure from the carts behind, and that's why he made the move on Ryan Cole. However, he just didn't have enough to make it stick, did he?
No, coming down towards Ashby. There's the exit, and they power off away. And there is a Trott. Oh, good clean move. Yeah. Not really argued much by Alexander Hayward there. Through now into the back straight. It's now no chance for Trott to have another go at Ryan Cole.
Now Ryan Cole is loving this, because while Chris Trott has these pesky other drivers to contend with, Ryan Cole can just focus and concentrate. But Joe Scory comes into play now. It's the 25, the 1 and the number 2 They're carrying the 1 and 2 because they were winner and runner-up last year. And Scory coming back through from the grid onto the tail of Chris Trott is not what Chris Trott will want. 6.5 minutes to go, and down the inside at Ashby has gone Chris Trott and takes the lead back.
Now is it going to chance for Scory perhaps to push in the second? He's pushing. He's got him. Yeah, he's got the insides. Scory. So the brief sojourn of Chris Trott in the lead is gone, and now he's in third. And we're left with the people we thought would be at the front, but not the way we thought they'd get there. It's 1 from 2. It's Trott from Scory. Battle resumed, and I'm sure Trott would, in his mind eye, his pre-race imaging, would have seen himself 5 or 6 seconds down the road from Scory at this point.
I think there was no doubt in my mind that Chris Trott, these early laps that we saw there, he was controlling the pace, just managing his tyres. These Vegas are getting towards the end of their life here, towards the end of an afternoon. They've done a lot of work. The last thing you want to do is overheat the softer tyre, and that's what he was doing. And now he's like, all right, lads, no messing about. Right, I've had enough of this. Lads. Right, I'm off. If anybody wants to come with me, come on then. And it's Joe Scory who's answered that, and Joe Scory is going after him.
But in fairness, I think Trott's slightly gapping him. Last time round 0.34 per second. That to me is more than 0.34 per second. Not massively more, but a bit more. Let's see on the wonderful world of computer brains. It is
0.5.
Yeah, it looks a bit further.
0.5 it is. Behind these two, it's all about the London Diamonds House of 100-100 Super Championship belt, of course. So it's all about who's going to win the belt. So it's all about the win, Nick. That's what today.
And tomorrow all about wins. Not championship with points. Oh, Scory there. Just seems to get, I think he got a bit closer. He was fiddling with his mixture on the back straight, and that's where he lost his pace. They've got a bit of a momentum through. Now, is he going to let the engine sing at the back straight, or is he worried about anything to do with the... Nope, he didn't have any mixture changes there. But again, interestingly, coming out there, just a bit further ahead for Chris Trott.
Well, is it? Let's see what the gap is here. It was 0.3, then 0.5, it's now 0.4.
Yeah,
and
rain's down. We've got the rain. Who's off?
The number 2.
It's Scory who's off. In comes the rain.
Unbelievable. He turned into oblivion.
And it didn't
literally went into oblivion.
Sudden little squallette of rain we've been getting. Oh, that's a bit of a Dukes of Hazzard drift there, wasn't it?
Yeah, the rain is coming. These karts are on slicks. They are very, very shortly going to have no grip whatsoever and are going to be slipping and sliding around. Now, I'm not sure.
Maybe they've stopped again already, actually.
I'm not sure whether it was the rain that put Joe Scory off or whether his engine nipped.
Ah, right, okay.
Remember, that's a thing.
I remember
those things?
Yeah, I've taken off twice for doing that.
Yeah,
absolutely. Finals was doing all right. Not brilliantly, but all right. Oh,
just look at the understeer there.
18. It's the 18 of Alexander Hayward's gone off the track. Hayward went off the track. Probably he's now self-starting it.
We've got the slippery surface flag being shown, or the slippery surface board being shown at all of our posts.
Wide. He's got that problem where you get no bite coming in.
They're going to be needing to look for the wet line around this track. We found that last night.
Yep.
And there he is, understeer,
curbs,
switches back.
Lap times will be dropping through the floor.
Yes, they are. 52 seconds.
The best lap time is a 44.8. Last time I was 52, be a lot slower this time. But it's a timed race, not a lap race, so it doesn't really matter whether you're going slower as long as you stay in the lead. But the 5 kart of Ben Yeomans, is he going to grasp the nettle, and is he going to try and really push and see if he can sneak a win?
You can't push though in these conditions.
But it's all about the win.
With
you've got
this
to push.
Amount of power,
it's all about the win. You've got to push.
Nick, we were slipping and sliding around on fun karts
with no
last
power,
night with zero power. These things spin the wheels in the dry.
It was 2.6 seconds last time round. Doesn't look much different, though. Yeomans looks quite confident in these conditions. I think the rain may have stopped, so they'll start speeding back up again. The lead is now he halved it, 1.3, 54. Believe it or not, the rain came, went, stopped, and now they're going to start relaxing again. They were 8 seconds off their best, now they're 7 seconds. A little bit of a choke there on the engine from Trott, but Yeomans still trying to gain.
The rain has stopped already, and already we see Chris Trott going back onto the conventional line where the grip has come back. Yeomans chasing him down, but I'm not sure with 2 minutes to go, Yeomans has indeed got the pace to, one thing, catch Chris Trott, the other thing, pass him. Well, now the rain has gone, the track is drying pretty much immediately, and we've gone from slipping and sliding around to getting back on it. Look at the way that he punches off the corner there.
They'll get the temperature back in the tyres almost immediately.
Yeah.
And he goes across the line. I think actually, in fairness, I think the Yeomans gained again that time. He did to 0.7, but I think that Trott now, who was obviously protecting a lead, has put that little glance over his shoulder and knows there might be an issue. through Christmas, and now hanging down through Inkerman and running into Ashby. But the lead is staying about 3/4 of a second. Chris has got a bit of a battle to go. There's still 2 or 3 laps. Long gap back to third place. He's now Joe McKiernan. He's 5 and a bit back. But we've lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 carts, which were part of the lead pack, aren't anymore, including Ryan Cole, who's also now out, the early leader. Joe Scory, who almost led, is out. So you just see with it, add water to these things, the attrition gets even worse, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always very, very tricky. Just, when the water comes, you can easily be caught out with understeer and just find yourself off the track and on the grass. The very rich green looking grass, I must say.
Very, very rich green grass today. Even richer with the rain.
Yes, indeed. Chris Trott, though, very experienced driver, and he did manage. I mean, everybody's out there on the same conditions. It's rained to the same extent for everybody out there, and right now Chris Trott, Ben Yeomans, James Verity and everybody else still in this race, they handled that situation the best. We're inside the final 20 seconds or so with the leader coming through the boot. It'll be 2 more laps as he comes across the line now. Chris Trott in control, carrying the number 1. He's the current holder of the London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. And if he can keep it on the track for 2 more laps.
He's gapping Yeoman, so once they kind of like, I think it was the fact that he was the first person to get to the weather, and also he was the only person with anything to lose, which is why he kind of lost that lead during the damp period.
The first person that hits the weather, Nick, is the first person who goes off, usually. And it wasn't. It was Joe Scory.
Yeah.
I'm not sure it was the weather that put him off.
A little bit of curb.
So here we go then. Chris Trott will see the 1 lap to go board.
There we go. He could be retaining that belt. He knows what's happening. Chokes the engine. I'm sure you all know what that means. What it basically means is you keep the throttle on, you cover the air intake, gives a rich slurp of fuel, and of course the fuel has the oil mixture, and that's what keeps these 2 strokes lubricated. A little puff of smoke and then burns that oil off, and you've cooled the engine down. If you don't do that often enough, the engine nips up, which means it locks, and you end up seized and off the track. And then what happens is about 10 minutes later, it's unseized, and so you go, how the heck did that happen?
Oh, mine never did. It was always an engine build, an engine rebuild for me. Here he comes though, Chris Trott. He's the class of this 100 Super field, isn't he? And he's carrying the number 1 for a reason. And he's going to retain that number 1. Ben Yeomans is going to move up to number 2 for 2023.
He's won.
He has indeed.
The very forlorn Chris Scory there. Joe Scory, you're sitting there on the
he's had a torrid time, hasn't he?
He's had a dreadful day.
There's Joe just sitting there. And you know what? That wasn't exactly a lights to flag victory for Chris Trott.
No.
He had to work and be very, very intelligent about that. And to think that, he was overtaken firstly by Ryan Cole. He then had a lot of pressure from his nemesis, Joe Scory. But as ever, the 100 Super has been great to have them here again this year. They don't run very often, these karts. They're all, 30 years old chassis, 25, 30-year-old kart engines, air-cooled 2-stroke engines that are still being nurtured and looked after with great care and loved, absolutely.
And fettled and rebored.
They are a very demanding thing to look after. The carburetors are very, very demanding. The motors are very demanding, and it's
like having another wife, isn't it?
I think
be that demanding.
I think to be part of that grid, you've got to get as much satisfaction out of tinkering with your kart and motor,
100%.
than you do out of the driving.
This is absolutely a workshop championship, isn't it? It's about. I've put this thing. I've rebuilt this thing from what it was before. I put it back together again. It's doing what it's doing. Yeah, I mean, I think that's exactly where it needs to be. Scory there in our picture, looking like he's. There we are. Okay.
Yeah, we are just waiting for the drivers to head into Parc Fermé. We're going to line up. Gaz Bury's down there, and we're going to line up an interview with Chris Trott, the recipient of this London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt. Any moment now, just getting ourselves into position. And that will be very, very soon coming to us. Chris Trott takes the win then. Ben Yeoman second. Joseph Reeves Smith is in third. Martin O'Hara fourth. Neil McKernan fifth. James Verity in sixth. Joe McKernan seventh. Jack Barber is in eighth. Liam Rabjohns is in ninth. Alexander Hayward is in 10th. And then James Murray, the last of the finishers, in 11th spot. We lost Joe Scory on lap 10. Chris Sears on lap 8. Bill Powell on lap number 8 as well. Ryan Cole on 7. Daniel Street on lap 5. Gareth Hunt on 4. Richard Puddle on 4. And James Rees we lost on lap 2. Let's head down to Park Fermé where...
Oh, no.
No. So that brings the racing to a conclusion, and we are just waiting for everybody to herd cats down in Park Fermé and get the winner.
Park Fermé cat herding situation going on. I'm not sure whether they may.
Yeah, get the winner in front of us.
We almost got there, and then we didn't, and now we're trying again. There are some relaxed people just going, oh, what's going on here? I can see a camera. It's very exciting.
Yes.
There's one. Hang on a second. Right, hold on. And now we can go to Gasberry.
I'm with our London Diamonds House of 100 Super Championship belt winner, Chris Trott. Chris, you gave us a hell of a show at the start. Talk about that with
start. I can't remember the start. I think we went all right. I think we took the lead, and I disappeared a little bit. Yeah. Ryan obviously stayed with me, got past. I think something on his engine broke, because when he came past me, then it was very easy to stay with him. Got past him, and then it rained.
Yeah, then it did rain. At one point, I thought you were coming straight at me in the last corner. Tell us, how wet did it really get?
It wasn't wet, but you had to go wet line and just wet technique, hold the brake, turn it in. But my worst possible nightmare is slicks and wets. I am no good when it does that, and I was like, really, last race I'm doing, it does that, but I got through it, and meant to be, obviously.
Yeah, it was brilliant. You had Ben Yeoman closing at the end. Were you concerned about that at all?
No,
he was coming quick.
Not in the slightest. It was just, I had a mechanic on the side there giving me the gap, and it was just a case of just bring it home.
Yeah, excellent. Great drive, Chris. Well done indeed.
Thank you.
You're a championship winner.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Great to hear from Chris Trott there, giving us some great insight as to how that victory took place. Well, Nick, that pretty much concludes the running for today. Guess what, though? We're going to come back tomorrow and do it all again.
Doing it all again with lots more finals.
Of course, we've got O plates to go for.
And what are O plates about?
All about the win.
They're all about the win. So thank you very much for being with us today. We very much enjoyed being with you. Thank you to our guest presenters and interviewers and commentators. Of course, Gasbury and...
Eddie Stewart.
Your new...
What a great little commentator.
He is. And when he gave my chair back, I was happy for him to stay here all day. Victory Craft just says, brilliant commentary and knowledge of the 100cc karts. God, the reason being is we drove them in period. That's indeed why we know all about them.
Yeah. We know what it feels like to be Joe Scorer.
Oh, yes. I have been chucked into the big chalk bank at the end of the straight, as it used to be at Buckmore Park on 2 occasions because of that. Both times I thought, I'm doing really well. Anyway, that's enough of me. It's enough of us. It's enough of everything. We'll be back tomorrow at about 9:30. It's an earlier start tomorrow, a much shorter practice runs. So we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow with Sunday, which will culminate in non-stop finals and non-stop Gasbury interviews. See you then.